Selections from the Prison Notebooks, Antonio Gramsci. Antonio Gramsci's Prison Quaderni, 1929 to 1935, presented here in the 1971 Lawrence and Wishart selection of Quentin Hoare and Jeffrey Noel Smith, are not a treatise but a workshop. Notes on intellectuals and education. The Risorgimento as passive revolution. The modern prince and the war of position. Americanism and Fordism and the philosophy of praxis. The editor's preface and general introduction are a separate layer. Philology, biography, and the Third International, and must not be flattened into Gramsci's own cadence. What follows inhabits each layer in turn. Abstract. Hoare and Noel Smith's 1971 selection from Antonio Gramsci's Prison Notebooks, 1929 to 1935, is read here as a historicist workshop, intellectuals and education. The Risorgimento as passive revolution. The modern prince and the war of position. Fordism as hegemony in the factory. The philosophy of praxis against both Croatian idealism and Bukharin's vulgar sociology. The editor's preface and general introduction are treated as a separate layer. The argument throughout is that a class becomes directive only when its conception of the world organizes consent in party, civil society, and common sense, and that Marxism is sufficient as absolute historicism, not as a natural scientific formula. Executive summary. A class does not become directive by seizing the outer ditch of the state and waiting for history to finish the work. It becomes directive when its conception of the world organizes consent. When intellectuals, party, school, and common sense form a block in which structure is elaborated into an ethic, and the masses can be led to think coherently about the present. The 1971 selection reconstructs that claim across four terrains. The Italian intellectuals and the Risorgimento as a revolution without a Jacobin peasant alliance. The modern prince and the West's war of position. Fordism as hegemony born in the factory. The philosophy of praxis against both Croce's reabsorption and Bukharin's pocket sociology. Defeat had made mechanical determinism a tremendous force of moral resistance. The tide of history is working for me. Once the subaltern is responsible for the economic life of the masses, that consolation is an imminent danger and must be buried with honors. The volume is a workshop, not a treatise. Hoare and Noel Smith cut from the Einaudi Notebooks, with a preface and general introduction that are a separate philological and biographical layer. Censor substitutions, for Ewig, the Third International, and must not be flattened into the prisoner's cadence. What the notes themselves keep returning to is a single movement, from the economic corporate to the ethico-political, from common sense to a critical conception, from force plus persuasion in a factory to a historical block in which feeling becomes understanding becomes knowledge. The subsections below crystallize that movement. The body inhabits it unit by unit. Central thesis. Hegemony is not a synonym for domination. It is the organization of a conception of the world so that it becomes the terrain on which other groups move, acquire consciousness of their position, and struggle. An educational relation between leaders and led, and between national and continental civilizations. In the East, the state was everything and civil society primordial, so a war of maneuver could strike the outer ditch. In the West, civil society is a sturdy system of fortresses. Siege and molecular occupation replace the frontal assault. The modern prince is the party as collective myth, the centaur of force and consent, the historical laboratory in which a new intelligentsia is elaborated. The state is political society plus civil society, hegemony armored with coercion. The night watchman never existed except on paper. The same claim is written into production and into philosophy. Americanism is the biggest collective effort to date to create at unprecedented speed a new type of worker and of man. High wages as transitory monopoly, regulation of sex and animality, hegemony that requires only a minute quantity of professional intermediaries. It is not yet a new civilization. It is an intensification of European civilization that can compel Europe to overturn antiquated bases. Philosophically, everyone already philosophizes in language, common sense, and folklore. The task is an inventory of historical traces and the renovation of an existing activity, not the import of a science from scratch. Marxism, named here the philosophy of praxis, is sufficient unto itself as absolute historicism. It is not a sociology plus vulgar materialism, and the dialectic is the marrow of historiography and politics, not a subspecies of formal logic. Foundational observations. Everyone is already a philosopher. The prejudice that philosophy belongs to specialists is the first thing to destroy. Spontaneous philosophy is contained in language, not empty grammar, in common sense and good sense, and in folklore. Critical elaboration begins with an inventory of the traces history has deposited in the person without leaving a catalog. Creating a new culture means socializing truths already discovered so that a mass thinks coherently about the present. A philosophical event more original than a genius's private discovery. Intellectuals as organizers. Between professional philosophers and the rest of mankind, the difference is quantitative coherence, homogeneity, not qualitative. Organic intellectuals are created with a class's economic function. Traditional intellectuals claim independence while remaining tied to older structures. A mass does not distinguish itself without organizers. The party is the laboratory that works out the ethics and politics corresponding to a conception of the world and unifies theory and practice as a historical process. Education as hegemony. Every hegemonic relation is educational. Teacher and pupil reciprocal, rulers and ruled, vanguard and army, nation and nation. The Unitarian school and the critique of the Gentile reform belong here, not in a separate pedagogy. Immanentist philosophies failed where the church succeeded. They could not keep intellectuals and simple souls in one doctrinal block, nor replace religion in the education of children. Passive revolution. The Risorgimento is the type. Piedmont and the moderates absorbed the Action Party without a Jacobin alliance with the peasantry. Transformism is the molecular form of that absorption. Caesarism, progressive or reactionary, arbitrates an organic crisis in which the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In the absence of an antagonistic revolutionary force, Americanism in Europe can take the same form. A high point of capitalism that suppresses some contradictions and generates others, without a popular national rupture. War of position. In countries where civil society is developed, the state is only an outer ditch. Politics becomes siege, trench, and the slow occupation of institutions, newspapers, schools, and common sense. Internationalism that is not also national policy remains abstract. The fable of the beaver and the PSI/CGL's self-mutilation are the negative of this. Agitation without a war of position, force without a corresponding ethic. State as political society plus civil society. Hegemony armored with coercion. Laissez-faire is a form of state regulation, not the absence of state. Statolatry is a primitive phase when civil society is weak and the state is worshipped as something absolute. Organic crisis appears when the ruling class has lost consent and the subaltern cannot yet rule. Rural bourgeois, Cossack, Strata, and reactionary Caesarism are among its Italian figures. Fordism and the new type of man. America lacks feudal parasitic sedimentations. Industry can make the nation's life revolve around production. Hegemony is born in the factory by a combination of force, destruction of territorial unionism, and persuasion. High wages, inspection of private life. High wages are monopoly wages corresponding to monopoly profits. They disappear when the methods diffuse. Taylor's trained gorilla is a phrase. Mechanization of the gesture can free the brain. Industrialism is a struggle against animality, order, exactitude, sexual regulation, imposed from outside until it becomes second nature. Common sense and good sense. Common sense is the folklore of philosophy, fragmentary even in one brain, historically sedimented, not one thing. Religion is an element of it, more intimate to the masses than the systems of the intellectuals. Good sense is the healthy nucleus, the popular invitation to be philosophical, to confront necessity with concentration rather than impulse, and deserves to be made coherent. A philosophy of praxis must criticize common sense by starting from it. The Catholic Church's struggle against two religions, one for intellectuals, one for simple souls, is the organizational model immanentism never matched. Two conceptions in the masses. In normal times, a subaltern group affirms verbally a borrowed conception, the intellectual's philosophy, while its own embryonic conception flashes only when the group acts as an organic totality. The contrast is not mere self-deception. It expresses historical subordination. Philosophy cannot be divorced from politics. The real philosophy of each man is contained in his political action. Fatalism, the tide of history, is the aroma of that subordination and must be given a funeral oration once the subaltern becomes directive. Philosophy of praxis, absolute historicism, the definitive rejection of transcendence rather than a materialist metaphysics. It presupposes Renaissance and Reformation, German philosophy, the French Revolution, Calvinism, English classical economics. It corresponds to the Nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution, still in its popular national, not yet hegemonic phase. Labriola is the Italian who tried to found it independently of the intellectual's currents. Orthodoxy is sufficiency unto itself, not loyalty to Plekhanov or Bukharin, and not Croce's attempt to make Marxism the handmaid of traditional culture. Against the popular manual, Bukharin starts from high systems unknown to the multitude instead of from common sense. He splits praxis into a sociology, mechanical formula holding history in the palm of the hand, and a vulgar materialist metaphysics. He contains no treatment of the dialectic. He pokes fun at the external world in a way that reinforces religious common sense. Statistical laws of large numbers hold only while masses remain passive. Political action and planned economy destroy that passivity. Matter as such is not the object. The object is matter organized by production, historically. Catharsis and historical block. Catharsis names the passage from the economic corporate, egoistic passional, to the ethico-political. Structure ceases to crush and becomes a means of freedom. Organic ideologies, necessary to a structure, organize masses, and have the energy of a material force. Arbitrary elucubrations do not. Historical block. Material forces as content, ideologies as form. A didactic distinction, because neither is historically conceivable without the other. Regularity comes from Ricardo's determined market, not from natural law. Knowing, understanding, feeling. The popular element feels, but does not always know. The intellectual knows, but does not always feel. Without the sentimental connection, intellectuals become a caste, organic centralism, and relations with the people-nation turn bureaucratic. Representation exists only when feeling passion becomes understanding and thence knowledge, alive and not mechanical. The condition of a shared life that is a social force. Significance and recommendation. This election remains the English language gate to Gramsci's political theory, hegemony, civil society, passive revolution, the war of position, Fordism, and to his recasting of Marxism as a philosophy of praxis rather than a natural scientific formula or a Crocian ethic. It is the book to read for anyone working on consent, parties, intellectuals, education, or why a Western revolution cannot be thought as a storming of the Winter Palace. It is not a substitute for the complete Quaderni, nor for the Croce notebooks left out of this cut, and it should be read with the editor's apparatus kept distinct from the prisoner. The recommendation is to take the method as seriously as the slogans. Criticize common sense from within it. Measure philosophies by practical efficacy. Refuse both the pocket sociology and the speculative reabsorption. Editorial Apparatus. The English editors stand between the reader and the 33 notebooks. Their apparatus is not Gramsci's argument. It is the condition under which that argument can be read at all. Einaudí's post-war volumes, the censor substitutions, the unfinished status of a project written for Ewig and against an interlocutor who was never allowed into the cell. Preface. existing editions, and the status of the Quaderni. There is still no critical edition of the Quaderni del Carcere in Italian when this selection appears. English readers receive a cut from the Turin Einaudi volumes Felice Platone issue between 1948 and 1951. The bulk of the original material, translations and rejected drafts accepted, plus one or two unpublished texts and a slight rearrangement of order. The footnote sigla are those volumes. MS, Int Ris, and M, LVN, PP, and LC for the letters as reedit in 1965. Marx's 1957 The Modern Prince and Other Essays is a predecessor. Fiori, in Nairn's translation, supplies the selective bibliography. Selection is complicated by two facts no later elegance can cancel. The writings are fragmentary. Their status in Gramsci's intentions is uncertain. Soon after the arrest, he writes to Tatiana of a project for Uig, a history of the Italian intellectuals, linguistics, Pirandello, serial novels, and popular taste. In December 1930, the same correspondent hears the opposite pressure. Disinterested study is difficult. Stones in the dark are not to his taste. The entire formation is polemical. A 1932 note in Quaderno XXVII sketches principal essays closer to what survives, and it is this program that organizes Einaudi after the war. Ill health and the prison library leave plans unfinished. After the 1933 transfer to the clinic, he recopies earlier notebooks with extra caution, striking Marx and class, lest the censor end the work. In Questions of Method, he warns, ostensibly about Marx, against confusing unfinished work with works published and approved in an author's lifetime. Unequivocal assertions about the aim of the theoretical project, as contained here, are speculative and must be recognized as such. For Uig, the 1927 letter's formula for a prison labor that would outlast the sentence, forever, while remaining, by 1930, unable to throw stones in the dark. Quote, soon after his arrest, he wrote to his sister-in-law Tatiana, March 19, 1927, about a project of writing something for Uig, forever, something which would also serve to absorb him and give a focus to his inner life. He mentions a plan for a history of the Italian intellectuals, together with studies on linguistics, on the theater of Pirandello, and on serial novels and popular literary taste. However, in another letter to Tatiana, December 15, 1930, he writes, thinking disinterestedly or study for its own sake are difficult for me. I do not like throwing stones in the dark. I like to have a concrete interlocutor or adversary. And he speaks of the polemical nature of his entire intellectual formation. Selection, translation, and the vocabulary of direction. 33 notebooks, several mixing subjects across years. Isolated jottings sit beside longer texts whose revised and unrevised strata must be interspersed. Classification follows Einaudi in the main. Departures are claimed against the original Quaderni. Dates in square brackets mark political passages. Intellectuals and education belong together in Quaderno Zix. Italian history comes mainly from Il Risorgimento. The political notes, except the unpublished self-criticism fragment, come from Note sul Machiavelli and Passato e Presente. Their division into party and state is the English editor's own, because neither Einaudi nor Quaderno XXX supplies a satisfactory order. Americanism and Fordism is Quaderno V. The philosophical texts follow Il Materialismo Storico. The translation aims at readable English without flattening an original that is fragmentary, elliptical, and full of tricks against the censor. Marx is the founder of the philosophy of praxis. Lenin is Ilyich. Trotsky is Leon Davidovich or Bronstein. Those masks stay in place because the circumlocutions have conceptual value of their own. Philosophy of praxis is a euphemism for Marxism and an autonomous term for the link between theory and practice. The verb dirigere will not take a single English equivalent. Leadership, ruling class, but sometimes directive, to keep domination apart from hegemony. Hegemony itself has two faces: against domination, state/civil society, and against the corporate, naming the phase in which a group aspires to leadership beyond economic self-defense. Non-hegemonic groups are subordinate, subaltern, sometimes instrumental. Hegelium is generally moment. Hoare translates education, risorgimento, and politics. Noel Smith the intellectuals, Americanism and Fordism, and philosophy. The general introduction, except the intellectual background section, is Hoare's. Philosophy of praxis, censors mask for Marxism, and Gramsci's own name for the unity of thought and action, left unnormalized so that the second sense is not collapsed into the first. Hegemony, direction as opposed to domination, and the passage beyond corporate self-defense into political and social leadership. Quote, thus, philosophy of praxis is both a euphemism for Marxism and an autonomous term used by Gramsci to define what he saw to be a central characteristic of the philosophy of Marxism, the inseparable link it establishes between theory and practice, thought and action. Quote, on the one hand, it is contrasted with domination, and as such bound up with the opposition state/civil society. And on the other hand, hegemonic is sometimes used as an opposite of corporate or economic corporate, to designate an historical phase in which a given group moves beyond a position of corporate existence and defense of its economic position and aspires to a position of leadership in the political and social arena. Non-hegemonic groups or classes are also called by Gramsci subordinate, subaltern, or sometimes instrumental. General introduction. By autumn 1926, the world's first fascist regime had been in power 4 years, and neither the Italian Communist Party nor the Third International had settled what it was. National peculiarity or international precursor, novel formation or Italian equivalent of Black Hundreds, American anti-labor repression, Noski's Free Corps, social base in petty and rural bourgeoisie, or new instrument of big capital. Communist leaders still imagined the ruling class might find fascism too costly and switch to a social democratic alternative. Zinovьev's left wing of the bourgeoisie having become, by 1924, the left wing of fascism. Communist deputies still sat in the fascist parliament. After Matteotti, the regime appeared to totter. It did not. By the end of 1925, the hope that internal contradiction would split it was an illusion. In autumn 1926, on the pretext of an attempt on his life, Mussolini ended even the semblance of bourgeois democracy. Among those arrested was Antonio Gramsci, member of parliament, since August 1924 general secretary of the party, 35 years old. The prosecutor at the 1928 trial asked that this brain be stopped for 20 years. The physique failed before the sentence. The brain, for as long as it held, did not. The product was 2,848 handwritten pages, of which this volume is a selection. The introduction offers no general interpretation of the notebooks, only the political and intellectual experience that was their point of departure. Quote, at his trial in 1928, the official prosecutor ended his peroration with the famous demand to the judge, "We must stop this brain working for 20 years. But, although Gramsci was to be dead long before those 20 years were up, released, his health broken, only in time to die under guard in a clinic rather than in prison, yet for as long as his physique held out, his jailers did not succeed in stopping his brain from working. The product of those years of slow death in prison were the 2,848 pages of handwritten notes which he left to be smuggled out of the clinic and out of Italy after his death, and of which this volume is a selection. Early life. He was born in 1891 at Ales in Sardinia. The father, Neapolitan by origin, had been meant for the law. A colonel's death in the Carabinieri forced him into a registrar's post at Galarza, where he married a tax inspector's daughter rare in an area of 90% illiteracy for being able to read and write. In 1897, he was suspended without pay on suspicion of peculation, arrested the next year, sentenced in 1900 to nearly 6 years. Charges motivated by local political opposition, guilt less important than the type of society in which corruption is endemic. From 1898 to 1900, for the mother raised 7 children on seamstress wages and the sale of a small plot. Antonio's spine was malformed. Doctors hung him from a ceiling beam. He grew hunchbacked and barely 5 feet tall. Internal disorders nearly killed him as a child and would recur with nervous complications until death at 46. School at Galarza was interrupted when he had to work. The father's release sent him to a bad school at Sant Sergiu, then, in 1908, to the Liceo in Cagliari. Lodging with Gennaro, returned from Turin a socialist militant and already sending pamphlets home from 1906. The same year's Sardinian protest, repressed by mainland troops, gave impetus to island nationalism, Gramsci's first adherents. Turin would strip the nationalism. It never stripped the concern with peasant problems and the dialectic of class and region. A surviving Cagliari essay already moves from Sardinian to internationalist and anti-colonialist vehemence. China, as well as the school day slogan he recalled in 1924, "Throw the mainlanders into the sea." Later he would see the coin reversed. Sardinian troops holding down Turin's workers. Since 1887, Northern Industries protectionism had locked big capital and reformist working-class organizations into a Giolidian community of interest whose cost fell on agricultural Italy, cereal producers accepted. The North/South conflict tended to obscure class. The child of Galarza would never treat that obscurity as accidental. Sardinia, first political school, poverty, peculation as local war, peasant revolt, nationalism that Turin will unlearn without unlearning the Southern question. Quote, experience of the working class movement in Turin was to lead Gramsci to abandon his attachment to nationalism as such, but he never lost the concern imparted to him in these early years, with peasant problems and the complex dialectic of class and regional factors. A unique surviving essay from his school days at Cagliari shows him, too, already progressing from Sardinian to an internationalist and anti-colonialist viewpoint, as vehement in his opposition to European imperialism in China as in his repetition of what, he recalled in 1924, was the favorite slogan of his school days: "Throw the mainlanders into the sea." Intellectuelle formation. The culture that formed him was Italian before it was Marxist, and the Marxism available was already a battlefield of idealisms. Labriola's philosophy of praxis passed through Mondolfo, who drove a wedge between a philosophical Marx and an empirical Engels and helped produce an idealist Labriola. Gentile's theory of praxis degenerated into the pure act, voluntarist and proto-fascist. He became a major ideologue of the regime and was executed by partisans. Commentators who treat the shared phrase as a common idealist matrix must be treated with caution. Gramsci's mature thought underplays Marx's materialist element for immanentism and the elimination of metaphysics. Yet he criticizes Mondolfo and reasserts Labriola's substantial Marxism against both Marxist accusers of idealism and idealists who claimed him. One author has read and maybe rejected is not yet his original philosophy. Gramsci, Labriola's pupil, professed Marxism briefly, then reduced it to a simple canon of historical inquiry and pronounced theoretical Marxism dead in Italy coincidental with his own defection. His secularism and anti-positivism still struck the pre-fascist left. His ethical renewal had dangerous overtones, as support for Mussolini in the early 20s would show. Association with Sorel sustained the illusion of a philosophy for the left. Gramsci later called his youth tendentially Croatian. The Quaderni consider Gramsci more objectively, sometimes adjuring to be destroyed, more often a Hegel whose work could renew Marxism and strip it of positivistic accretions. The mature critique is of the dialectic of distincts, historical movement reduced from a struggle of opposites to a conceptual schema unable to account for a history determined by class struggle, and of a system whose four sciences, aesthetics, economics, logic, ethics, leave politics a mere passion of no philosophical value. For Gramsci, politics is the central human activity, the means by which single consciousness meets the social and natural world. The motive is not abstract exposure, but the need to destroy Croatianism's hold on Italian cultural and political life. After 1926, Gramsci's abstention drew intellectual credit. His early support and later insipid, depoliticizing opposition inspired at best withdrawal from fascist vulgarity, more often a justificationism more extensive than Hegel's supposed glorification of Prussia. War and fascism were a litmus for the avant-garde that had formed him. D'Annunzio, Pirandello, Marinetti, Prezzolini, Misseroli. Italian futurists became barrel organs of fascism, while Mayakovsky's equivalents formed a Soviet avant-garde. The Italian intellectuals, provincialism, cosmopolitanism, role in church and state, especially in the South, become a major prison subject. The critique is never sectarian. It starts from the objective weakness of the intelligentsia in order to recuperate forces for a national popular consciousness associated with the rising proletariat. Even Croatian idealism is not totally dismissed. Features that impress the youth become aids to the criticism of orthodox Marxism itself. Croce, youthful atmosphere and prison antagonist, dialectic of distincts versus class struggle, politics as passion versus politics as the central human activity. Philosophy of praxis, lineage Labriola's phrase, Mondolfo's idealist reading, Gentiles pure act. Gramsci keeps the name and refuses the matrix. Quote, the substance of Gramsci's mature critique of Croce's philosophy relates to the latter's reduction of historical movement from a struggle of opposites to a merely conceptual dialectic, the dialectic of distincts. While Gramsci contended, such a schema might have its place in the philosophy of a society in which real conflicts have been eliminated and where the unity of knowledge and being, impossible in a class society, had finally been achieved, it was unable to offer an account of the actual concrete character of a history fundamentally determined by the class struggle. Socialist politics in Turin. Turin was Italy's Petrograd. Fiat, tractors, armored cars, aeroplanes. Population from 400,000 to over 500,000, industrial workers from 20 to 30%, 40% of the working class women, in the vanguard of every upheaval from 1912 to 1920. Cotton, wool, and the rising vehicle industry, flooded with Entente orders, favored Giolitian neutrality. Heavy industry wanted war. Taylorism interested Lenin and would interest Gramsci. Industrial peace was a formidable task. Metal workers struck to the end in 1912 without the Union, 75 days, defeated. FIOM led them out in 1913, 93 days, a victory with government intervention against employer intransigence. Those struggles won Gramsci from youthful Southernism. The workers were the real enemy of the Northern industrialists, despite reformist collaborationism, and thus the potential ally and leader of the Southern peasantry. Then June 1914 after Ancona, May 1915 against the war, August 1917. Younger socialists lived under Salvemini and Mussolini. Salvemini's UNITA named the North-South fight still to be won. Gramsci would propose the same title for a PCI organ in 1923 because the Southern question must have special importance. Mussolini, left leader of the PSI, editor of Avanti, wrote in Sorel's accents, exalted the general strike, opposed militarism, until 1914 made him an interventionist and forfeited the young. The party was only one force. CGL, deputies, councilors, cooperatives were not under party discipline. Leadership played a unitary role that could not be revolutionary, while words edged left under war on popularity, militancy, and the Russian revolutions. Those twin pressures produced maximalism, Italian centrism, Serrati its most honorable face after Mussolini's defection, which would dominate the left until fascism crushed it. A reformist right, Turati, Treves, Duragona, accepted patriotic slogans after Caporetto. Official formula, neither support nor sabotage. The right wanted the war aid committees. The leadership stayed abstentionist, left enough to block an organized left until after the war, not revolutionary in practice, alienating the petit bourgeois strata who would become fascism's social base. The 1917 intransigent revolutionary faction was conscience, not alternative leadership. Many of its prominent members would be centrists after Livorno. The Turin PSI, 1,000 members, 4/5 workers, shrank under conscription and police until in the last year of war the section almost ceased public existence. It became a bastion of the intransigent wing, especially among the young, Gramsci among them. First mentor, Angelo Tosca, railwayman's son, later right of the PCI until 1929 expulsion, who in 1912 gave him War and Peace inscribed for a fellow militant of tomorrow. Gramsci joined the party around the time he moved into Tosca's building. At the 1912 Youth Conference, Tosca clashed with Amedeo Bordiga, who would dominate the PCI's first years and lead its left until 1930 expulsion. Turin youth reacted through Croce, Sorel, Salvemini, and mass struggle. Bordiga fought for Marxist orthodoxy, already inflexible, and for a national revolutionary perspective, while Gramsci still thought locally. That, with an early grasp of the party, ensured Bordiga's dominance at the foundation. Tosca wanted Avanguardia to renovate socialism's intellectual patrimony. Bordiga derided culturalism as a schoolteachers' congress. Years later in the notebooks, Gramsci refuses to justify either economistic extremism or cultural opportunism, twin aspects of the same immaturity. His achievement in the PCI would be to win it from Bordiga without delivering it to Tosca. Togliatti and Terracini belonged to the later Ordine Nuovo nucleus. They were not a wartime group. Tosca called up May 1915, Terracini conscripted after jail, Togliatti in the medical corps. Gramsci alone spent the war in Turin. The first initiative was a blunder. In October 1914, he defended Mussolini's shift from neutrality. Scorned for clean hands, history is a series of violent tugs, active, operative neutrality. Lenin's internationalism was unknown in Italy. When Mussolini's perspective became clear, Gramsci did not print again for over a year. Opponents would still hurl interventionism at him on the basis of that one article. In 1915, he joined Il Grido del Popolo and became a full-time journalist. Strikes, Zimmerwald, Armenia, Pirandello as a Vanni. Theater critic, public talks on Roland, the French Revolution, the Commune, Ibsen, and the emancipation of women. 1917 was the turning point. Russian revolutions and the Turin insurrection. On April 29th, he already called February a proletarian act that must debouch into a socialist regime, without yet grasping Lenin's party. After October, the revolution against Das Kapital set Bolshevik will against Second International Determinism. The Bolsheviks live Marx, continuation of Italian and German idealist thought, against the fatal necessity of a Russian bourgeoisie before the proletariat may rise. The Marxism of Mensheviks and the Second International. Turin caught fire faster than most of Europe. Women textile workers led the 1917 struggles against shortage and price. Doing the same as in Russia spread. The prefect asked that the province be a war zone. Speakers talked revolvers and bombs without serious preparation. Serrati wanted coordination toward insurrection, was defeated, then urged moderation on Turin intransigence. Party unity first. In August, on another bread failure, the proletariat rose spontaneously. Barricades. Anarchists organized what organization there was, intransigent socialists as impotent as reformist deputies. For days, machine guns and tanks, some 50 dead, almost 1,000 imprisoned or sent to the front. Revolutionary spirit, wretched organizations. After the arrest, Gramsci was elected to the Provisional Committee and became editor of Il Grido. His position was breaking not only with the centrist leadership, but with intransigent purism. At Florence in November 1917, Zimmerwald, Kienthal, condemnation of Turati, no strategy, Bordiga ended. The proletariat is tired, it is armed, we must act. Gramsci spoke in support. First meeting of the two future PCI leaders. Bordiga already national, Gramsci at his first national function. Accused there of voluntarism and Bergsonianism, an accusation that would stick. Until 1923, he would not question Bordiga's supremacy in the left that became First Fraction, then Party. October taught two lessons. The disciplined Revolutionary Party, which Bordiga grasped first and which explains his dominance at Livorno, and Soviet power, which for the masses was primary. Gramsci became theorist of the attempt to emulate that model in Turin. Delaying his understanding of the party, placing him at the center of the main post-war working-class struggle and leaving writings that retain their interest. Maximalism, unitary, principle-preserving centrism, left enough to block a left, not revolutionary enough to act. Serrati, its honorable type. Bordiga/Tosca, economistic extremism and cultural opportunism as twin immaturities. The PCI to be won from the first without being delivered to the second. Quote, in this article, he counterposed Lenin's achievement as an affirmation of revolutionary will against the determinism which dominated the Second International, a determinism justified with the help of a positivist interpretation of Marx's Capital. In his view, the Bolsheviks are not Marxists. They have not compiled on the basis of the master's works an external doctrine made up of dogmatic assertions. They live the thought of Marx, that which can never die, which is the continuation of Italian and German idealist thought, and which in Marx was contaminated by positivistic and naturalistic incrustations. Ordine Nuovo, the Red Years, and the founding of the PCI. The war ended in November 1918. For 2 years, most of the ruling class, like most of the workers and socialists, believed revolution a matter of time. By the PCI's foundation in January 1921, the wave was ebbing, confidence gone, capital looking for a blunter instrument than Giolitti's concessions, fascist squads already on punitive expeditions from autumn 1920. Whether revolution was really on the cards cannot be settled. What is certain is that the vanguard party needed to assault the bourgeois state did not exist until after the crisis was over. The ruling class could not go on in the old way. No ruling class parties, makeshift cliques, lira down 80% budgetary deficit from 214 millions to 23,345, wheat from 52 million quintals to 38, production down, coal 16 times 1913 prices, yet Italian capitalism had been given a war shot. Average industrial profit 4.26 to 7.75%, steel and vehicles higher still, iron and steel fivefold, fiat capital tenfold. Agricultural ruin and petit bourgeois proletarianization accompanied industrial aggression. Giolitti had a strategy: restrain intransigent employers, back reformist union leaders. It worked, above all in September 1920. Fascism was not a desperate last resort of a threatened class. Only after the 1920 defeat did big industrialists and Giolitti replace velvet with iron. The great fear was maximalism's theater. After the event, everyone agreed the PSI had never considered how to make the revolution. At the time, adhesion to the Third International and leftward words created another impression. March 1919, the party declared for Moscow. October Congress, 65% for Soviets and dictatorship of the proletariat. November elections, almost 2 million votes, 156 deputies of 508. Membership 20,000 to 87,000 to 180,000. CGL 250,000 to 2 million. No insurrectionary organization. No alliance with peasants occupying southern estates or with 4 million agricultural laborers. The Popular Party left to organize small peasants of north and center. No serious work in the army. Urban petite bourgeoisie and demobilized officers alienated. In April 1919, Gramsci, Tosca, Togliatti, and Terracini founded a weekly review of socialist culture. A year later, against Tosca, Gramsci recalled vague enthusiasm for a vague proletarian culture, trapped without perspective after the armistice. From June, the slogan was factory councils as Italian Soviets. Tosca dissented. Circulation 3,000, then at most 5,000, yet a Leninist organizer. Councils in every factory of size in Turin and the PCI's major working-class base. For distinctions from the rest of a left for whom Soviets were common currency, Bordiga's Naples paper was IL Soviet. First, theory tied to Turin practice, a program fought for. Second, the new institutions independent of traditional organizations, of the whole proletariat including unorganized and anarchists, scandal to Serrati, for whom dictatorship of the proletariat was conscious dictatorship of the Socialist Party. For Gramsci, the councils stood to party and union as state to government. Third, councils and territorial Soviets as embryos of the future socialist state. Fourth, the revolutionary process below the surface, in the factory and in the consciousness of numberless masses. Revolution communist only as liberation of productive forces. Bordiga called it gradualism, reformism, or syndicalism, winning economic ground while capital holds the state. De Leon and the British shop stewards were real influences. Gramsci underestimated the state and had not grasped the party's role in seizure of power. The paradox, Bordiga, first to break organizationally with Second International Socialism, did not break ideologically, sharing its mechanical party/masses relation. Ordine Nuovo's merit was the masses' spontaneous role. Accused of voluntarism, they were the only Italian Marxists to pose revolution in non-voluntarist terms. November 1919. A minority seizing power would be overthrown next day. The masses still amorphous. Only organisms uniting them could command majority assent against the capitalist state. Not until spring 1920, eve of the metalworkers' strike, did Gramsci pose party and mass institutions correctly. For a renewal of the Socialist Party, Lenin called it fully in keeping with the Third International. To PSI delegates horror, named a cohesive communist party coordinating all revolutionary activity as the indispensable condition of any Soviet experiment. By then, as later self-criticism admitted, national coordination was too late. April was the high point. Employers set out to end dual power, destroy the commissionee intern. A month of metalworkers, 10 days general strike across Piedmont, an urban Soviet of armed workers, defeated not by the army of police and cannon Gramsci described, but because Turin stood alone. Avanti! Refused the Solidarity Manifesto. The executive moved its national council from Turin to Milan. Appeals to table insurrection were ignored. The compromise limiting the commissionee was the check of the post-war advance. Summer 1920, Bordiga's abstentionist fraction, Florence, Comintern hoping communists would carry the PSI. Gramsci, as observer, proposed a non-abstentionist national communist fraction. Rejected, he returned isolated. Tosca urged traditional organizations. Terracini and Togliatti drew toward maximalists. Gramsci promoted factory education groups. Later he said they had rejoined Tosca. Second Comintern Congress, 21 points against Serrati, left-wing communism against Bordiga. Right opportunism the enemy, left an infantile disorder. Bordiga abandoned abstentionism. Serrati would neither rename the PSI nor expel reformists. The real gulf was not abstentionism, but whether it was necessary to win the majority of the working class. Bordiga's party should be pure and hard. Masses would follow correct policy. No interest in winning the PSI majority, already irrevocably centrist. Equally opposed to mass movements not strictly party-controlled. Immobilism, yet his supremacy among communists was total. Gramsci's anti-centrism was as implacable, which is why he took so long to face other dissents, and never clearly distanced himself from Bordiga on the United Front until after arrest, and then only in part. In 1923, he would call the failure to win the majority of socialist workers, without a doubt reaction's greatest triumph, not Bordiga's opinion. September. Factory occupations from Milan. Employer-chosen confrontation. Union encouraged as defense, then a scale nobody expected. Councils everywhere, production continuing, factories armed. Unions looking for compromise. Reformist leaders challenged the PSI to lead an insurrection or take the unions. PSI refused, asked Turin if it would lead. Turin, remembering April, knew even Petrograd's arms were inadequate. Giolitti restrained hot-headed employers who wanted troops. The one action that might have escalated to state power, waited until revolutionary words were empty, offered co-partnership and trade union control, bait enough for the CGL. Occupations called off. Ordine Nuovo impotent nationally. Giolitti and the CGL closed the revolutionary phase. Employers unsatisfied. Autumn. Fascist squads against socialist and Catholic peasant associations. Bologna, Illinois Lavorator. Industrialists and probably Giolitti financing Mussolini. Bonomi's circular encouraging demobilized officers into the Fasci, state connivance turning a 1919 margin into a 1920 mass. The communist fraction went public for Livorno. The International thought communists would carry the peace sigh. Gramsci may have shared that illusion, not the International's limited aim of discipline and 21 points. Like Bordiga, he wanted emphatic rejection of Italian socialism's entire past. Togliatti. They hated Serrati. The main obstacle was maximalist centrism, root of long resistance to Comintern directives. The October 15th Manifesto, Bordiga, first among signatories, omitted the whole Ordine Nuovo thematic. Bordiga dismissed fascism, expecting a social democratic solution. Gramsci had written in April 1920 that the possibilities were black reaction or proletarian revolution, though he too would waver. Both still thought revolution immediate. Gramsci thought the party could only be formed on Bordiga's terms. Livorno, Communists 58,783, Center 98,028, Reformists 14,695. Siloni asked them to burn the effigy of unity. They left singing the Internationale and founded the party in a neighboring hall. Central Committee, 6 abstentionists, 2 Ordine Nuovo, Gramsci, Terracini, 7 ex-maximalists. Bordiga quickly won all but Gramsci's partial exception. 3 years before Gramsci would have the confidence to challenge that leadership. Factory councils, embryos of the proletarian state, independent of party and union, scandal to those for whom dictatorship is the party's conscious act. Livorno, split as struggle against centrism, Bordiga's terms, failure to win the socialist majority as reaction's greatest triumph. Quote, when in April 1919, 3 or 4 or 5 of us decided to begin publishing this review, Ordine Nuovo, none of us, perhaps, had any thought of changing the face of the world or of opening a new historical era. The only sentiment which united us, in our meetings of that period, was based on a vague enthusiasm for a vague proletarian culture. We wanted to act, to act, to act. We felt trapped, without perspective, amid the feverish life of those months following the armistice, when the cataclysm of Italian society seemed imminent. Quote, Bordiga's position was then, and always remained, an utterly rigid one. The party should be pure and hard, and if it followed the correct policies, then the mass of the working class would of course follow its lead. The idea of trying to win the majority of the PSI was of no interest to him, since he was already convinced of their irrevocable centrism. On the other hand, he was equally opposed to mass movements, such as the Turin factory councils, which were not strictly controlled by the party. Ultimately, his line resulted in an almost complete immobilism. The PCI under Bordiga, 1921 to 1923. At Livorno, Gramsci was not yet 30, with less than 4 years of serious political activity. The 3 years that followed, fascist consolidation, international reflux, the Russian succession struggle, a growing rift with the International, were uncertainty and at times anguish. Moscow, May 1922 to November 1923, and Vienna, December 1923 to May 1924, remain underdocumented. 3 determinants. The United Front internationally, fascism in Italy, Bordiga and Tosca inside the party. Historians with hindsight closed the Western revolutionary window by 1921. Communists in the early 20s, despite every defeat, rejected that as the social democratic hallmark. The Comintern's response to what it still treated as temporary ebbs was the United Front, strategy at least until 1925 to -26. Having split from the reformists, engage them in common action, the only way to win a working-class majority whose interest is unity. Lenin's to the masses at the Third World Congress recognized that most communist parties were not yet followed by the majority, and that only when they were would revolution be attainable. The tactic required unremitting struggle against left and right, and broke down in the zigzags of 1927 to -34. The PCI, Gramsci, and Togliatti, no different from Bordiga here, would accept at most a united front from below, tantamount to rejection, since the tactic existed precisely because the masses could not yet be reached over their reformist and centrist leaders. The other danger was liquidationism, accepting, even unconsciously, the reformist abandonment of revolutionary perspective. The Comintern's hopes in the PSI and direct negotiation with its leaders. Tosca, as the United Front's main Italian supporter, suspected of not sharing the rupture with Italian socialism. Togliatti, in 1923, feared fusion with the PSI after the reformist expulsion would grow liquidatory tendencies and forget the demonstration that every future development of the Italian proletariat must rest on bases radically different from the socialist tradition. The schism antedates December 1921. Lenin condemned Bordiga's abstentionism in 1920. Summer 1921, the International criticized the PCI's attitude to the Arditi del Popolo. At the Third Congress, the Italians aligned with the German theory of the offensive. Trotsky's keynote and Lenin's broadside against Terracini answered a year of NEP, Italian fascism, the German March action, Zinoviev on the slowed tempo. The Congress determined to win the majority. On the P side, the PCI remained suspicious of Moscow's hopes. At the Fourth Congress, Gramsci, Bordiga, and the majority were obdurate against fusion, Tosca strongly for it. Trotsky tried to peel Gramsci from Bordiga, then attacked. In E plus ultra of disagreement, privilege of intransigence for Italy, others have recognized they were wrong. You refuse, accept collective PSI adhesion, then select individually. Without the sympathy of the masses, you will have no legal existence. Limit your base, and you will be a sect. An ultimatum signed by Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek, and Bukharin. Then, briefly, a rift, Bordiga for formal discipline and non-application. Gramsci feared continued resistance would bring Tosca's minority to power and wanted a more active policy. Gramsci and Scacciamaro, with Tosca, sat on the fusion committee. Bordiga boycotted. Still essentially tactical. Gramsci later said he dared not press further without support in Italy for fear of handing the party to Tosca. Fusion died when Nenni's anti-fusionists predominated in the PSI against all Comintern expectation. Ricosi offered Gramsci the leadership with diplomatic delicacy. Gramsci rejected the notion that the PCI's problems could be solved by such means. The transition from Bordiga 1921 to -23 to Gramsci 1924 to -26 cannot be understood by Comintern influence alone. The party was formed in the first period of widespread fascist terror. Livorno votes 2/3 of the maximalist center, real strength far smaller. April 1921. Communists 290,000 votes, Socialists over 1.5 million. Membership around 40,000, 98% workers, 245 intellectuals. The PSI published Papini under Do Not Resist and signed a pacification pact with the fascists. Wages down 30%. 500,000 unemployed. CGL 2 million to 800,000. PSI over 200,000 at Livorno to 25,000 after expelling reformists. Dialogue of the Deaf. PCI hostile to alliance. Pressing general strike. CGL aiming at a Labor Party in coalition. PSI verbal intransigence and total passivity. July 1922 general strike. Sabotage by CGL. Crushed by fascist counterblows. Last massive popular resistance. Its defeat broke proletarian morale. Mussolini's October-March met a PCI general strike call with no response. Membership about 25,000 in September. Then the roundup. Terracini in February 1923, more than 5,000 arrested in a week. Funds seized, press silenced, Bordiga in personal danger. Clandestine Ordine Nuovo, some public meetings, and a magnitude of blow that indexes the failure to appreciate fascism under Bordiga. Unjust to blame the leadership for the seizure of power, as Tosca and Radek at times suggested. They gravely underestimated it until 1926. Even Gramsci did not, before arrest, arrive at a consistent appreciation of the new type of regime. Bordiga in 1924, bourgeois counter-revolution, is the proof of the inevitability of the revolution. United front from below, the only formula the PCI would accept, and therefore a rejection of the tactic whose point was to reach masses still behind reformist and centrist leaders. Liquidationism. The fear, shared by Bordiga and Gramsci, that fusion and Comintern hopes in the PSI would dissolve the communist rupture with Italian socialism. Quote, "If you do not have the sympathy of the broad masses, you will not be able to maintain a legal existence. If you are bent on limiting your base, you will end up without a base at all and will be regarded as a sect." Quote, even Gramsci did not prior to his arrest arrive at a consistent and adequate appreciation of the specificity of the new type of regime, and as for Bordiga, his declaration in 1924 that the bourgeois counter-revolution for us is the proof of the inevitability of the revolution, eloquently sums up his determined rejection of the idea that the fascist seizure of power was anything to worry about at all. The interregnum in the Italian Party, 1923 to -24. Bordiga's arrest and the shattering of the organization coincided with Comintern interest in a new leadership. Active membership fell to little more than 5,000. A coherent center, distinguished from Bordiga and from Tosca, would take well over a year to emerge, another year to gain unshakable control. But early 1923 broke Bordiga's grip. The Italians did not see it. Throughout 1923, Gramsci, Terracini, Togliatti, Scacciamaro continued to support Bordiga, all but Gramsci by conviction, and to see Tosca as the principal threat. The International blamed the PCI for fusion's failure and fascism's successes. Tosca's reports became a bid for leadership. The majority closed ranks. Correspondence of the Future Center shows apprehension of Tosca with Comintern backing, unwillingness to break with Bordiga, sharing most of his perspectives even while anxious about the rift. A center of a kind from the Fourth Congress, unorganized and barely conscious. Only after the November move to Vienna did Gramsci's letters to Togliatti, Terracini, Scacciamaro, Leonetti, and others begin constituting a leading group without Bordiga. The original executive of five, Bordiga, Grieco, Terracini, Rapazzi, Fortichiari, lost Bordiga and Grieco to arrest. Fortichiari went to Moscow. Terracini co-opted Togliatti and Scacciamaro onto a provisional executive and Tosca onto the CC, then to Paris among a swelling émigré working class. Terracini to Moscow, Scacciamaro to Berlin. Togliatti left an effective leadership inside Italy. June 12, 1923, enlarged executive. Bordiga from prison. Comintern policy as liquidation. Comintern degenerating. Italian party a left vanguard. Tosca for full acceptance. Three-way talks with Serrati's Third Internationalist PSI minority. The Future Center saw liquidation and still solidarized with Bordiga. Comintern installed a mixed executive. Fortichiari, Scacciamaro, Togliatti from the majority, Tosca and Voda from the minority. Bordiga wanted all power to the minority. Fortichiari withdrew. Gramsci persuaded Scacciamaro and Togliatti to accept dangers of a right-wing leadership greater than those of the imposed posts. Togliatti would take the post only if the old group constituted itself a fraction, an open polemic with the international and the minority disseminated among the masses. Still not a substantial split. Practical consequences incomparably greater than the Fourth Congress tactical rift. Gramsci began to search for a way out of the sterile impasse. A year in Moscow. Illness, clinic, Fourth Congress, Julia Schucht, a warrant blocking return, notes on futurism for Trotsky's literature and revolution, contact with Radek and Zinoviev. The slogan of the Federal Soviet Republic for Italy, letters from Vienna, showing sympathy with the Bolshevik left. Differences with Bordiga were less analysis than the relation of theory to practice. Sharing views on the United Front and social democracy, not yet consistent conclusions from a different analysis of fascism. Disagreeing with the lack of positive strategy, the conception of party and masses, the inflexibility toward the international. After June, Zinoviev having criticized him for equivocating on fusion, two documents. A memorandum defending the majority's historical role, refusing a center of attraction shifted onto those who would compromise with socialists, determined to struggle against liquidators even if the Comintern received blows. Hungary and Yugoslavia not to be repeated in Italy. and a July letter. Abandoned discussion limited to organizational and juridical aspects, proved by activity adapted to the Italian situation what we claim to be abandon the attitude of unappreciated geniuses. Not the Comintern's man, that was Tosca. Sharing Bordiga's estimate of liquidation, Bordiga concluded the international was degenerating and an international opposition was needed. Gramsci concluded the party should assume the task of making the revolution in Italy, if need be despite the international. From Vienna, Amadeo approaches things from the viewpoint of an international minority. We must approach them from the viewpoint of a national majority. Semi-legality, not banned, constantly harassed. April the low, November 8,500. September 4 of 5 of the new executive arrested. October trial a personal triumph for Bordiga and his release. December Togliatti and Tosca released. Then new measures silenced the press. Bordiga returned to Naples, refused any leadership post, drafted an open letter reaffirming the old majority. Terracini, Togliatti, Scacciamuro were prepared to sign. Gramsci refused point-blank and in letters won them. Leonetti, Gennari, Tresso, Camilla Ravera. The center had a concrete existence. Vienna, a Comintern anti-fascist bureau. He would not follow Bordiga into international opposition, was increasingly hostile to Italian immobility, not yet won to the United Front. The way out was a strategy with affinities toward Ordine Nuovo and a renovation of the party on a different conception. September 1923, proposing a daily with the Third Internationalists. Name it UNITA, slogan a Federal Republic of Workers and Peasants as intermediate ideological preparation for a Soviet regime. The Southern Question and the concrete form of Worker-Peasant Alliance, new in the Italian Party, revived the Commissioni intern against a CGL compromising with fascism. March 1, 1924, for initiatives, propaganda for a worker and peasant government, struggle against the labor aristocracy, alliance of Northern workers and Southern peasants, a Southern organizing committee, study of armed insurrection in the South, political education to supersede internal divisions and enlarge the leadership, communist work among émigrés, above all in France. Later, federal perspective for the South, nuclei of future factory councils as fundamental strategy until arrest, transitional stages between fascism's defeat and proletarian revolution, Milan, as precondition. More important still, the conception of the party. February 9, 1924. The error was abstract priority to organization, an apparatus of orthodox functionaries, even against factory cells. Mass participation seen as danger to unity except by formal decree. The party not a dialectical convergence of spontaneous masses and directing center, but something suspended in the air that the masses will join when the wave is highest. Areas of opportunistic infection form, without the center knowing in the parliamentary group, then organically in the minority. Continuity with the analysis of maximalism. Expansion waiting in the notebooks. Ordine Nuovo resuscitated from Vienna as theoretical organ, almost single-handed for the education campaign. Spring 1924 elections under weighted code, terror, fraud. Fascism had absorbed bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, won the Vatican, the centers of capital. Most opposition favored boycott. When the PCI announced participation, the others followed. An electoral bloc refused, a list with the Third Internationalists. Humbert Draws, press flexibility, worked with Tosca and Voda. Some 12,000 members, including 2,000 Third Internationalists. UNITA, 25,000. New Ordine Nuovo, 6,000. 19 elected. Vote held better than the two socialist parties. Gramsci among them, returned in May. Bordiga refused to lead or figure on the list. Greco to Humbert Draws. Certain leaders are predestined, Bordiga like Lenin. Discipline applies to others. Como Consultative Conference. Left, center, right theses. Center a slender CC majority over the right. Left, refusing leading bodies, overwhelmingly stronger in the apparatus. Right criticized the entire line since Livorno. Center, old leadership right against the minority, wrong against the Fourth Congress. Limited United Front, social democracy the left wing of fascism. Workers' governments a mobilizing slogan, not intermediate phases. Fascism the armed dictatorship of a fraction of capitalist bourgeoisie and big landowners. Italy a period of permanent revolution. Left reaffirmed the Rome theses. Fifth Congress still to decide the leadership. Bordiga would participate only after a change in the Comintern's line, regarded the center as having succumbed to Tosca. The right no longer monopolized full acceptance. After Germany, the international tide ran against it. Tosca drew nearer the center and resigned the executive in April. Over the next years, the center would absorb most of the right and defeat the left, winning even Greco in 1925. The decisive factor in the 1923 to -24 change was international. Not only the Comintern's role, but the relation of national and international dimensions of revolution. Bordiga thinks international tactic reflects backward Russia, voluntaristic, useless in the West where determinism functions and the party is an end in itself. Gramsci, Russian conception formed on an international terrain. In the West, capitalism has created not only broad proletarian strata, but a labor aristocracy, union bureaucracy, social democratic groups. Determination that in Russia drove the masses into the streets is complicated by political superstructures, action slower, strategy more complex, and long-term than March to November 1917. To ally with Bordiga's conception is to give it international status. National majority, not international minority. National majority. Gramsci's formula against Bordiga's international opposition. Make the revolution in Italy, if need be despite the international. Party as dialectic. Not an apparatus suspended in the air until the wave peaks, but convergence of spontaneous masses and directing center. The critique of Bordiga that the notebooks will theorize. Quote, the error of the party has been to have accorded priority in an abstract fashion to the problem of organization, which in practice has simply meant creating an apparatus of functionaries who could be depended on for their orthodoxy towards the official view. The party has not been seen as the result of a dialectical process in which the spontaneous movement of the revolutionary masses and the organizing and directing will of the center converge. It has been seen merely as something suspended in the air, something with its own autonomous and self-generated development, something which the masses will join when the situation is right and the crest of the revolutionary wave is at its highest point. Quote, the determination, which in Russia was direct and drove the masses into the streets for a revolutionary uprising, in Central and Western Europe is complicated by all these political superstructures created by the greater development of capitalism. This makes the action of the masses slower and more prudent, and therefore requires of the Revolutionary Party a strategy and tactics altogether more complex and long-term than those which were necessary for the Bolsheviks in the period. Between March and November 1917, Amedeo approaches things from the viewpoint of an international minority, but we must approach things from the viewpoint of a national majority. The PCI under Gramsci, 1924 to -26. The 2 years close and epic opened by October. Parties still elaborating strategy on the actuality of the revolution. After 1924, Comintern politics bind increasingly to the Russian struggle. By 1927, Russia determines. 1924 to -26 still left room. Coincidence with Comintern after the Fifth Congress was a tactical left turn meshing with pre-existing PCI leftism, not simple cause and effect. Spring 1925, Moscow spoke of temporary stabilization. MacDonald, Ariot, Hindenburg, Mussolini consolidated Poland, Estonia, without a corresponding rightward turn in Italy until after Gramsci's arrest. Zinoviev president throughout. 1924 allied to Stalin against Trotsky's anti-peasant policies. 1926 allied to Trotsky against Stalin and Bukharin's pro-peasant policies. Humbert draws to the Latin section. Excellent relations with Bukharin, to fall with him in 1929. Zinoviev and the Bukharinist right canceled each other. Leftist policies in Germany and Italy could coexist with rightist ones in China, Britain, Yugoslavia. National factors determined. This periodicity is the coordinate of the prison writings, organic continuity with the universe before arrest, radical disjuncture from the universe in which they were written, major reason for opacity on revolution in the West, party, state, and for the inappropriateness of reading them as popular frontism or Stalinism. Como referred leadership to the Fifth Congress, late June 1924. Gramsci and Scacciamaro canceled for Matteotti, June 12. The first four Congresses answered European events. The Left Turn after the German October of 1923 answered the inter-party struggle and Zinovьev's need to shift blame. Campaign against Trotskyism, the 46 New Course, Brandler the scapegoat, Trotsky and Radek defending him. Fischer-Maslov replacing Brandler. Comintern swung left to prevent the opposition using Germany against Zinoviev. At the fifth, the majority preoccupied with preventing international allies. Bordiga the obvious candidate despite Trotsky's earlier attacks. Convergence of Comintern degeneration and Bolshevik degeneration. Zinoviev offered vice presidency, wanted center-left bloc, no longer favored Tosca. Bordiga took an executive post for international contacts, refused PCI leadership. Paradox, the Congress shifted onto Bordiga's positions. United front from below, struggle on two fronts against fascism and social democracy. The line Gramsci would follow, and isolated him organizationally. Bordiga reported on fascism. Togliatti differed more in emphasis. Mass party, peasantry. Social democracy, the left wing of fascism. Matteotti, Aventine, factory committees as key immediate objective, all-out capture of the proletarian majority. Rejection of both ultra-left no transition, third period, and rightist limitation to restoring bourgeois democracy with the fight against social democrats suspended, 1927 to -28. Within those extremes, serious underestimation of the regime's strength, almost certainly a main factor in remaining until arrest. Deputies returned to Parliament November 1924 to expose the Aventine if fascism collapsed. January 1925 Mussolini's speech assuming Matteotti, new repression, a mere episode, compromise still expected. Membership about 25,000 in 1924, legal apparatus beside clandestine cells, still overwhelmingly working class, every strengthening of repression a sign of ruling class weakness. Bordiga still controlled the majority of federations including Turin, Milan, Rome, Naples. Leadership broadly shared. Bourgeois counter-revolution as proof of the inevitability of revolution. Russian struggle barely impinged until Trotsky's lessons of October. Bordiga aligned with Trotsky, intermittently to 1930. PCI leaders viewed Russia through their conflict with Bordiga. February 1925 CC. Bordiga took up Trotsky on American capitalism's hegemony over Europe. Gramsci rejected predictions that would defer revolution indefinitely, shift Comintern tactics to propaganda, and modify the Russian Revolution if the European proletariat could not support it for a historical period. Real issues, socialism in one country formulated weeks earlier, with protagonists reversed. Origin, probably of the later notes on Americanism and Fordism. Main focus, fractions. Bolshevization as Leninist stabilization. Bordigism, a provincial refusal of world organization. Bordiga had long called Gramsci's strategy a provincial restriction to the national. Stalin pressed Scacciamaro to attack Trotsky in a speech on Bolshevization. Bordiga submitted a defense of Trotsky to UNITA. Fractionism, Bordiga, Trotsky inextricable. Lyons, January 1926. Theses analyzing the numerically small but concentrated proletariat in a heterogeneous backward structure. Fascism from urban petite bourgeoisie and rural bourgeoisie become the tool of capital. Period of preparation. Internal contradictions that might collapse the regime. U.S.-Britain inter-imperialist contradiction and war. Alliance of northern proletariat and southern peasantry. Anti-fascist opposition as links in a chain of reaction from fascism to the PSI. No stable. Post-fascist democratic phase, transitional phase brief, civil war. United front, the narrowest unmasking of reformists. Gramsci 4 hours, Bordiga 7. hostility to Tosca on unions and factory committees as great as to the left. Gramsci still got Bordiga onto the CC. Tosca remained. Political committee. Gramsci, Terracini, Togliatti, Scacciamaro, Ravera, Ravazzoli, Grieco. Togliatti to Moscow. No Russian discussion at Lyons. Sixth enlarged executive. Bordiga defied the Russian CC's request not to carry the struggle into the international, confronted Stalin, made the sole oppositional speech of 4 hours. The pyramid balanced on its summit must be turned the other way up. Russian policy worked out in relation to the world proletarian vanguard. The problem of attacking a modern democratic bourgeois state does not figure in Bolshevik history. Parallel with Gramsci's later prison reflections on West versus East. Togliatti in Moscow under Draze and Bukharin pressure. Won to a shift in April. Full significance after the arrest. July measures against the joint opposition. UNITA, a brief note on fractionism. September, ban lifted. Gramsci's articles supporting the majority on the Peasant Alliance. October, letters to the Russian CC. Official support for Stalin/Bukharin, opposition endangering Worker-Peasant Alliance, and guilty of fractionism. And fears. Unity and discipline cannot be mechanical and coercive, not those of an enemy unit imprisoned or besieged. Second letter, acerbity at Togliatti for not transmitting the first, reasons vitiated by bureaucratism. The Leninist line struggles for unity, not merely external, not two political lines on every question. Pessimism about Bolshevik unity. The original letter, a whole indictment of the opposition. 1926. Remaining semi-legality reduced, corporate state and interventionist economic policy laid under economic contradiction. Analysis of the regime grew more coherent. The line did not alter. October directive. The PSI a factor of disorganization to be eliminated. Tosca in August. Not a panicking petit bourgeois stratum at the helm, but a homogeneous capitalist group taking over the state. Conclusions Gramsci called liquidatory. Pessimism hardly unjustified. October 31st, alleged attempt by a 15-year-old. Emergency laws for November 9th. Escape to Switzerland planned. He would not leave. Reports suggested only Aventine deputies would lose immunity. He would debate as a communist deputy. Nobody predicted 20-year sentences or the regime's duration. Principal reason, Ravera to Togliatti. Leaders ought to remain until the workers could see it was absolutely necessary. The prison autobiographical note. The captain last to leave, otherwise nobody accepts responsibility for lives in others' hands. Actuality of the revolution. The premise of 1924 to -26, already discontinuous with the universe in which the notebooks would be read. Lyons' theses. Northern workers and Southern peasants. No stable democratic aftermath of fascism. United Front as unmasking. Center victory still sharing left underestimation of the regime. Quote, unity and discipline cannot be mechanical and coercive. They must be loyal and the result of conviction, and not those of an enemy unit imprisoned or besieged, thinking all the time of how to escape or make an unexpected counterattack. Quote, Antonio. Observe that such a step should only be taken when the workers could see for themselves that it was absolutely justified and necessary, that leaders ought to remain in Italy until it became quite impossible for them to do so. Prison. Arrest isolated him. Thereafter, the briefest sketch. 1927 to -28, a tiny underground corps, perhaps 6,000 then fewer, 2,500 by 1934. Exile leadership under Bukharin, Togliatti, Grieco, Tosca. Youth opposition, Longo, Secchia, adumbrating the third period. 1929 left turn, Bukharin crushed, Tosca expelled, Togliatti and Grieco won to Longo, Bordiga reportedly. The party is coming back to me. Gone the 1927 to -28 slogans of popular revolution, transitional phase, Republican Assembly, now rising tide, imminent fall of fascism, no transition, proposal March 1930 to move the center back to Italy. Leonetti, Tresso, Ravazzoli, the three responsible for underground organization, press, clandestine CGL, called the swing opportunistic, opposed the return as suicidal, contacted Trotsky on Principo, expelled. Of 8 on the 1928 political committee, 5 expelled by 1931, Tosca, the 3, Siloni. Bordiga expelled 1930, though still formally CC and imprisoned. Militants sent back arrested almost to a man or woman. Ustica, last relative freedom, education courses with Bordiga, Gramsci history and geography in German, Bordiga science. January 20th, 1927, 19 days in chains the length of the peninsula to Milan. Isolation, agents provocateurs, almost no reading or writing. Special tribunal, May 28, 1928, armed insurrection, evidence irrelevant. Prosecutor pointing, for 20 years we must stop this brain from functioning. June 4th, Terracini 22 years, Gramsci, Scacciamaro, Rovita 20. Turi, July 19th, near collapse, home 5.5 years until Formia. From February 1929 the notebooks, allowed to write, books under censorship, limited contact. Health worse, Julia silences, Moscow clinics. Tatiana in Italy, news of Julia and the 2 children, the younger born after arrest and never seen. Marxist originals restricted. Many Marx passages coincide with those Croce quotes. Magazines as critique of bourgeois idiocy and fascist intellectual life. Small crabbed precise hand. Quotations, translations, thought. Letters to Tatiana, Julia, children, Sardinian mother and sisters. A classic of modern Italian literature. Querulous sometimes, rarely self-pity, urgent communication. Introverted stoicism, force of will, belonging to a revolutionary movement even in impotence. Hence refusal of any privilege implying dependence on the regime, tooth and nail for exact legal rights. One moment of outside political knowledge, second half of 1930. Gennaro, on Togliatti's instructions, informed him of the 3's expulsion, reported full agreement. Years later told Fiore he had lied to save his brother from opportunism, that Gramsci considered their opposition to the left turn justified. Athos Lisa, 1933, violent exercisiar discussions after Gramsci criticized frontal attack, maximalism, underestimation of the regime. Majority with Gramsci. Themes Lisa recorded. The party as organic intellectuals of the proletariat. Military organization conceived politically, not technically. Intermediate slogan of a constituent assembly to win allies, then to demonstrate that the only solution is proletarian revolution. Republic of Worker and Peasant Soviets replacing the 5th Congress Worker and Peasant Government. Fascism as specific bourgeois reaction, finance capital predominant, origins in the absence of a genuine bourgeois revolution. Fascism itself, the distorted Italian form, lack of bourgeois class unity, the church, post-war parallelism of forces with both fundamental classes too divided to defeat the other, objective conditions for power, but hegemony over the peasantry as precondition. Isolation more than physical. Turi's end. Too ill to read or write. Teeth, digestion, insomnia, convulsions of blood, head beaten against the wall. 11-year death agony against which the notebooks are to be seen. To Tatiana after arrest. Obsessed by something for Ewig, a subject to absorb him and focus inner life. Prison as a file that destroys thought. Olive would carve down to a cobbler's awl. A dialogue. Nobody wished to be the manure of history. Now some adapt themselves philosophically to being manure, a long-term problem renewed at every moment. Not a day is a lion, but years lower than a sheep. Prometheus devoured by parasites. Job more true to life than Prometheus. Sraffa's campaign. Formia, end of 1933. Still a cell, too late. August 1935, Quisisana. Pott's disease, pulmonary tuberculosis, arteriosclerosis. Sentence due April 21st, 1937. Too ill to go to Sardinia. Died April 27th. Tatiana smuggled 33 notebooks via the diplomatic bag to Moscow. The introduction offers no general interpretation of the notebooks and no placing within Marxism as a whole. Gramsci has suffered more than any Marxist since Lenin from partial and partisan reading. The notebooks themselves, read in their complexity, are the antidote. Priority to the central political experience he was least able to write openly about. Turin, the party, fascism, Comintern debate. Opaque passages on fascism and communist strategy are comment on that experience and its fruit. None of the first PCI leaders had a monopoly of correct positions. The party formed after defeat, fascist power within 2 years, a long defensive action. Tosca more realistic on fascism's significance. Bordiga earlier on the implications of Russia and the international. Gramsci in his brief leadership combated Bordiga's maximalism, sectarianism, economism, and Tosca's pessimism, liquidationism, culturalism, seeking a Leninist practice of intraparty norms and responsiveness to mass spontaneity. Both failed the dialectic of vanguard and spontaneity. Both suspected the factory councils. Gramsci's strategy turned on autonomous class organizations of proletariat and peasantry in continuity with Ordine Nuovo, now in dialectical relation with a vanguard that alone could organize the taking of power. That is the background against which the prison notebooks must be read. Manure of history. The prison change, not plowman for a day, but long-term adaptation to being what makes the land plowable, renewed at every moment. Organic intellectuals. Lisa's report of the Turi discussions. The party is the proletariat's organic intellectuals, hegemony over the peasantry as precondition of power. Quote, something has changed, fundamentally. This is evident. What is it? Before, they all wanted to be the Pluffman of history, to play the active parts, each one of them to play an active part. Nobody wished to be the manure of history. But is it possible to plow without first manuring the land? So Pluffman and manure are both necessary. There is not even the choice between living for a day as a lion or 100 years as a sheep. You don't live as a lion even for a minute. Far from it. You live like something far lower than a sheep for years and years, and know that you have to live like that. Image of Prometheus who, instead of being attacked by the eagle, is devoured by parasites. Quote, Gramsci's strategy, in contrast, turned entirely on the creation of autonomous class organizations of the proletariat and peasantry, in continuity with the conceptions of Ordine Nuovo, but now in dialectical relation with a vanguard party which alone could organize the taking of power and fight for revolution within the class organisms. This is the background against which the prison notebooks must be read. Problems of history and culture. The intellectuals. The editor's frame is simple and must not be mistaken for the notebooks. The intellectuals as a distinct social category independent of class is a myth. All men are potentially intellectuals. Not all are intellectuals by social function. Traditional professionals carry an interclass aura that conceals class attachment. Organic intellectuals are the thinking and organizing element of a fundamental social class. Kautsky mechanizes the relation. Bourgeois refugee intellectuals supply theory to a non-intellectual mass. Lenin obliterates the distinction inside the party. The agency that brings consciousness from outside is the party itself, workers, and professional intellectuals fused. The notebooks develop that schema for the class as a whole. The working class can elaborate organic intellectuals from its own ranks. The party channels them and links the class to sections of the traditional intelligentsia, the passage out of corporatism toward hegemony. Quote, the working class, like the bourgeoisie before it, is capable of developing from within its ranks its own organic intellectuals, and the function of the political party, whether mass or vanguard, is that of channeling the activity of these organic intellectuals and providing a link between the class and certain sections of the traditional intelligentsia. It is through this assumption of conscious responsibility, aided by absorption of ideas and personnel from the more advanced bourgeois intellectual strata, that the proletariat can escape from defensive corporatism and economism and advance towards hegemony. The formation of the intellectuals. Are intellectuals an autonomous social group, or does every social group have its own specialized category? Two forms matter most. Every social group that comes into existence on the original terrain of an essential function in economic production creates, organically, strata of intellectuals which give it homogeneity and an awareness of its function in the economic, social, and political fields. The capitalist entrepreneur creates alongside himself the industrial technician, the specialist in political economy, the organizers of a new culture and a new legal system. He himself already has a certain directive, dirigini, and technical capacity, organizer of masses of men, of investors' confidence, of customers. An elite must organize society in general, up to the state, or choose deputies for relationships external to the business. Organic intellectuals are for the most part specializations of partial aspects of the new social type's primitive activity. Feudal lords possessed military technical capacity. The crisis of feudalism begins when that monopoly is lost. The peasantry performs an essential function in production, yet elaborates no organic intellectuals of its own, nor assimilates traditional ones, though other groups draw many intellectuals from it, and the peasant who becomes priest or lawyer generally ceases to be organically linked to his class of origin. Every essential social group that emerges from the preceding structure has found intellectuals already in existence, seeming to represent a continuity uninterrupted even by radical changes of political form. Most typical, the ecclesiastics' monopoly of religious ideology, the science of the age, schools, morality, justice, charity, organically bound to the landed aristocracy, sharing feudal ownership and privileges. That monopoly was not without struggle. Other categories were born under growing central power. The noblesse de robe, administrators, non-ecclesiastical philosophers. Traditional intellectuals, through an esprit de corps of continuity and special qualification, put themselves forward as autonomous. The whole of idealist philosophy can be connected with that social utopia. If the Pope considers himself more linked to Christ than to Senators Agnelli and Beni, the same does not hold for Gramsci, who feels himself linked to Aristotle and Plato, but does not conceal his links with Agnelli and Beni. And it is there that one discerns the most significant character of Gramsci's philosophy. Organic intellectuals, specializations of the new class's own activity, giving it homogeneity and awareness of function in economy, society, and politics. Traditional intellectuals, pre-existing categories, ecclesiastics first, who experience themselves as autonomous, the self-assessment that feeds idealist philosophy. Quote, every social group, coming into existence on the original terrain of an essential function in the world of economic production, creates together with itself, organically, one or more strata of intellectuals, which give it homogeneity and awareness of its own function not only in the economic but also in the social and political fields. The capitalist entrepreneur creates alongside himself the industrial technician, the specialist in political economy, the organizers of a new culture, of a new legal system, etc. Function, school, civil society, hegemony. What are the maximum limits of the term intellectual? The most widespread error of method is to look for the criterion in the intrinsic nature of intellectual activities rather than in the ensemble of relations in which those activities have their place. The worker is characterized not by manual work as such, but by performing it in specific social relations. And purely physical labor does not exist. Even Taylor's trained gorilla is a metaphor for a limit. All men are intellectuals, one could therefore say, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals. Non-intellectuals do not exist. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. Each man, outside his profession, carries on some form of intellectual activity. He is a philosopher, participates in a conception of the world, has a line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain that conception or to modify it. Creating a new stratum consists in the critical elaboration of the intellectual activity that exists in everyone, modifying its relation to muscular nervous effort, so that that effort, as practical activity innovating the physical and social world, becomes the foundation of a new and integral conception of the world. The vulgaris type is the man of letters. Journalists claim to be the true intellectuals. Technical education, bound to industrial labor even at the most primitive level, must form the basis of the new type. On this basis, Ordine Nuovo worked. The mode of being of the new intellectual can no longer consist in eloquence, an exterior mover of feelings, but in active participation as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader. From Technica's work to Technica's science and the humanistic conception of history, without which one remains specialized and does not become directive, specialized and political. Any group developing toward dominance struggles to assimilate and conquer ideologically the traditional intellectuals. The conquest is quicker the more it simultaneously elaborates its own organic intellectuals. School is the instrument of elaboration at various levels. Complexity of the intellectual function is measurable by the gradation of specialized schools, as industrialization by machines that produce machines. To refined specialization, there cannot but correspond maximum diffusion of primary education, not without unemployment crises among the middle intellectual strata. Elaboration does not occur on abstract democracy. Strata that produce intellectuals coincide with those specialized in saving. In Italy, the rural bourgeoisie produces functionaries and professionals, the urban bourgeoisie technicians, north technicians, south functionaries. The intellectual's relation to production is not as direct as that of the fundamental groups. It is mediated by society and the superstructures, of which they are the functionaries. Two major levels: civil society, organisms commonly called private, and political society or the state, hegemony throughout society, and direct domination through the state. The intellectuals are the dominant group's deputies, one spontaneous consent of the masses, historically caused by prestige in production. 2. The coercive apparatus that legally enforces discipline on those who do not consent, held in reserve for the crisis of command. Unprecedented expansion in the modern world, a democratic bureaucratic mass of functions justified less by production than by the political necessities of the dominant group. Standardization, professional defense, unemployment, overproduction in the schools. Hegemony/domination. Civil society as spontaneous consent. Political society as coercive apparatus held in reserve for the crisis of command. Quote, all men are intellectuals, one could therefore say, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals. There is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. Quote, these two levels correspond on the one hand to the function of hegemony, which the dominant group exercises throughout society, and on the other hand to that of direct domination or command exercised through the state and juridical government. The intellectuals are the dominant group's deputies exercising the subaltern functions of social hegemony and political government. Urban and rural types, the political party. Urban type intellectuals have grown up with industry. Their function is that of subaltern officers. No autonomous initiative in plans of construction. They articulate entrepreneur and instrumental mass and execute the plan of the industrial general staff. Average urban intellectuals are standardized. The top identify with that staff. Rural type intellectuals are for the most part traditional, linked to country people and the small-town petite bourgeoisie, not yet set in motion by capital. They bring the peasant masses into contact with administration. Professional mediation is difficult to separate from political. Priest, lawyer, notary, teacher, doctor, a different living standard, a social model. The peasant thinks at least one son could become an intellectual, especially a priest, a gentleman raising the family through the gentry. Attitude double. Respect, sometimes affecting contempt. Admiration mingled with envy and anger. One understands nothing of peasant collective life without this subordination. Every organic development of the peasant masses, up to a certain point, depends on movements among the intellectuals. Factory technicians do not exercise political function over the instrumental masses, or that phase is superseded. Sometimes the masses, through their own organic intellectuals, influence the technicians. The most interesting problem from this point of view is the modern political party. For some groups, the party is their way of elaborating organic intellectuals in the political and philosophical field, not just in productive technique. For all groups, it is the mechanism which carries out in civil society the same function as the state in political society, welding organic intellectuals of the dominant group with traditional intellectuals. It turns elements born as an economic group into qualified political intellectuals, leaders, dirigenti, and organizers of an integral society. Within its field, it accomplishes this more organically than the state in its larger field. An intellectual who joins is merged with that group's organic intellectuals. Many think that they are the state, complications for the economic group, which really is the state. That all party members should be regarded as intellectuals lends itself to mockery. Nothing could be more exact. What matters is the function: directive, organizational, educative, intellectual. A tradesman does not join to do business, nor an industrialist to cheapen production, nor a peasant to learn cultivation. For that, within limits, there is the professional association. In the party, an economic group gets beyond that moment and becomes agent of national and international activities. Quote, "The political party, for all groups, is precisely the mechanism which carries out in civil society the same function as the state carries out, more synthetically and over a larger scale, in political society. In other words, it is responsible for welding together the organic intellectuals of a given group, the dominant one, and the traditional intellectuals. That all members of a political party should be regarded as intellectuals is an affirmation that can easily lend itself to mockery and caricature. But if one thinks about it, nothing could be more exact. What matters is the function, which is directive and organizational, i.e. educative, i.e. intellectual. National histories of intellectual formation. The formation of traditional intellectuals is the most interesting problem historically, connected with slavery and with freedmen of Greek or Oriental origin in the empire. Caesar granted citizenship to doctors and masters of liberal arts to keep them in Rome and attract others, a permanent imperial category, continued by the Catholic clergy, leaving traces in Italian cosmopolitanism up to the 18th century. After the fall, Germanic warriors and Romanist intellectuals, Catholicism's monopoly with penal sanctions. For Italy, the central fact is the cosmopolitan function of its intellectuals, cause and effect of disintegration from Rome to 1870. France, harmonious development. In 1789, the new grouping is already equipped for all social functions and can struggle for total dominion without essential compromises. Intellectual cells born with economic counterparts. Even the church influenced Gallicanism. Culture as organic hegemonic expansion, unlike Italian scattered migration, which rendered a national base impossible. England, economic corporate development, groping in the intellectual political field. Organic intellectuals on the industrial terrain, but in the higher sphere the old landowning class keeps a virtual monopoly, loses economic supremacy, maintains politico-intellectual supremacy, assimilated as traditional intellectuals, a suture. Germany, the same, complicated by the Holy Roman Empire and a semi-feudal integument to November 1918. Junkers with supremacy greater than England's. Traditional intellectuals of the industrialists, yet with their own land, a priestly military caste, officer class of a standing army, political monopoly that Weber saw impeding bourgeois political personnel. Russia, Varangians, Byzantium, then Germans and French as skeleton, national forces inert, Russifying foreigners. Then the opposite, an elite emigrates, assimilates the advanced West without breaking links with its people, returns and compels an enforced awakening, skipping stages, national popular reaction to historical inertia, unlike Peter's imported Germans. Comparable to the first Anglo-Saxon immigrants, a moral elite importing a stage of European evolution into virgin soil, a rhythm incomparably more rapid than old Europe's mediocrity of relics. Absence of traditional intellectuals. Equilibrium is fusion of immigrant cultures in a national crucible. Hence two parties, almost one, and a swarm of sections. Negro intellectuals, possible agents of expansion in Africa, or exodus of the most independent, Liberia as Zion, and African Piedmont. Central and South America, Counter-Reformation and military parasitism, clergy and a military caste fossilized, rural intellectuals under the latifundium, still Kulturkampf and Dreyfus, secular bourgeois element not yet able to subordinate clerical and militaristic influence. Japan, industry inside a feudal bureaucratic integument. China, the script, complete separation of intellectuals and people. The gap in religion, everywhere present, reaches absurdity in East Asia, where the religion of the people often has nothing to do with that of books, though both bear the same name. Slight in Protestant countries, sex as suture, greater in Catholic Italy, especially the South, very great in Iberia and Latin America, 3 degrees in orthodoxy. Quote, as far as Italy is concerned, the central fact is precisely the international or cosmopolitan function of its intellectuals, which is both cause and effect of the state of disintegration in which the peninsula remained from the fall of the Roman Empire up to 1870. Quote, in England, the development is very different from France. The new social grouping that grew up on the basis of modern industrialism shows a remarkable economic corporate development, but advances only gropingly in the intellectual political field. There's a very extensive category of organic intellectuals, those, that is, who come into existence on the same industrial terrain as the economic group. But in the higher sphere, we find that the old landowning class preserves its position of virtual monopoly. It loses its economic supremacy, but maintains for a long time a politico-intellectual supremacy and is assimilated as traditional intellectuals and as directive group by the new group in power. On education, in 1923, Mussolini put through the first major reform of Italian education since unification and the Casati Act of 1859. Gentile drafted it. Croce had already worked the main lines in 1921. They stigmatized the old school as instruction, not education. Watchwords: educativity, active education. The notebooks exposed the rhetoric and the practice. The apparently conservative eulogy of the old curriculum is often a device against the censor, disguising the future as the past in order to criticize the present. Discipline and work carry autobiography. Peasant environment, discontinuous schooling, success a triumph of intellectual purpose, and the creation of intellectuals from the working class. It was right to struggle against the old school, but reforming it was not so simple. Not model curricula, but men, and not just the teachers, but the entire social complex they express. Quote, it was right to struggle against the old school, but reforming it was not so simple as it seemed. The problem was not one of model curricula, but of men, and not just of the men who are actually teachers themselves, but of the entire social complex which they express. The organization of education and of culture. In modern civilization, every practical activity tends to create a school for its own executives and specialists, and a body of specialist intellectuals at a higher level to teach in them. Side by side with the humanistic school, oldest traditional form, designed to develop an as yet undifferentiated general culture, the power to think and find one's way in life. A system of specialized schools has been created, chaotically, without clear principles. The crisis of curriculum and organization is an aspect of the more comprehensive organic crisis. The fundamental division into classical and vocational was a rational formula. Vocational school for the instrumental classes, classical for the dominant classes and the intellectuals. Industrial development meant a growing need for the new urban intellectual. The technical school, vocational but not manual, placed a question mark over the humanistic program based on the Greco-Roman tradition. Once questioned, that program is doomed, its formative capacity having rested on the unquestioned prestige of a particular civilization. The tendency today is to abolish every type of schooling that is disinterested or formative, keeping at most a small-scale version for a tiny elite who need not worry about a career. Specialized vocational schools grow, the pupil's destiny determined in advance. A rational solution. First, a common basic education, general, humanistic, formative, balancing the capacity for working manually and the capacities required for intellectual work, from that common schooling, via vocational orientation, to specialized schools or productive work. Every practical activity tends to create its specialized school. Every intellectual activity, cultural associations as post-scholastic institutions. Deliberative bodies distinguish two organic aspects: deliberation and technical cultural examination by experts. A bureaucratic body of specialists plus volunteers from industry, banks, finance. One of the mechanisms by which career bureaucracy came to control democratic regimes, now absorbing the great specialists of private enterprise. Necessary organic development. Integrating personnel specialized in the technique of politics with personnel specialized in administering the essential practical activities of complex national societies. Exorcism from the outside yields only moralistic sermons. The traditional political leader prepared only for formal juridical activities is becoming anachronistic. He must have the minimum of general technical culture to adjudicate among experts from the synthetic viewpoint of political technique. Collective criticism on editorial committees raises the average to the altitude of the most highly skilled. Struggle against dilettantism and rhetorical solutions. Work in written form against the habits of public speaking. Tailorize intellectual work. Stratification of capabilities under the most highly developed. The common school, humanistic in a broad sense, should insert the young into social activity after a certain maturity of creativity and autonomy. It necessitates the states taking on expenditure now falling on the family. Educating the new generations becomes public without divisions of caste, expansion of buildings, teaching body, colleges. Initially only for restricted groups selected by competition. Primary grade 3 or 4 years. Instrumental notions plus rights and duties. First notions of the state challenging folkloristic conceptions. The rest not more than 6 years. By 15 or 16, all grades complete. Today the course is too slow for a part of the pupils because intellectual families breathe in notions that facilitate school. City children by 6 have absorbed attitudes that make careers easier. The common school must create at least the essentials of those conditions, organized like a college, studies carried on collectively. The Liceo today does not differ in kind from preceding grades except by the abstract presumption of greater maturity. Between Liceo and university a jump, from dogmatic education, learning by heart, to theoretically unlimited self-discipline immediately after puberty. The last phase of the common school must create intellectual self-discipline and moral independence necessary for subsequent specialization. A creative school, distinct from the active school, even in the Dalton form. The entire common school is active, but libertarian ideologies must be limited. The duty of adult generations, of the state, to mold the new generations. The active school is still in its romantic phase, struggle against the Jesuitical school unhealthily exaggerated. It is necessary to enter the classical, rational phase and find in the ends to be attained the natural source of methods. First phase disciplines, a dynamic conformism. Creative phase expands the personality. Not a school of inventors. To discover a truth oneself, even an old one, is to create. The advent of the common school means new relations between intellectual and industrial work in the whole of social life. Common school, single formative, primary, secondary, type to the threshold of the job, balancing manual and intellectual capacities against the vocational determination of destiny in advance. Creative/active. Active school, still romantic against Jesuitical mechanism. Creative school, its classical phase. Dynamic conformism, then autonomous personality, not originality at all costs. Quote, the tendency today is to abolish every type of schooling that is disinterested, not serving immediate interests or formative, keeping at most only a small-scale version to serve a tiny elite of ladies and gentlemen who do not have to worry about assuring themselves of a future career. Instead, there is a steady growth of specialized vocational schools, in which the pupil's destiny and future activity are determined in advance. Quote, the active school is still in its romantic phase. in which the elements of struggle against the mechanical and Jesuitical school have become unhealthily exaggerated, through a desire to distinguish themselves sharply from the latter and for polemical reasons. It is necessary to enter the classical, rational phase and to find in the ends to be attained the natural source for developing the appropriate methods and forms. In search of the educational principle. In the old primary school, two elements, rudiments of natural science, inserting the child into the societas rerum, civic rights and duties, inserting him into the state and civil society. Scientific ideas conflicted with the magical conception absorbed from an environment steeped in folklore, civic ideas with individualistic and localistic barbarism. Another dimension of folklore. The school combated folklore, every residue of traditional conceptions. It taught that there exist objective, intractable natural laws to which man must adapt himself if he is to master them, and social and state laws which are the product of human activity, established by men and alterable by men. Those laws create the human order which historically best enables men to dominate the laws of nature, which most facilitates their work. Work is the specific mode by which man actively participates in natural life in order to transform and socialize it. The educational principle of the old primary school was the idea of work. Human work cannot realize its power without exact knowledge of natural laws and a legal order which organically regulates life in common, respected through spontaneous assent, a necessity recognized and proposed as freedom, not merely coercion. By means of work, the social and state order is identified within the natural order. The discovery that relations between social and natural orders are mediated by work creates the first elements of an intuition of the world free from magic, a basis for a historical, dialectical conception which understands movement and change, the cost of the present to the past, and of the future to the present. Whether it yielded all its fruits, whether teachers were aware of the philosophical content of their task, is another question. An analysis of the civic consciousness of the entire nation, of which the teaching body was a poor expression, certainly not an avant-garde. It is not entirely true that instruction is something quite different from education. Excessive emphasis on that distinction has been a serious error of idealist educationalists, already visible in the reorganized school. For instruction to be wholly distinct from education, the pupil would have to be pure passivity, a mechanical receiver of abstract notions, absurd, and anyway denied by the supporters of pure educativity. The certain becomes true in the child's consciousness. But that consciousness is not something individual. It reflects the sector of civil society in which the child participates. The overwhelming majority of children reflect social and cultural relations different from and antagonistic to those represented in the school curricula. Thus, the certain of an advanced culture becomes true in the framework of a fossilized and anachronistic culture. There is no unity between school and life, and so no automatic unity between instruction and education. The nexus can only be realized by the living work of the teacher, aware of the contrast between the culture he represents and that of his pupils, obliged to accelerate the child's formation in conformity with the former and in conflict with the latter. If the teaching body is not adequate and the nexus is dissolved, while cardboard schemata exalt educativity, we will have rhetorical schools, unserious because the material solidity of what is certain will be missing, and what is true will be a truth only of words. Clearer still in the secondary literature and philosophy syllabus. Previously, pupils acquired a certain baggage of concrete facts. Now the teacher must be specifically a philosopher and aesthete. The pupil fills his head with formulae and words which mean nothing and are forgotten at once. A mediocre teacher may make pupils more informed, if not better educated. The pupil with an active intelligence will give an order of his own to the baggage. With the new curricula and a lowered teaching profession, there will no longer be any baggage to put in order. A date is always a date, an aesthetic judgment or a philosophical analysis. The educational efficacy of the old secondary school, as organized by the Casati Act, was not in its explicit aim as an educative system, but in the fact that structure and curriculum expressed a traditional mode of intellectual and moral life diffused throughout Italian society. That climate was in its death throes. The school had become cut off from life. Criticism of curricula means less than nothing if one does not keep this in mind. The more the new curricula nominally theorize the pupil's activity, the more they are designed as if the pupil were purely passive. In the old school, the grammatical study of Latin and Greek, together with their literatures and political histories, was an educational principle, the humanistic ideal symbolized by Athens and Rome diffused throughout society. Even a mechanical character of grammar was enlivened by that perspective. Facts were not learnt for an immediate professional end. The end seemed disinterested because the real interest was the interior development of personality, the absorption of the whole cultural past of modern European civilization. They learnt Latin and Greek in order to know at first hand a civilization that was a necessary precondition of our own, in order to be themselves and know themselves consciously. The accusation of formalism and aridity is unjust. Habits of diligence, precision, concentration cannot be acquired without mechanical repetition of disciplined acts. Would a scholar at 40 sit 16 hours at his work table if he had not, as a child, through mechanical coercion, acquired the appropriate psychophysical habits? Latin is analyzed as a dead thing. All analyses made by children can only be of dead things, but the life of the Romans is a myth already interesting the child, so that in the dead object there is always a greater living being. One studies Latin to accustom children to analyzing an historical body treated as a corpse which returns continually to life, to reason abstractly while remaining able to plunge back into real life. Constant comparison between Latin and the language one speaks, words and concepts, formal logic, the historical movement of language. He has plunged into history and acquired a historicizing understanding which becomes nearly spontaneous nature. These studies educated because they gave instruction. This does not mean Latin and Greek have thaumaturgical qualities. It is the whole cultural tradition, living also outside the school, which produces such results. They will be replaced as fulcrum of the formative school. It will not be easy to deploy new subjects giving equivalent results. What is learnt must be, or appear, disinterested, formative while instructive, rich in concrete facts. Vocational schools designed to satisfy immediate interests are beginning to predominate. The most paradoxical aspect is that this new type appears as democratic, while in fact it is destined to perpetuate social differences and crystallize them in Chinese complexities. The traditional school was oligarchic because intended for the ruling class's new generation. It was not oligarchic in its mode of teaching. Social character is determined by the fact that each social group has its own type of school, intended to perpetuate a specific function, ruling or subordinate. To break the pattern, one needs a single formative school taking the child to the threshold of his choice of job, forming him as a person capable of thinking, studying, and ruling, or controlling those who rule. Democracy cannot mean merely that an unskilled worker can become skilled. It must mean that every citizen can govern. The school now, developing as the school for the people, restricts recruitment to the technically qualified governing stratum. New pedagogy fires on dogmatism, where a certain dogmatism is indispensable and accepts dogmatism par excellence in religious thought. Descriptive philosophy may be a dogmatic abstraction, as grammar is, but it is an educational necessity. Formal logic is like grammar, not innate. The child who sweats at Barbara Baralipton is performing a tiring task. Studying, too, is a job, involving muscles and nerves as well as intellect, adaptation acquired with effort and tedium. The child of a traditionally intellectual family acquires that adaptation more easily, used to sitting still. Many think the difficulty conceals a trick. They see the gentleman complete with apparent ease work which costs their sons tears and blood. It will be necessary to resist rendering easy that which cannot become easy without being distorted. If the aim is a new stratum of intellectuals from a social group which has not traditionally developed the appropriate attitudes, then we have unprecedented difficulties to overcome. Quote, "The traditional school was oligarchic because it was intended for the new generation of the ruling class, destined to rule in its turn, but it was not oligarchic in its mode of teaching. If one wishes to break this pattern, one needs, instead of multiplying and grading different types of vocational school, to create a single type of formative school, primary, secondary, which would take the child up to the threshold of his choice of job, forming him during this time as a person capable of thinking, studying, and ruling, or controlling those who rule." Quote, "Many people have to be persuaded that studying too is a job, and a very tiring one, with its own particular apprenticeship, involving muscles and nerves as well as intellect. It is a process of adaptation, a habit acquired with effort, tedium, and even suffering. If our aim is to produce a new stratum of intellectuals, including those capable of the highest degree of specialization, from a social group which has not traditionally developed the appropriate attitudes, then we have unprecedented difficulties to overcome." Notes on Italian history. The editor's title for the planned study was Reformation, Renaissance, not the textbook phenomena, but the couplets that organize the notebooks. 2. Renaissances. A vast movement after the year 1000 of which humanism and the Renaissance in the narrow sense were closing moments, located primarily in Italy as literary expression of a European process. The progressive movement after 1000, though an important part of it took place in Italy with the communes, degenerated there, while in the rest of Europe it culminated in national states and world expansion. What corresponded in Italy to those national states was the papacy as an absolute state, dividing the rest of the peninsula. A new intellectual class of European dimension split. One branch cosmopolitan in Italy, linked to the papacy, reactionary. The other formed outside Italy from political and religious exiles, progressive cosmopolitan function as technical element in armies, politics, engineering. Contained in Renaissance. Failure of the communal bourgeoisie to transcend the economic corporate phase and create a national state. Historical backwardness. Regressive cosmopolitanism of traditional intellectuals. Reformation stresses popular participation. Lutheranism and Calvinism against the Renaissance. Marxism as a Reformation. The philosophy of praxis corresponds to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. A philosophy, which is also a politics, and a politics, which is also a philosophy. Revolution/Reformation related to state/civil society, force/consent, domination/leadership, war of maneuver/war of position. The major focus was the Risorgimento. Methodological criterion. Supremacy of a social group manifests itself as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. The Risorgimento lacked the second. No Italian Jacobins, no organic subordination of countryside to city, no organizing of peasant consent. The basic problem, identifying the specific weaknesses of the national state that emerged, weaknesses that culminated in fascism 60 years later. Point of departure. What the Risorgimento was not. Mazzini and the Action Party, the potential Jacobins, did not rouse the peasantry, did not promote agrarian reform. They failed to give the movement a popular dimension or themselves a solid class base. What was involved was not a social group which led other groups, but a state, Piedmont, which, even though it had limitations as a power, led the group which should have been leading. A passive revolution. The term originated with Vincenzo Cuoco for the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799. Lack of mass participation, external origins. Later, Cuoco came to advocate such revolutions as preferable to the French model. Two uses here: revolution without mass participation, due in large part to outside forces, the Risorgimento, and molecular social transformation beneath the surface where the progressive class cannot advance openly. Restoration France after 1815. Christianity within the empire. Advocacy of passive revolution as a program is condemned. The term is often ambiguous, especially where related to war of position. In the closing notes, and in Americanism and Fordism, it is related to the fascist regime as a transitional compromise comparable to Napoleon III. What modification of social forces beneath the surface? How does Gramsci organize long-term consent, state intervention in the economy common to New Deal and fascist Italy? A social group can and must already lead before winning governmental power, one of the principal conditions for winning it. No easy formula for overthrowing fascism from within. Reject the twin undialectical deviations of frontal attack and liquidationism. Quote, "The supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. A social group dominates antagonistic groups, which it tends to liquidate or to subjugate, perhaps even by armed force. It leads kindred and allied groups. A social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. It subsequently becomes dominant when it exercises power, but even if it holds it firmly in its grasp, it must continue to lead as well." History of the subaltern classes. Methodological criteria. The historical unity of the ruling classes is realized in the state. Their history is essentially the history of states and of groups of states. That unity is not simply juridical and political. Concretely, it results from the organic relations between state or political society and civil society. The subaltern classes, by definition, are not unified and cannot unite until they are able to become a state. Their history is intertwined with that of civil society, and thereby with the history of states. Necessary to study. 1. Objective formation of subaltern groups by developments in economic production, their quantitative diffusion, origins in pre-existing groups whose mentality they can serve for a time. 2. Active or passive affiliation to dominant political formations, attempts to influence programs, consequences in decomposition, renovation, neoformation. 3. Birth of new parties of the dominant groups, intended to conserve the assent of the subaltern and maintain control. 4. Formations which the subaltern themselves produce to press limited and partial claims. 5. Formations which assert autonomy, but within the old framework. 6. Formations which assert integral autonomy. The historian must record the line of development toward integral autonomy from the most primitive phases. Note every manifestation of the Cyrillian spirit of cleavage. Among the subaltern, one will exercise or tend to exercise a certain hegemony through the mediation of a party. The innovatory forces which led the Risorgimento took power and united in the modern Italian state in struggle against specific other forces, helped by specific auxiliaries. To become a state, they had to subordinate or eliminate the former and win the active or passive assent of the latter. A study of how they developed from subaltern to hegemonic and dominant groups must identify the phases through which they acquired autonomy vis-a-vis the enemies they had to defeat and support from the groups which assisted them. It is by these two yardsticks that historical and political consciousness is measured, not simply by separation from the formerly dominant forces. Usually the latter is the only criterion, and the result is a unilateral history, or total incomprehension, as in the history of Italy since the communes. The Italian bourgeoisie was incapable of uniting the people around itself, and this was the cause of its defeats and the interruptions in its development. The communes did not succeed in transcending the economic corporate phase, in creating a state with the consent of the governed. Development of the state proved possible only as a principality, not as a communal republic. Organic transition from commune to a system no longer feudal occurred in the Low Countries, and there alone. In Italy, feudal anarchy triumphed in a form appropriate to the new situation, then foreign domination. The communes were a syndicalist state. Machiavelli vainly urged an integral state, attempted by reorganizing the army to organize the hegemony of the city over the countryside, and can therefore be called the first Italian Jacobin. In the Risorgimento, the same narrow egoism prevented a rapid and vigorous revolution like the French one. The history of subaltern social groups is necessarily fragmented and episodic. There exists a tendency to unification, but this is continually interrupted by the activity of the ruling groups. Spirit of cleavage. Sorel's formula for the historian of the subaltern. Every manifestation of the line toward integral autonomy from primitive phases. Economic corporate. The phase the communes never transcended. State of limited corporative significance, not hegemony of city over countryside. Quote, the subaltern classes, by definition, are not unified and cannot unite until they are able to become a state. Their history, therefore, is intertwined with that of civil society, and thereby with the history of states and groups of states. Political leadership in the formation of the nation. The whole problem of the connection between the political currents of the Risorgimento can be reduced to a basic factual datum. The moderates represented a relatively homogeneous social group. Their leadership underwent relatively limited oscillations, subject to an organically progressive line. The Action Party did not base itself specifically on any historical class. The oscillations of its leading organs were resolved according to the interests of the moderates. In other words, the Action Party was led historically by the moderates. Victor Emmanuel's assertion that he had the Action Party in his pocket was in practice accurate, not only because of personal contacts with Garibaldi, but because the Action Party was indirectly led by Cavour and the King. A social group dominates antagonistic groups, which it tends to liquidate or subjugate even by armed force. It leads kindred and allied groups. It can and must already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. Subsequently, it becomes dominant, but must continue to lead as well. The moderates continued to lead the Action Party even after 1870 and 1876. So-called transformism was only the parliamentary expression of this intellectual, moral, and political hegemony. Entire state life of Italy from 1848 onwards characterized by transformism. Formation of an ever more extensive ruling class within the framework established by the moderates after 1848 and the collapse of neo-Guelph and federalist utopias. Gradual continuous absorption of the active elements produced by allied groups, and even of those which came from antagonistic groups and seemed irreconcilably hostile. Political leadership became merely an aspect of the function of domination. Absorption of the enemy's elites means their decapitation, often for a very long time. There can and must be hegemonic activity even before the rise to power. One should not count only on the material force which power gives. It was the brilliant solution of these problems which made the Risorgimento possible in the form in which it was achieved, as revolution without a revolution, or as passive revolution, in a slightly different sense from Quocos. The moderates established the apparatus of their intellectual, moral, and political hegemony in forms which may be called liberal, individual, molecular, private enterprise, not a party program worked out in advance. That was normal given the structure of the social groups of which they were the organic intellectuals. They were already naturally condensed by the organic nature of their relation to those groups. Identity of represented and representative, intellectuals and political organizers, and at the same time company bosses, rich farmers, commercial and industrial entrepreneurs. Given this condensation, they exercised a powerful attraction spontaneously on the whole mass of intellectuals of every degree existing in the peninsula in a diffused molecular state. There does not exist any independent class of intellectuals, but every social group has its own stratum or tends to form one. However, the intellectuals of the historically progressive class exercise such a power of attraction that they end up subjugating the intellectuals of the other groups, creating a system of solidarity with bonds of a psychological nature, vanity, and often of a caste character. The phenomenon manifests itself spontaneously when the given social group really causes the whole society to move forward, continuously augmenting its cadres for new spheres of economic activity. As soon as the dominant group has exhausted its function, the ideological block tends to crumble. Then spontaneity may be replaced by constraint in ever less disguised forms, culminating in police measures and coups d'etat. The Action Party could not have a similar power of attraction and was itself attracted. Atmosphere of intimidation, panic fear of a terror like 1793, reinforced by 1848 to -49, which made it hesitate to include popular demands, in the first place agrarian reform, and personal subordination of certain leading personalities, Garibaldi, to the moderate leaders. To become autonomous, to stamp the Risorgimento with a more markedly popular and democratic character, it would have had to counterpose to the moderates' empirical activity an organic program of government reflecting the essential demands of the popular masses, in the first place of the peasantry, to spontaneous attraction or resistance and a counteroffensive organized according to a plan. Typical of spontaneous attraction, the liberal Catholic movement, which scared the papacy, demoralized it, pushed it too far left with Pius IX and into a more right-wing position than it need have adopted, causing its isolation. The papacy has since learnt. Modernism combated as reform of church and religion. Popularism, the socio-economic basis of modernism, encouraged. The Action Party lacked even a concrete program of government. In essence, it was always an agitational and propagandist body in the service of the moderates. Disagreements and internal conflicts. The tremendous hatred Mazzini aroused among the more valiant men of action, Garibaldi, Felice Orsini, were caused by the lack of any firm political program. Transformism as a real historical document of the nature of parties which appeared extremist in the period of militant activity. From 1860 to 1900, molecular transformism, individual figures formed by the democratic opposition incorporated into the conservative moderate political class, characterized by aversion to any intervention of the popular masses in state life, to any organic reform which would substitute a hegemony for crude dictatorial dominance. From 1900 onwards, transformism of entire groups of leftists who pass over to the moderate camp, the Nationalist Party, with ex-syndicalist and anarchist groups, culminating in the Libyan War and interventionism. Between the two, an intermediate phase in which a mass of intellectuals joins the parties of the left, so-called socialist, but in reality simply democratic. The Jacobins won their function of leading party by a struggle to the death. They literally imposed themselves on the French bourgeoisie, leading it into a far more advanced position than the originally strongest bourgeois nuclei would have spontaneously wished. Hence the various forms of backlash and the function of Napoleon I, characteristic of Jacobinism, and of Cromwell and the Roundheads, apparently forcing the situation, creating irreversible fait accompli, a group of extremely energetic men driving the bourgeois forward with kicks in the backside. The Third Estate was the least homogeneous. Initially, it posed only questions which interested the actual physical members of the social group, their immediate corporate interests. Precursors shouted very loud, but demanded very little. Gradually, a new elite was selected which conceived of the bourgeoisie as the hegemonic group of all the popular forces, through the resistance of the old forces and the international threat. The old forces did not wish to concede anything, or conceded to gain time. The Third Estate would have fallen into successive pitfalls without the Jacobins, who opposed every intermediate halt, sent to the guillotine not only the old society hard a dying, but the revolutionaries of yesterday become reactionaries. They were the only party of the revolution in progress. Not only immediate needs of those particular physical individuals who constituted the French bourgeoisie, but the revolutionary movement as a whole, future needs, all the national groups which had to be assimilated to the existing fundamental group. Against a tendentious school, the Jacobins were realists of the Machiavelli stamp, not abstract dreamers. Their slogans about equality, fraternity, and liberty were believed by the masses they stirred. Without the agrarian policy of the Jacobins, Paris would have had the Vade at its very doors. Rural France accepted the hegemony of Paris. To destroy the old regime, it had to make a bloc with the most advanced elements of the Third Estate, not with the Girondin moderates. They did not only organize a bourgeois government. They created the bourgeois state, made the bourgeoisie the leading hegemonic class of the nation, gave the new state a permanent basis, created the compact modern French nation. They remained on bourgeois ground, maintaining the Le Chapelier law, unwilling to concede combination. They had to pass the law of the maximum, broke the Paris urban bloc, Thermidor, gained the upper hand. The revolution had found its widest class limits. In the Action Party, there was nothing to be found which resembled this. They did not impose themselves on the bourgeoisie, they were led by it. International relations were certainly very important in determining the Risorgimento's form, but they do not excuse the absence of a national popular program. In examining the political and military leadership imposed on the national movement, numerous abstract solutions, all of which left the peasantry out. Having started the War of 1848 with the slogan, "Italy will go it alone," after Navarre the search was for French, then Prussian alliances. The Habsburg Empire was not met with a nationalities policy. Even after Caporetto, a refusal to forge alliances with disaffected ethnic minorities. Military leadership was a larger question than the leadership of the army. The policy of popular mobilization was not carried out even after the disaster. Uncertainties of political and military leadership, continual oscillations. The French, who had been allies against Austria, in fact intervened against the Roman Republic. There exists a tendency to overestimate the contribution of volunteers. The Piedmontese authorities' attitude toward them confirms bad politico-military leadership. Misseroli, Gobetti, Dorso. The Risorgimento as revolution without revolution, failed agrarian revolution. Gobetti came very close to Marxism. La Révolution Libérale as organ of a liberal revolution that would complete what 1860 left undone. If in Italy a Jacobin party was not formed, the reasons are to be sought not only in the international situation, but in the absence of a homogeneous bourgeois class already equipped, as in 1789 France, for all social functions. Variations in the actual process whereby the same historical development, formation of the modern national state, takes place. Jacobin spirit, audacious, dauntless, is related to the hegemony of the city over the countryside. Engels's anti-Düring and the relation of utopia and science should be looked at in this connection. The merits of the ruling class are the merits of having prevented a Jacobin solution. Transformism, parliamentary form of moderate hegemony after 1848, molecular absorption of democratic elites, then of entire left groups. Revolution restoration as the real nature of parties that appeared extremist in militant activity. Jacobinism, forcing the bourgeoisie beyond corporate interest into hegemony over all popular forces, especially by agrarian policy that deprived the enemy of a vade, what the Action Party never was. Quote, "It was precisely the brilliant solution of these problems which made the Risorgimento possible, in the form in which it was achieved, and with its limitations, as revolution without a revolution, or as passive revolution, to use an expression of Cuoco's in a slightly different sense from that which Cuoco intended. Quote, without the agrarian policy of the Jacobins, Paris would have had the vade at its very doors. Rural France accepted the hegemony of Paris. In other words, it understood that in order definitively to destroy the old regime, it had to make a bloc with the most advanced elements of the Third Estate, and not with the Girondin moderates. They created the bourgeois state, made the bourgeoisie into the leading hegemonic class of the nation. In other words, gave the new state a permanent basis and created the compact modern French nation. The city-countryside relationship. Relations between urban and rural population are not of a single schematic type, especially in Italy. Sometimes a rural type is more progressive than a self-styled urban type. An industrial city is always more progressive than the countryside, which depends organically upon it. But not all Italy's cities are industrial, and even fewer typically so. Urbanism is not purely, nor especially, a phenomenon of capitalistic development or of big industry. Naples, for a long time the biggest Italian city, is not an industrial city, neither is Rome. In these medieval-type cities, strong nuclei of modern urban type exist, submerged, oppressed, crushed by the other part, the great majority. Paradox of the cities of silence. In this type of city there exists, among all social groups, an urban ideological unity against the countryside, which even the most modern nuclei do not escape. Hatred and scorn for the peasant, an implicit common front against the demands of the countryside which, if realized, would make impossible the existence of this type of city. Reciprocally, a version of the country for the whole city. This general relationship had primary importance in the struggles for the Risorgimento. First blatant example, the Parthenopean Republic of 1799. An enlightened Jacobin bourgeoisie, a large section of the city's aristocracy rallied. The countryside, under Cardinal Ruffo, became the Vade. The Bourbons then repudiated the amnesty. City against countryside as class war inverted. The urban of Naples was not industrial hegemony over a dependent hinterland. North-south is this relation writ large. The Sicilian Fasci of 1893 to -94, Milan 1898, peasant and agricultural labor organizations appearing as a terrible phenomenon to the Po Valley bourgeoisie. Croce and Fortunato, at the beginning of the century, were at the center of a Southernist culture which remained within the urban ideological unity against the countryside, even while diagnosing the South. The futurist movement, launched by Marinetti, was a northern urban phenomenon that did not break that unity. This complex city-countryside relationship can be studied in the programs of the political forces. Salvemini's UNITA, 1911 to -15, 1918 to -20, named the fight still to be won and suggested the name of the subsequent PCI organ. Giolitti's program, Northern Industry plus Southern Notables, upset by two factors: the coming to political life of the Catholic masses, Popular Party, white unions among small peasants of North and Center often outstripping the Red, and the war. The other program was the Gentiloni Pact, Catholic voters supporting governmental candidates. Enlargement of the suffrage in 1913 had already provoked the crisis. Crispy's accusation that England explained the Sicilian invasion was, in ill-considered form, the manifestation of the Southern question as international blackmail. The Sardinian Action Party, after 1920, split on class lines, as the island's intellectuals faced the same double relation of the peasant to the priest and the lawyer. In order to analyze the socio-political function of the intellectuals, the relation between city and countryside is the necessary starting point. The first force, therefore, had to tackle the problem of organizing the northern workers as hegemonic over the southern peasants, not as another urban bloc against the countryside. The northern central rural forces posed in their turn a series of problems: white unions, Popular Party, the weight of the church. Why did the Action Party not pose the agrarian question globally? Panic fear of a terror like 1793, attraction by the moderates, Mazzini's God and the people without a class program, Garibaldi's conception of revolutionary dictatorship as too purely military. The failure led to the near impossibility of a national popular bloc and to the true character of the repressive mission entrusted by Mazzini in certain episodes. Quote, "An industrial city is always more progressive than the countryside which depends organically upon it. But not all Italy's cities are industrial, and even fewer are typically industrial. Urbanism in Italy is not purely, nor especially, a phenomenon of capitalistic development or of that of big industry. Naples, which for a long time was the biggest Italian city, and which continues to be one of the biggest, is not an industrial city. Neither is Rome. In this type of city, there exists, among all social groups, an urban ideological unity against the countryside, hatred and scorn for the peasant, an implicit common front against the demands of the countryside. The moderates and the intellectuals. Why the moderates were bound to gain the upper hand as far as the majority of intellectuals were concerned. Gioberti offered a philosophy which appeared original and at the same time national, such as would put Italy at least on the same level as the more advanced nations and give a new dignity to Italian thought. Mazzini offered woolly statements and philosophical allusions which, especially to Neapolitans trained by the Abbe Galliani to ridicule such reasoning, must have appeared empty chatter. The hegemony of a directive center over the intellectuals asserts itself by two principal routes: a general conception of life, a philosophy, Gioberti, which offers adherents an intellectual dignity, a principle of differentiation from the old ideologies which dominated by coercion, and an element of struggle against them, and a scholastic program, An educative principle and original pedagogy, which interests the most homogeneous and most numerous fraction, the teachers from primary to university, and gives them an activity of their own in the technical field. Among the moderates appeared the only concrete pedagogic movement opposed to the Jesuitical school. Monitorial teaching, Confalinieri, Caponi, Ferrante Aporti's foundling and infant schools linked to the problem of pauperism. It could not fail to be effective among the lay, to whom it gave a personality of their own within the school, and among the liberalizing and anti-Jesuitical clergy. The sheltering of abandoned children had been a clerical monopoly. These initiatives broke it. Ferocious hostility to Aporti followed. Scholastic activities of a liberal or liberalizing character have great significance for grasping the mechanism of moderate hegemony. At that time, they had even greater importance than today, given the narrowness of the social structures and the few roads open to petite bourgeois initiative. Journalism, parties, industry, an extensive state apparatus had not yet broadened employment. Scholars' congresses of the early Risorgimento regrouped the highest grade, concentrating them and multiplying their influence, and obtained a more rapid concentration of the lower grades, who tend to follow the university professors through spirit of caste. Encyclopedic and specialized reviews furnish another aspect. A party like that of the moderates offered the mass of intellectuals all the satisfactions a governing party can offer through the state services. After 1848 to -49, the Piedmontese state served perfectly as Italian governing party. It welcomed the exiled intellectuals and provided a model of what a future unified state would do. Quote, "The hegemony of a directive center over the intellectuals asserts itself by two principal routes. 1. A general conception of life, a philosophy, Gioberti, which offers to its adherents an intellectual dignity, providing a principle of differentiation from the old ideologies which dominated by coercion, and an element of struggle against them. 2. A scholastic program, an educative principle and original pedagogy which interests that fraction of the intellectuals which is the most homogeneous and the most numerous, the teachers from the primary teachers to the university professors, and gives them an activity of their own in the technical field." The function of Piedmont. The function of Piedmont in the Risorgimento is that of a ruling class. In reality, it was not that throughout the peninsula there existed nuclei of a homogeneous ruling class whose irresistible tendency to unite determined the new national state. These nuclei existed, but their tendency to unite was extremely problematic. More importantly, they, each in its own sphere, were not leading. The leader presupposes the led, and who was led by these nuclei? They did not wish to lead anybody, i.e., they did not wish to concord their interests and aspirations with those of other groups. They wished to dominate and not to lead. Furthermore, they wanted their interests to dominate rather than their persons, a new force, independent of every compromise, to become the arbiter of the nation. Piedmont, and hence the function of a monarchy. Piedmont had a function which can be compared to that of a party of the leading personnel of a social group. People always spoke of the Piedmont Party, with the additional feature that it was in fact a state with an army, a diplomatic service. This fact is of the greatest importance for the concept of passive revolution. What was involved was not a social group which led other groups, but a state which, even though it had limitations as a power, led the group which should have been leading and was able to put at the latter's disposal an army and a politico-diplomatic strength. Piedmont in international politico-historical language. Serbia before the war posed as the Piedmont of the Balkans. France after 1789, up to Louis Napoleon's coup, was in this sense the Piedmont of Europe. Serbia did not succeed as Piedmont succeeded because after 1918 there occurred a political awakening of the peasantry, such as did not exist after 1848. In Yugoslavia, the forces favorable to Serb hegemony are those which oppose agrarian reform. In Croatia and the other non-Serb regions, an anti-Serb rural intellectual bloc, the conservative forces favorable to Serbia. Local hegemonic groups do not exist. They are under the hegemony of Serbia. The phenomenon is the same as so-called brigandage around Naples and in Sicily from 1860 to 1870. But the social weight and political experience of the peasant masses after 1919 are quite different from what they were after 1848. A Piedmont-type function in passive revolutions. A state replaces the local social groups in leading a struggle of renewal. One of the cases in which these groups have the function of domination without that of leadership. Dictatorship without hegemony. The hegemony will be exercised by a part of the social group over the entire group, and not by the latter over other forces in order to give power to the movement, radicalize it on the Jacobin model. Quote, "This fact is of the greatest importance for the concept of passive revolution. The fact, that is, that what was involved was not a social group which led other groups, but a state which, even though it had limitations as a power, led the group which should have been leading and was able to put at the latter's disposal an army and a politico-diplomatic strength. It is one of the cases in which these groups have the function of domination without that of leadership, dictatorship without hegemony. The concept of passive revolution. The concept must be rigorously derived from the two fundamental principles of political science. That no social formation disappears as long as the productive forces which have developed within it still find room for further forward movement. That a society does not set itself tasks for whose solution the necessary conditions have not already been incubated. These principles must be purged of every residue of mechanicism and fatalism, referred back to the three moments of a situation, especially the second, equilibrium of political forces, and the third, politico-military equilibrium. Pisacane, unlike Mazzini, understood the third. The presence in Italy of a war-hardened Austrian army always ready to intervene, with the Habsburg Empire behind it as matrix of new armies. Other historical elements: Christianity in the bosom of the Roman Empire, Gundeism and Tolstoy's non-resistance, naive theorizations of passive revolution with religious overtones. Cuoco's phrase for 1799 can be no more than a cue. The concept has been completely modified and enriched. Can passive revolution, in Cuoco's sense for the first period of the Risorgimento, be related to war of position in contrast to war of maneuver? Did these concepts have a meaning after the French Revolution? Proudhon and Gioberti explained by panic at 1793, Surrealism by panic after 1871? Does there exist an absolute identity between war of position and passive revolution? Or can there be conceived an entire historical period in which the two must be considered identical, until the war of position once again becomes a war of maneuver? After 1848, only the moderates made a critique of methods. Analogies between the period after Napoleon's fall and that after 1914 to -18. Not only territorial division and Holy Alliance/League of Nations, but passive revolution, whose existence is not manifest because an external parallelism with 1789 to 1815 is lacking. Yet 1914 to -18 represents an historical break. Questions piled up individually before 1914 formed a mound, modifying the general structure, the trade union phenomenon, a new social force with a weight which can no longer be ignored. First epilogue. The thesis of passive revolution as interpretation of the Risorgimento and of every epoch characterized by complex historical upheavals. Utility and dangers. Danger of historical defeatism, indifferentism, fatalism. Yet the conception remains dialectical. Presupposes a vigorous antithesis which can present intransigently all its potentialities for development. Hence not as a program, as it was for the Italian liberals of the Risorgimento, but as a criterion of interpretation in the absence of other active elements to a dominant extent. Struggle against the political morphinism which exudes from Gramsci and from his historicism. Necessary critical corollary to the introduction to the critique of political economy. Revision of sectarian ideas on the party. Fatalism of a divine right type. Development of the concepts of mass party and small elite party, and mediation between the two. Dictatorship without hegemony. Piedmont's function. A state leads the class that should have been leading. Domination without leadership over other forces. Not a program. Passive revolution as criterion of interpretation, requiring a vigorous antithesis against Croatian morphinism and against making restoration a strategy. Quote, "The thesis of the passive revolution as an interpretation of the Risorgimento period and of every epoch characterized by complex historical upheavals. Utility and dangers of this thesis. Danger of historical defeatism, i.e., of indifferentism, since the whole way of posing the question may induce a belief in some kind of fatalism, etc. Yet the conception remains a dialectical one. In other words, presupposes, indeed postulates as necessary, a vigorous antithesis which can present intransigently all its potentialities for development. Hence theory of the passive revolution, not as a program, as it was for the Italian liberals of the Risorgimento, but as a criterion of interpretation. Croce's two histories in Europe as passive revolution. Historical relationship between the modern French state created by the revolution and the other modern states of continental Europe, not on abstract sociological schemas. For elements, revolutionary explosion in France with radical transformation of social and political relations. European opposition to the revolution and to any extension along class lines. War between France, Republic and Napoleon, and the rest of Europe, first to avoid being stifled at birth, then toward permanent French hegemony. National revolts against French hegemony, and birth of the modern European states by successive small waves of reform rather than by revolutionary explosions like the original French one. The waves, combination of social struggles, interventions from above of the enlightened monarchy type, and national wars, the latter predominating. The Restoration is the richest in developments of this kind. First policy whereby social struggles find sufficiently elastic frameworks to allow the bourgeoisie to gain power without dramatic upheavals, without the French machinery of terror. The old feudal classes are demoted from dominant to governing, not eliminated as an organic whole. Instead of a class, they become a caste with specific cultural and psychological characteristics, no longer with predominant economic functions. Can this model be repeated, at least partially, in the form of planned economies? The France-Europe model has created a mentality which is no less significant for being ashamed of itself or an instrument of government. Classical German philosophy was the philosophy of this period. Hegelian parallel, carried into the philosophy of praxis between French practice and German speculation. What is practice for the fundamental class becomes rationality and speculation for its intellectuals. On that historical relation, all modern philosophical idealism is to be explained. The conception of the state, according to the productive function of the social classes, cannot be applied mechanically to Italian and European history from the French Revolution throughout the 19th century. For the fundamental productive classes, the state is only conceivable as the concrete form of a specific economic world. Conquest of power and achievement of a new productive world are inseparable. But internal forces, international forces, geopolitical position. When the impetus of progress is not tightly linked to a vast local economic development, but is the reflection of international developments transmitting ideological currents to the periphery, the group which is the bearer of the new ideas is not the economic group, but the intellectual stratum, and the state is conceived as something in itself, a rational absolute. The intellectual, not firmly anchored to a strong economic group, will tend to present the state as an absolute. The function of intellectuals is itself conceived as absolute. This motive is fundamental for an historical understanding of modern philosophical idealism, and is connected with the mode of formation of the modern states in continental Europe after 1815. Is it possible to write a history of Europe in the 19th century without an organic treatment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? A history of Italy in modern times without the struggles of the Risorgimento? Croce, for extrinsic and tendentious reasons, excludes the moment of struggle in which the structure is formed and modified, and placidly takes as history the moment of cultural or ethical political expansion. He begins from 1815 and 1871, excludes the moment in which conflicting forces are formed, assembled, take up positions, in which one ethical political system dissolves and another is formed by fire and steel. The history of Europe is a fragment, the passive aspect of the Great Revolution, which started in France in 1789 and spilled over with the Republican and Napoleonic armies, giving the old regimes a powerful shove, resulting not in immediate collapse as in France, but in reformist corrosion lasting up to 1870. Does this construction have a contemporary reference? Does it aim to create an ideological movement corresponding to Restoration Revolution, in which the demands which in France found a Jacobin Napoleonic expression were satisfied by small doses, legally, in a reformist manner, preserving the position of the old feudal classes, avoiding agrarian reform, avoiding the popular masses going through political experience, such as occurred in France in the years of Jacobinism, in 1831 and in 1848? In present conditions, is it not precisely the fascist movement which corresponds to the movement of moderate and conservative liberalism in the last century? Fascism claimed continuity with the old historic right, a ruse of nature. Gramsci, with his own preoccupations, contributing to a reinforcement of fascism, furnishing it indirectly with an intellectual justification after purging it of superficially romantic characteristics irritating to a classical serenity modeled on Goethe. Ideological hypothesis. A passive revolution involved in the fact that, through legislative intervention of the state, and by means of the corporative organization, relatively far-reaching modifications are being introduced into the economic structure in order to accentuate the plan of production element. Socialization and cooperation in production increased without touching, or at least not going beyond regulation of individual and group appropriation of profit. The only solution whereby to develop the productive forces of industry under the direction of the traditional ruling classes, in competition with countries which monopolize raw materials. Whether such a schema could be put into practice is only of relative importance. What is important is that it creates a period of expectation and hope, especially among urban and rural petit bourgeois, and thus reinforces the hegemonic system and the forces of military and civil coercion. This ideology serves as an element of a war of position in the international economic field, free competition corresponding to war of movement, just as passive revolution does in the political field. In Europe from 1789 to 1870, political war of movement in the French Revolution, and a long war of position from 1815 to 1870. In the present epoch, war of movement politically from March 1917 to March 1921, followed by a war of position whose representative, practical for Italy, ideological for Europe, is fascism. Quote, is it possible to conceive of a history of Europe in the 19th century without an organic treatment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? And is it possible to write a history of Italy in modern times without a treatment of the struggles of the Risorgimento? In other words, is it fortuitous, or is it for a tendentious motive, that Gramsci begins his narratives from 1815 and 1871, i.e. that he excludes the moment of struggle, the moment in which the conflicting forces are formed, are assembled, and take up their positions, the moment in which one ethical political system dissolves and another is formed by fire and steel. Quote, in Europe from 1789 to 1870, there was a political war of movement in the French Revolution and a long war of position from 1815 to 1870. In the present epoch, the war of movement took place politically from March 1917 to March 1921. This was followed by a war of position whose representative, both practical for Italy and ideological for Europe, is fascism. Notes on politics. The modern prince. The concept of Jacobinism is the unifying thread. Machiavelli was a precocious Jacobin. Mazzini and his followers failed to be the Jacobins of the Risorgimento. The modern prince, the Communist Party, must organize and express a national popular collective will, binding the peasants beneath the hegemony of the proletariat, rejecting economism, syndicalism, spontaneism. What has characterized Italian history hitherto is that an effective Jacobin force was always missing. The urban proletariat can accomplish its historical task only if the great mass of peasant farmers bursts simultaneously into political life. The notes grouped here define what type of party could play that role. Nature of a party is such, relations between party, class, and state, ideological dangers of economism and spontaneism, the non-bureaucratic internal regime required if it is to be effective. The encapsulating image is Machiavelli's centaur, the dual perspective of force and consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, agitation and propaganda, tactics and strategy, held in dialectical unity. Bordigo would isolate the moment of force, Tosca the moment of consent, both mechanically divorced from the other. Machiavelli was the representative in Italy of the recognition that the Renaissance could not be a real one without the foundation of a national state. His thought was a reaction to the Renaissance in the narrow sense, an invocation of the political and national necessity of drawing closer to the people as the absolute monarchies of France and Spain had done. He did not merely abstractly desire unification. He had a program, a citizen militia that would bring the great mass of peasant farmers into political life. Precursor not only of the historical Jacobins, but of the modern ones in their task of forging the worker-peasant alliance. Lenin in July 1917. Jacobinism in the 20th century would be the rule of the proletariat, supported by the peasant poor. An earlier heading for the party notes was Marx and Machiavelli, a study of the real relations between the two as theorists of militant politics, and a book which would derive from Marxist doctrines an articulated system of contemporary politics of the prince type, the party which seeks to found the state, not the party as a sociological category. Quote, "The modern prince, the myth prince, cannot be a real person, a concrete individual. It can only be an organism, a complex element of society in which a collective will, which has already been recognized and has to some extent asserted itself in action, begins to take concrete form. History has already provided this organism, and it is the political party, the first cell in which there come together germs of a collective will tending to become universal and total." Brief notes on Machiavelli's politics. The basic thing about The Prince is that it is not a systematic treatment, but a live work in which political ideology and political science are fused in the dramatic form of a myth. Before Machiavelli, political science had taken the form either of the utopia or of the scholarly treatise. Combining the two, he gave imaginative and artistic form to his conception by embodying the doctrinal, rational element in the person of a condottiere who represents plastically and anthropomorphically the symbol of the collective will. He did not have recourse to long-winded arguments or pedantic classifications. He represented the process in terms of the qualities, characteristics, duties, and requirements of a concrete individual. Such a procedure stimulates the artistic imagination of those who have to be convinced and gives political passions a more concrete form. The mythical character is due also to the conclusion. Having described the ideal condottiere, he invokes the real one who is to incarnate him historically. That passionate invocation reflects back on the entire book and gives it its dramatic character. Luigi Russo calls Machiavelli the artist of politics. Rousseau makes The Prince the treatise on dictatorship, moment of authority and of the individual, and the discourses the treatise on hegemony, moment of the universal and of liberty. The observation is correct, although there are allusions to hegemony or consent in The Prince too. There is no opposition in principle between Principato and Republic. What is involved is the hypostasis of the two moments of authority and of universality. The Prince could be studied as an historical exemplification of the Cyrillian myth, a political ideology expressed not as a cold utopia or a doctrinaire argument, but as a creation of concrete fantasy which acts on a dispersed people to arouse and organize its collective will. Sorel's myth found its highest expression not in the trade union as organization, but in the general strike as practical action, a negative and preliminary activity which does not envisage a constructive phase of its own. Hence a conflict, that of the myth and that of the critique of the myth. Every pre-established plan is utopian and reactionary. The outcome is left to the irrational, to Bergsonian elan vital, or to spontaneity. Destruction and negation cannot exist without an implicit construction, politically, as party program. Behind Sorrel's spontaneity lies a mechanistic assumption. Behind the liberty, a maximum of determinism. The modern prince cannot be a real person. It can only be an organism in which a collective will already recognized begins to take concrete form. The political party. Only those historico-political actions which are immediate and imminent, requiring lightning speed, can be incarnated mythically by a concrete individual. A great danger that annihilates the critical sense, the Boulanger adventure. Such improvised action is appropriate to restoration, not to the founding of new states. The Cyrillian myth's abstract character is manifest in its ethical aversion for the Jacobins, who were a categorical embodiment of Machiavelli's prince. The modern prince must have a part devoted to Jacobinism as exemplification of a collective will which was in some aspects an original, ex novo creation. Political will in a modern sense. Operative awareness of historical necessity. When can the conditions for awakening a national popular collective will be said to exist? Historical analysis of the given country's social structure and a dramatic representation of successive attempts and failures. Why was there no absolute monarchy in Italy in Machiavelli's time? One has to go back to the Roman Empire, the communes, Catholicism, an outline of the whole history of Italy. An effective Jacobin force was always missing. The modern prince must be the proclaimer and organizer of an intellectual and moral reform, creating the terrain for a national popular collective will towards a superior, total form of modern civilization. Myth prince, not a person but the party as organism of a collective will already asserting itself. Sorrel's strike myth stops short of this constructive phase. National popular collective will, operative awareness of historical necessity. Jacobinism as city-countryside union is its historical exemplification. Quote, throughout the book, Machiavelli discusses what the prince must be like if he is to lead a people to found a new state. The argument is developed with rigorous logic and with scientific detachment. In the conclusion, Machiavelli merges with the people, becomes the people. Not, however, some generic people, but the people whom he, Machiavelli, has convinced by the preceding argument. The people whose consciousness and whose expression he becomes and feels himself to be, with whom he feels identified. This is why the epilogue of the prince is not something extrinsic, tacked on, rhetorical, but has to be understood as a necessary element of the work. Indeed, as the element which gives the entire work its true color and makes it a kind of political manifesto. Machiavelli and Marx. Machiavelli's ideas were not, in his own day, purely bookish, the monopoly of isolated thinkers, a secret memorandum circulating among the initiated. His style is that of a man of action, of a man urging action, the style of a party manifesto. Foscolo's moralistic interpretation is mistaken. Machiavelli revealed something, but the aim of the revelation was political, not the encouragement of tyrant haters. It is commonly asserted that Machiavelli's standards are practiced but not admitted. Great politicians start by denouncing him in order to put his standards piously into practice. Was he, then, a poor Machiavellian, one of those who are in the know and foolishly give the game away? Gramsci asserted that Machiavellianism was a science serving reactionaries and Democrats alike, as skillful swordplay serves honest men and brigands. This is true in the abstract. Machiavelli himself remarks that what he is writing about is in fact practiced by the greatest men throughout history. So it does not seem that he was writing for those who are already in the know, nor is his style that of disinterested scientific activity. One may therefore suppose that he had in mind those who are not in the know, and that it was they whom he intended to educate politically, a positive education of those who have to recognize certain means as necessary, even if they are the means of tyrants, because they desire certain ends. Anyone born into the traditional governing stratum acquires almost automatically the characteristics of the political realist, who therefore is not in the know. The revolutionary class of the time, the Italian people or nation, the citizen democracy, which gave birth to men like Savonarola and Pier Soderini rather than to a Castruccio or a Valentino. Machiavelli wished to persuade these forces of the necessity of having a leader who knew what he wanted and how to obtain it, and of accepting him with enthusiasm even if his actions might conflict with the generalized ideology of the time, religion. This position is repeated today for the philosophy of praxis. Once more, there is the necessity to be anti-Machiavellian, to develop a theory and technique of politics which, however strong the belief that they will in the final resort be especially useful to the side which was not in the know, since that is where the historically progressive force is to be found, might be useful to both sides in the struggle. One immediate result is achieved. The unity based on traditional ideology is broken. Until this happens, it is impossible for the new forces to arrive at a consciousness of their own independent personality. Machiavellianism has helped to improve the traditional political technique of the conservative ruling groups, just as the politics of the philosophy of praxis does. That should not disguise its essentially revolutionary character, which is still felt today and which explains all anti-Machiavellianism, from that of the Jesuits to the pietistic anti-Machiavellianism of Pasquale Villari. Quote, "One may therefore suppose that Machiavelli had in mind those who are not in the know, and that it was they whom he intended to educate politically. This was no negative political education of tyrant haters, as Foscolo seems to have understood it, but a positive education of those who have to recognize certain means as necessary, even if they are the means of tyrants, because they desire certain ends." Politics as an autonomous science. The first question that must be raised and resolved in a study of Machiavelli is the question of politics as an autonomous science, of the place that political science occupies or should occupy in a systematic conception of the world, in a philosophy of praxis. Gramsci's progress consists mainly in the dissolution of a series of false, non-existent, or wrongly formulated problems. He based himself on his distinction of the moments of the spirit, and on his affirmation of a moment of practice, autonomous and independent, though linked in a circle to all reality by the dialectic of distincts. In a philosophy of praxis, the distinction will not be between the moments of the absolute spirit, but between the levels of the superstructure. The problem is that of establishing the dialectical position of political activity as a particular level of the superstructure. As a first schematic approximation, political activity is precisely the first moment or first level, the moment in which the superstructure is still in the unmediated phase of mere wishful affirmation, confused and still at an elementary stage. In what sense can one identify politics with history, and hence all of life with politics? How then could the whole system of superstructures be understood as distinctions within politics? Concept of historical block, unity between nature and spirit, structure and superstructure, unity of opposites and of distincts. Gramsci, for polemical ends, represents the structure as a hidden god, a noumenon, in contrast to the appearances of the superstructure. For Gramsci, error has its origin in an immediate passion of an individual or group character. The passion/immediate interest, which is the origin of error, is the moment called schmutzig Judisch in the Theses on Feuerbach. The passion of the larger social group determines the philosophical error. Between the two is the error/ideology. In the series egoism, immediate error, ideology, philosophy, the common term error must be understood not in a moralistic sense, but historically. That which is historically decayed and deserves to fall, the non-definitive character of all philosophy. Apparent and appearance mean precisely this: the perishable nature of all ideological systems, side by side with the assertion that all systems have an historical validity and are necessary. Man acquires consciousness of social relations in the field of ideology. Gramsci's conception of politics/passion excludes parties, since it is not possible to think of an organized and permanent passion. Permanent passion is a condition of orgasm and spasm, which means operational incapacity. It excludes parties and every plan of action worked out in advance. Yet parties exist and plans of action are worked out, put into practice, and are often successful. For Gramsci's conception to be valid, it would have to apply also to war, and hence explains standing armies, military academies, officer corps. War in progress, too, is passion, the most intense of all passions, a moment of political life, the continuation in other forms of given policy. Malka, military plans cannot be worked out and finalized in every particular in advance, but only as to their nucleus and central design, since the details depend on the moves of the adversary. It is in the details that passion manifests itself. That does not justify Gramsci. There would still remain to be explained the passion of the general staff, which worked out the plan in the light of cold reason, dispassionately. Even in the art of war, Machiavelli must be seen as a man of politics who has to concern himself with military theory. His one-sidedness comes from the fact that the center of his interest does not lie in military technique, which he deals with only insofar as it is necessary for his political edifice. The art of war and the history of Florence must be related to the prince. Analysis of the real conditions in Italy and Europe for which the immediate demands of the prince spring. A more historicist evaluation of the so-called anti-Machiavellians. They are not really so much anti-Machiavellians as politicians who express exigencies of their time or of conditions different from those which affected Machiavelli. Typical example: Jean Bodin, exponent during the French Civil Wars of the Third Party, the Politicians' Party, which defends the national interest, an internal balance of classes in which hegemony belongs to the Third Estate through the monarchy. Bodin lays the foundations of political science in France on a terrain far more advanced and complex than that which Italy offered Machiavelli. The question is not that of founding the territorially united national state, going back to Louis XI, but of balancing the conflicting social forces within this already strong state. Bodin is interested in the moment of consent, not in the moment of force. The Third Estate poses conditions for its loyalty, tends to limit absolutism. In France, Machiavelli was already at the service of reaction. Hence, it was necessary to be polemically anti-Machiavellian. In the Italy Machiavelli studied, there existed no representative institutions like the Estates General. That parliamentary institutions were later imported reflects backwardness from 1500 to 1700, preponderance of international relations over internal ones. That Machiavelli could only express his program of relating city to countryside in military terms is understandable. French Jacobinism would be inexplicable without physiocrat culture and the economic importance of the peasant proprietor. Historical block: unity of structure and superstructure, of opposites and distincts, not Gramsci's hidden god structure versus appearances. Politics/passion. Gramsci's formula cannot explain parties, plans, or standing armies. Passion is the detail of a design already thought. Quote, "In a philosophy of praxis, the distinction will certainly not be between the moments of the absolute spirit, but between the levels of the superstructure. The problem will therefore be that of establishing the dialectical position of political activity and of the corresponding science as a particular level of the superstructure. One might say, as a first schematic approximation, that political activity is precisely the first moment or first level, the moment in which the superstructure is still in the unmediated phase of mere wishful affirmation, confused and still at an elementary stage. Elements of politics. It really must be stressed that it is precisely the first elements, the most elementary things, which are the first to be forgotten. However, if they are repeated innumerable times, they become the pillars of politics and of any collective action whatsoever. The first element is that there really do exist rulers and ruled, leaders and led. The entire science and art of politics are based on this primordial and, given certain general conditions, irreducible fact. The origins of this fact are a problem apart, how to minimize it and eliminate it by altering certain conditions. But the fact remains. Given this fact, it will have to be considered how one can lead most effectively, how the leaders may best be prepared, the first stage of the art and science of politics, and how one can know the lines of least resistance, or the most rational lines, along which to proceed if one wishes to secure the obedience of the led. In the formation of leaders, one premise is fundamental. Is it the intention that there should always be rulers and ruled, or is the objective to create the conditions in which this division is no longer necessary? The division between rulers and ruled, though in the last analysis it has its origin in a division between social groups, is in fact also to be found within the group itself, even where it is socially homogeneous. In a certain sense, this division is created by the division of labor, is merely a technical fact, and those who see everything purely in terms of technique speculate on this coexistence of different causes in order to avoid the fundamental problem. Since the division exists even within the same group, certain principles have to be strictly observed. The belief is common that obedience must be automatic once it is a question of the same group. Thus, it is difficult to cure leaders of Cadornism. The conviction that a thing will be done because the leader considers it just. If it is not done, the blame is put on those who ought to have. Thus, too, the criminal habit of permitting useless sacrifices through neglect. Soldiers would go for days without food if supplies could not get through, but would mutiny if a single meal was missed through bureaucratism. After every disaster, inquire first into the responsibility of the leaders. Parties have up till now been the most effective way of developing leaders. Even so-called individualists are party men who would like to be chiefs by the grace of God. State spirit presupposes continuity, either with the past, or with tradition, or with the future. Every act is a moment in a complex process which has already begun and which will continue. The responsibility for this process, of being actors in it, of being in solidarity with forces which are materially unknown but which nevertheless feel themselves to be active. This is in certain cases called state spirit. Such awareness of duration must be concrete and not abstract. The narrowest limits are a generation back and a generation to come, calculated organically. The cult of tradition, which has a tendentious value, is something different. It implies a choice and a determinate goal, the basis for an ideology. The demonstration that party spirit is the basic component of state spirit is one of the most critically important assertions to uphold. Individualism, on the other hand, is a brutish element. Italian apoliticism takes picturesque forms. Individualism is merely brutish apoliticism. Sectarianism is apoliticism, a form of personal following lacking the party spirit, which is the fundamental component of state spirit. Quote, "The first element is that there really do exist rulers and ruled, leaders and led. The entire science and art of politics are based on this primordial and, given certain general conditions, irreducible fact. In the formation of leaders, one premise is fundamental. Is it the intention that there should always be rulers and ruled, or is the objective to create the conditions in which this division is no longer necessary?" The political party. The protagonist of the new prince could not in the modern epic be an individual hero, but only the political party, that determinate party which has the aim of founding a new type of state. In those regimes which call themselves totalitarian, the traditional function of the crown is taken over by the party, which is totalitarian precisely in that it fulfills this function. Although every party is the expression of one social group, in certain conditions it represents that group by exercising a balancing and arbitrating function between its interests and those of allied groups. The king who reigns but does not govern is the juridical expression of this arbitration. With the totalitarian party, the function is incorporated in the party itself, which exalts the abstract concept of the state as an impartial force. Organic parties often split into fractions, each calling itself a party. The intellectual general staff may belong to none of them. A newspaper, too, is a party. The Times, the old Corriere della Sera, the so-called informational press, with its claim to be apolitical. In a single governing party, functions become technical, propaganda, public order, moral and cultural influence, and political questions are disguised as cultural ones. Two types reject immediate political action: an elite of men of culture providing ideological leadership for interrelated fractions of one organic party, and a mass following with no function other than military loyalty to a visible or invisible center, kept happy by sermons and messianic myths. To write the history of a party is not Michaels's internal narrative of an organization, which would be only the biography of intellectuals. It is the history of a particular social group, friends, kindred, opponents, which means writing the general history of a country from a monographic viewpoint. The sectarian becomes excited over petty internal matters. The historian emphasizes the party's real effectiveness, positive and negative, in determining events. When does a party become historically necessary? When the conditions for its triumph, for its inevitable progress to state power, are at least in the process of formation. For a party to exist, three fundamental elements have to converge. First, a mass element, composed of ordinary, average men, whose participation takes the form of discipline and loyalty rather than any creative spirit or organizational ability. Without these, the party would not exist. Neither could it exist with these alone. They are a force insofar as there is somebody to centralize, organize, and discipline them. Second, the principal cohesive element, which centralizes nationally and renders effective and powerful a complex of forces which left to themselves would count for little or nothing. Endowed with great cohesive, centralizing, and disciplinary powers, and with the power of innovation. It is easier to form an army than to form generals. An already existing army is destroyed if it loses its generals, while a united group of generals soon creates an army, even where none exists. Third, an intermediate element which articulates the first with the second and maintains contact between them, not only physically but also morally and intellectually. For every party there exist fixed proportions between these three elements. A party cannot be destroyed by normal means when the second element exists and the other two cannot help being formed. Defeat in the struggle must always be envisaged. The preparation of one's own successors is as important as what one does for victory. Party conceit is worse than the national conceit of which Vico speaks. A nation cannot help existing. A party may not exist by virtue of its own strength. In the struggle between nations, it is in the interest of each that the other should be weakened by internal struggles, and the parties are precisely the elements of internal struggle. Given that whatever one does, one is always playing somebody's game, the important thing is to seek in every way to play one's own game with success. It is essential for parties to avoid even the justified appearance of playing somebody else's game, especially if the somebody is a foreign state. All political parties also carry out a policing function, safeguarding a certain political and legal order. The question is whether its purpose is repression or dissemination, reactionary or progressive. A law finds a lawbreaker among the reactionary social elements whom it has dispossessed, among the progressive elements whom it holds back, and among those who have not yet reached the level of civilization which it represents. The policing function is progressive when it tends to keep the dispossessed reactionary forces within the bounds of legality and to raise the backward masses to the level of the new legality. Regressive when it tends to hold back the vital forces of history. When the party is progressive, it functions democratically, democratic centralism. When regressive, bureaucratically, bureaucratic centralism. In the second case, it is technically a policing organism, and its name of political party is a metaphor of a mythological character. The great industrialists do not have a permanent political party of their own. They utilize all the existing parties turn by turn. Their interest is in a determinate balance of forces. In extreme cases, which are those which count, the party of the great industrialists is that of the landowners, who do have their own permanent party. Exemplification in England. The Conservative Party has swallowed up the Liberal Party, although the latter had traditionally appeared to be the party of the industrialists. The English situation, with its great trade unions, explains this. Mass organizations of the working class, which at certain decisive moments, 1919, 1926, transformed their constitution from top to bottom, shattering the bureaucratic carapace. Landowners and industrialists have permanent interests which bind them together, especially now that protectionism has become general. The fate of the traditional industrial parties, English liberal radicals, French radicals, Italian radicals, is of considerable interest. They represented a nexus of classes, great and small, rather than a single great class. Their combat troops were provided by the petite bourgeoisie, which today provides the troops of the demagogic parties. Three elements of the party: mass, discipline, and loyalty. Cohesive center, generals, innovation. Intermediate articulators, in fixed proportions. Democratic versus bureaucratic centralism. Progressive policing raises masses to a new legality. Regressive policing is a fetter, and the party is then only a mythological name. Quote, when does a party become historically necessary? When the conditions for its triumph, for its inevitable progress to state power, are at least in the process of formation, and allow their future evolution, all things going normally, to be foreseen. For a party to exist, three fundamental elements, three groups of elements, have to converge. Conceptions of the world and practical stances, global and partial. A prime criterion for judging either conceptions of the world or, especially, practical stances. Can the conception or the practical action in question be conceived of as isolated, independent, bearing entire responsibility for the collective life? Or must it be conceived of as integration or perfecting of, or counterweight to, another conception or practical attitude? One of the commonest totems is the belief about everything that exists, that it is natural that it should exist, that it could not do otherwise than exist, and that however badly one's attempts at reform may go, they will not stop life going on, since the traditional forces will continue to operate. There is some truth in this. It would be disastrous if there were not. Beyond certain limits, it becomes dangerous. Certain cases of politique do appear. Certain movements conceive of themselves as being only marginal. They presuppose a major movement onto which they graft themselves in order to reform certain presumed or real evils. In other words, certain movements are purely reformist. This principle has political importance because the theoretical truth that every class has a single party is demonstrated at the decisive turning points by the fact that various groupings, each of which had up till then presented itself as an independent party, come together to form a united bloc. The multiplicity which previously existed was purely reformist, concerned with partial questions, a political division of labor, useful within its limits. But each part presupposed the other, so that at the decisive moments, when fundamental questions were brought into play, the unity was formed, the bloc came into existence. Hence, in building a party, it is necessary to give it a monolithic character rather than base it on secondary questions. Painstaking care that there should be homogeneity between the leadership and the rank and file. If, at the decisive moments, the leaders pass over to their true party, the rank and file militants are left suspended, paralyzed, and ineffective. No real movement becomes aware of its global character all at once, but only gradually through experience, when it learns from the facts that nothing which exists is natural, in a non-habitual sense of the word, but rather exists because of the existence of certain conditions whose disappearance cannot remain without consequences. Thus the movement perfects itself, loses its arbitrary, symbiotic traits, becomes truly independent, in the sense that in order to produce certain results it creates the necessary preconditions, and indeed devotes all its forces to the creation of these preconditions. Quote, hence the conclusion that in building a party, it is necessary to give it a monolithic character rather than base it on secondary questions. Therefore, painstaking care that there should be homogeneity between the leadership and the rank and file, between the leaders and their mass following. If at the decisive moments, the leaders pass over to their true party, the rank and file militants are left suspended, paralyzed, and ineffective. Some theoretical and practical aspects of economism. Economism, theoretical movement for free trade, theoretical syndicalism. It should be considered to what degree theoretical syndicalism derives originally from the philosophy of praxis, and to what degree from the economic doctrines of free trade, i.e., in the last analysis from liberalism. Hence, whether economism, in its most developed form, is not a direct descendant of liberalism, having very little connection with the philosophy of praxis even in its origins. The nexus between free trade ideology and theoretical syndicalism is particularly evident in Italy, where the admiration of syndicalists like Lanzillo and company for Pareto is well known. The significance of the two tendencies, however, is very different. The former belongs to a dominant and directive social group, the latter to a group which is still subaltern, which has not yet gained consciousness of its strength, its possibilities of how it is to develop, and which therefore does not know how to escape from the primitivist phase. The ideas of the free trade movement are based on a theoretical error whose practical origin is not hard to identify. A distinction between political society and civil society, which is made into and presented as an organic one, whereas in fact it is merely methodological. Thus, it is asserted that economic activity belongs to civil society, and that the state must not intervene to regulate it. But since in actual reality civil society and state are one and the same, it must be made clear that laissez-faire too is a form of state regulation, introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. It is a deliberate policy, conscious of its own ends, and not the spontaneous, automatic expression of economic facts. Consequently, laissez-faire liberalism is a political program designed to change, insofar as it is victorious, a state's leading personnel and to change the economic program of the state itself, the distribution of the national income. The case of theoretical syndicalism is different. Here we are dealing with a subaltern group which is prevented by this theory from ever becoming dominant, or from developing beyond the economic corporate stage and rising to the phase of ethical political hegemony in civil society and of domination in the state. In the case of laissez-faire liberalism, one is dealing with a fraction of the ruling class which wishes to modify not the structure of the state, but merely government policy, a rotation in governmental office of the ruling class parties, not the foundation and organization of a new political society, and even less of a new type of civil society. In theoretical syndicalism, the independence and autonomy of the subaltern group are in fact sacrificed to the intellectual hegemony of the ruling class, since theoretical syndicalism is merely an aspect of laissez-faire liberalism, justified with a few mutilated and therefore banalized theses from the philosophy of praxis. The transformation of the subordinate group into a dominant one is excluded, either because the problem is not even considered Fabianism, demand, an important part of the Labor Party, or because it is posed in an inappropriate and ineffective form, social democratic tendencies in general, or because of a belief in the possibility of leaping from class society directly into a society of perfect equality with a syndical economy. The attitude of economism towards expressions of political and intellectual will, action, or initiative is to say the least strange, as if these did not emanate organically from economic necessity, and indeed were not the only effective expression of the economy. Thus, it is incongruous that the concrete posing of the problem of hegemony should be interpreted as a fact subordinating the group seeking hegemony. Undoubtedly, the fact of hegemony presupposes that account be taken of the interests and the tendencies of the groups over which hegemony is to be exercised, and that a certain compromise equilibrium should be formed. In other words, that the leading group should make sacrifices of an economic corporate kind. But there is also no doubt that such sacrifices and such a compromise cannot touch the essential. For though hegemony is ethical-political, it must also be economic, must necessarily be based on the decisive function exercised by the leading group in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. Economism appears in many other guises besides laissez-faire liberalism and theoretical syndicalism. Electoral abstentionism, the clericals after 1870, real Italy versus legal Italy. The formula, the worse it gets, the better that will be, parliamentary intransigence. The party is then seen merely as an educational organism similar to a trade union. Point of reference: the poverty of philosophy. An important phase is that in which the components of a trade union no longer struggle solely for their own economic interests, but for the defense and development of the organization itself. Engels: the economy is only the mainspring of history in the last analysis. Related to the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. It is on the level of ideologies that men become conscious of conflicts in the world of the economy. Historical economism's characteristics. No distinction between what is relatively permanent and a passing fluctuation. Economic fact reduced to the self-interest of an individual or small group in an immediate sense, not class formations. Economic development reduced to technical change in the instruments of work, Loria on the aeroplane, or to a new raw material or fuel, petroleum. It often happens that people combat historical economism in the belief that they are attacking historical materialism. Everything is economics. Diplomacy is entirely governed by custom tariffs. This is an absolute pseudo-truth. Laissez-faire as state regulation. Civil society and state are methodologically distinct, organically one. Free trade is a political program, not the spontaneous expression of economic facts. Hegemony and compromise. Ethical political, but must also be economic. Sacrifices of an economic corporate kind cannot touch the essential. Quote, but since in actual reality civil society and state are one and the same, it must be made clear that laissez-faire too is a form of state regulation, introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. It is a deliberate policy, conscious of its own ends, and not the spontaneous, automatic expression of economic facts. Consequently, laissez-faire liberalism is a political program designed to change, insofar as it is victorious, a state's leading personnel and to change the economic program of the state itself. In other words, the distribution of the national income. Prediction and perspective. Another point which needs to be defined and developed is the dual perspective in political action and in national life. It can present itself on various levels, from a most elementary to the most complex. But these can all theoretically be reduced to two fundamental levels, corresponding to the dual nature of Machiavelli's centaur, half animal and half human. They are the levels of force and of consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, of the individual moment and of the universal moment, church and state, of agitation and of propaganda, of tactics and of strategy. Some have reduced the theory of the dual perspective to something trivial and banal, to nothing but two forms of immediacy which succeed each other mechanically in time, with greater or less proximity. In actual fact, it often happens that the more the first perspective is immediate and elementary, the more the second has to be distant, not in time, but as a dialectical relation, complex and ambitious. It may happen, as in human life, that the more an individual is compelled to defend his own immediate physical existence, the more will he uphold and identify with the highest values of civilization and of humanity, in all their complexity. Guicciardini. Two things are absolutely necessary for the life of a state: arms and religion. The formula can be translated: force and consent, coercion and persuasion, state and church, political society and civil society, politics and morality, law and freedom, order and self-discipline, violence and fraud. In the political conception of the Renaissance, religion was consent and the church was civil society, the hegemonic apparatus of the ruling group, which did not have its own cultural and intellectual organization, but regarded the universal ecclesiastical organization as being that. It is certain that prediction only means seeing the present and the past clearly as movement, seeing them clearly, accurately identifying the fundamental and permanent elements of the process. But it is absurd to think of a purely objective prediction. Anybody who makes a prediction has in fact a program for whose victory he is working, and his prediction is precisely an element contributing to that victory. This does not mean that prediction need always be arbitrary and gratuitous. Only to the extent to which the objective aspect of prediction is linked to a program does it acquire its objectivity, because strong passions are necessary to sharpen the intellect and help make intuition more penetrating. Because reality is a product of the application of human will to the society of things. Therefore, if one excludes all voluntarist elements, or if it is only other people's wills whose intervention one reckons as an objective element, one mutilates reality itself. Only the man who wills strongly identifies the elements that are necessary for the realization of his will. Therefore, a certain average of forecast is established by the clash of wills of varying intensity. and this is in a certain sense the only prediction that can be made. The opposition between Savonarola and Machiavelli is not an opposition between what is and what ought to be, but one between two concepts of what ought to be: the abstract and phantasmagorical concept of Savonarola, and the realistic concept of Machiavelli. Realistic even if it did not in fact become direct reality, since one cannot expect an individual or a book to change reality, but only to interpret it and to indicate the possible lines of action. Machiavelli never says that he has any thought or intention of himself changing reality, only of showing concretely how the historical forces ought to have acted in order to be effective. Quote, "The dual perspective can present itself on various levels, from the most elementary to the most complex, but these can all theoretically be reduced to two fundamental levels, corresponding to the dual nature of Machiavelli's centaur, half animal and half human. They are the levels of force and of consent, authority and hegemony, violence and civilization, of the individual moment and of the universal moment, church and state, of agitation and of propaganda, of tactics and of strategy, etc. Economic corporate phase of the state." Guicciardini represents a step backwards in political science with respect to Machiavelli. This is all that Guicciardini's greater pessimism means. Guicciardini regressed to a purely Italian political thought, whereas Machiavelli had attained a European thought. It is impossible to understand Machiavelli without taking into account that he subsumed Italian experience into European, in his day synonymous with international experience. His would have been utopian were it not for the European experience. Machiavelli's human nature embraces European man, who in France and Spain has effectively transcended the phase of the breakup of feudalism by means of the system of absolute monarchy. Hence the creation of a unitary absolute monarchy in Italy is prevented not by human nature, but by transitory conditions which the will can overcome. Machiavelli is pessimistic, or better realistic, when he regards men and the motives of their actions. Guicciardini is not pessimistic, but skeptical and petty. In politics, has a far greater importance than in diplomacy. Diplomacy sanctions and tends to conserve situations created by the clash of policies of different states, is only creative metaphorically. International relations deal with a balance of forces in which any single state component has only a very limited weight. Therefore, diplomacy, through the very habits of the profession, tends to skepticism and to conservative narrowness of mind. In the internal relations of state, the situation is incomparably more favorable to central initiative, to what Machiavelli understood as a will to command. De Sanctis participated in a creative moment of Italian political history, a moment in which the effectiveness of the political will turned to awakening new and original forces rather than merely to calculating on the traditional ones. Guicciardinesque political skepticism had revealed all its potentiality not only in the art of founding a state from within, but also in that of mastering international relations with Cavour. Why should Machiavelli's will be utopian, and why revolutionary, and not utopian, the will of someone who wants to conserve what exists? Political science abstracts the element will, and does not take account of the end to which a particular will is applied. The attribute utopian does not apply to political will in general, but to specific wills which are incapable of relating means to end, and hence are not even wills, but idle whims, dreams, longings. Guicciardini's skepticism is not pessimism of the intelligence, which can be combined with an optimism of the will in active and realistic politicians. It has other sources: diplomatic habit, a subordinate executive bureaucratic activity which has to accept a will extraneous to the diplomat's individual convictions, and Guicciardini's actual convictions, conservative in the general context of Italian politics. His writings are more of a period piece than they are political science. Quote, "The attribute utopian does not apply to political will in general, but to specific wills which are incapable of relating means to end, and hence are not even wills, but idle whims, dreams, longings, etc. Analysis of situations. Relations of force. The study of how situations should be analyzed, how to establish the various levels of the relations of force, is an elementary exposition of the science and art of politics. Empirical observations from Moscow and the like ought to be inserted into the relations of force. International forces, great powers, hegemonic systems, sovereignty of small and medium powers, objective relations within society, degree of development of productive forces, political force and parties, hegemonic systems within the state, immediate, potentially military, political relations. International relations follow, they do not precede, fundamental social relations. Organic innovation in the social structure modifies international relations too. The more a nation's immediate economic life is subordinated internationally, the more a particular party will exploit that situation. Nitty on the technical impossibility of revolution in Italy. Often the so-called Foreigners' Party is in fact the most nationalistic party, representing not the vital forces of its own country, but that country's economic enslavement to hegemonic nations. 2 principles. No society sets itself tasks for whose accomplishment the necessary conditions do not already exist or are not beginning to emerge. No society breaks down until it has first developed all the forms of life implicit in its internal relations. Distinguish organic movements, relatively permanent, from conjunctural ones, occasional, immediate, almost accidental. Conjunctural phenomena give rise to day-to-day criticism of top leaders. Organic phenomena to socio-historical criticism of wider social groupings. A crisis lasting decades means incurable structural contradictions have reached maturity, while the forces defending the existing structure make every effort to cure them. Those efforts form the terrain of the conjunctural, and it is upon this terrain that the opposition organizes. A common error is inability to find the correct relation between organic and conjunctural, presenting remote causes as immediately operative, excess of economism, mechanical laws, teleology, or asserting that only immediate causes are effective, excess of ideologism, exaltation of great personalities. First moment, a relation of social forces closely bound to the structure, objective, independent of men's will, measurable like a physical science. On the basis of the degree of development of material productive forces, the various social classes come into existence. Nobody can alter the number of firms or their employees. This data allows one to check the realism of the ideologies born on that terrain. Second moment, the relation of political forces, homogeneity, self-awareness, organization. This itself has levels of political consciousness. The most elementary is economic corporate. A tradesman stands by another tradesman, a manufacturer by another manufacturer, but the tradesman does not yet feel solidarity with the manufacturer. Next, consciousness of solidarity of interests among all members of a social class, still in the purely economic field. The state is posed only as winning politico-juridical equality within existing structures. Third, one becomes aware that one's own corporate interests, in their present and future development, go beyond the corporate limits of the purely economic class, and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups too. This is the most purely political phase, the decisive passage from the structure to the complex superstructures. Ideologies become party. One tends to prevail, intellectual and moral unity. Questions posed not on a corporate, but on a universal plane. Hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. The state is the organ of one particular group, but that group's expansion is presented as the motor of a universal expansion of national energies. The life of the state is a continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria in which the interests of the dominant group prevail, but only up to a certain point, stopping short of narrowly corporate economic interest. Third moment of the whole analysis, the relation of military forces from time to time immediately decisive. Historical development oscillates between the first and the third, with the mediation of a second. Distinguish the military in the strict technical sense from the politico-military. A state's military oppression of a nation seeking independence is inexplicable without social disintegration and passivity of the majority among the oppressed. Independence cannot be won with purely military forces. Immediate economic crises do not of themselves produce fundamental historical events. They create a terrain more favorable to certain modes of thought. Matthews, toward 1789, the immediate economic situation was rather good. The rupture was not mechanical impoverishment, but conflicts of class prestige and of independence. If the process from one moment to the next is missing men, will capability, the old society may exterminate the rival elite, or reciprocal destruction may establish a piece of the graveyard under a foreign guard. Such analyses acquire significance only if they serve a practical activity, an initiative of will. The decisive element in every situation is the permanently organized and long-prepared force, which can be put into the field when the situation is favorable. And it can be favorable only insofar as such a force exists. The essential task is systematically and patiently ensuring that this force is formed, developed, and rendered ever more homogeneous, compact, and self-aware. Organic/conjunctural. Relatively permanent structural movements versus occasional, immediate fluctuations. Economism overestimates the first, ideologism the second. 3 moments: objective social forces, structure, political forces, corporate class, solidarity, hegemony, military/politica-military, immediately decisive. Quote, a third moment is that in which one becomes aware that one's own corporate interests, in their present and future development, go beyond the corporate limits of the purely economic class, and can and must become the interests of other subordinate groups too. This is the most purely political phase, and marks the decisive passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures, posing all the questions around which the struggle rages not on a corporate, but on a universal plane, and thus creating the hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. On bureaucracy, as political and economic forms develop historically, a new type of functionary is increasingly being produced: career functionaries, technically trained for bureaucratic work, civil and military. This is a fact of prime significance for political science, and for any history of the forms taken by the state. Has this process been a necessary one, or, as the pure liberals claim, a degeneration in respect of the ideal of self-government? Every type of society and state has had its own problem of functionaries, which it has formulated and resolved in its own way. Every society has had its own system of selection and its own type of functionary to be trained. The problem of functionaries partly coincides with that of the intellectuals. Though every new form of society and state has required a new type of functionary, new ruling groups have never been able, at least initially, to ignore tradition or established interests. The categories of functionary already existing, especially in the ecclesiastical and military spheres. Unity of manual and intellectual work, and closer links between legislative and executive power, so that elected functionaries concern themselves not merely with the control of state affairs, but also with their execution, may be motives of inspiration for a new approach. Connected with the question of the bureaucracy and its optimum organization is the debate about so-called organic centralism and democratic centralism, which despite its name has nothing to do with abstract democracy, inasmuch as the French Revolution and Third Republic developed forms of organic centralism unknown either to the absolute monarchy or to Napoleon I. Organic centralism is based on the principle that a political group is selected by co-optation around an infallible bearer of truth. A collective organism is made up of single individuals who form the organism inasmuch as they have given themselves and actively accept a particular hierarchy and leadership. If each of the individual members sees the collective organism as an entity external to himself, the organism no longer in fact exists. It becomes a phantasm of the mind, a fetish. Fetishism of this kind occurs, too, in voluntary organisms, parties, and trade unions. The individual expects the organism to act even if he does not do anything himself, and does not reflect that precisely because his attitude is very widespread, the organism is necessarily inoperative. One will have to seek out the real economic and political relations which find their organizational form in the various manifestations of organic and democratic centralism in all fields, in state life, in interstate life, in the life of political and cultural associations, and of trade union and economic ones. Quote, if each of the individual members sees the collective organism as an entity external to himself, it is evident that this organism no longer in fact exists. It becomes a phantasm of the mind, a fetish. The individual expects the organism to act, even if it does not do anything himself, and does not reflect that precisely because his attitude is very widespread, the organism is necessarily inoperative. The theorem of fixed proportions. This theorem can usefully be employed to clarify and to bring out the general applicability of many propositions concerning the science of organizations and also concerning general politics. Recourse to it has only a schematic and metaphoric value. It cannot be applied mechanically, since in human collectivities the qualitative element, the technical and intellectual capacity of the individual components, is predominant, and this cannot be measured mathematically. Hence, every human collectivity has its own specific optimum principle of fixed proportions. The science of organizations becomes apparent in the case of the army. Every form of society has its own type of army, and every type of army has its own principle of fixed proportions, changing from one arm of the service to the next. There is a specific relation between privates, NCOs, subalterns, junior officers, senior officers, general staff. Each change in a single part necessitates a new equilibrium with the whole. The theorem can be seen in application politically in parties, trade unions, or factories. Each social group has its own law of fixed proportions, which varies according to the level of its culture, independence of mind, spirit of initiative, and sense of responsibility, and according to the degree of discipline of its most backward and peripheral members. Pantaleone. Bodies combine chemically only in fixed proportions. Any quantity of an element in excess remains free. If a quantity is insufficient, the combination can only take place to the extent that the smallest quantity suffices. Metaphorically, a movement or current of opinion becomes a party, a political force effective from the point of view of the exercise of governmental power, precisely to the extent to which it possesses cadres at the various levels, and to the extent to which the latter have acquired certain capabilities. The historical automatism of certain premises is potentialized politically by parties and by men of ability. Absence or inadequacy of these neutralizes the automatism itself. The premises exist abstractly, but the consequences are not realized because the human factor is missing. Parties have the task of forming capable leaders. They are the mass function which selects, develops, and multiplies the leaders necessary if a particular social group is to become articulated and be transformed from turbulent chaos into an organically prepared political army. When the total vote for a particular party oscillates between apparently strange maximums and minimums in successive elections at different levels, pre-Hitler Germany, President, Reichstag, land diets, communal councils, factory committees, it may be deduced that that party's cadres are inadequate in quantity or quality or both. A party which wins a lot of votes in local elections, but fewer in those of greater political importance, is certainly qualitatively deficient in its central leadership. Numerous junior cadres, but not a general staff adequate for that country and its position in the world. Quote, the historical automatism of certain premises, the existence of certain objective conditions, is potentialized politically by parties and by men of ability. Absence or inadequacy, quantitative and qualitative, of these neutralizes the automatism itself, which anyway is not really automatic. The premises exist abstractly, but the consequences are not realized because the human factor is missing. Number and quality in representative systems of government. What is criticized in representative systems of government? It is strange that it should not be criticized because the historical rationality of numerical consensus is systematically falsified by the influence of wealth, is extended to a critique of all representative systems, even those which are not parliamentary and not fashioned according to the canons of formal democracy. These assertions are even less accurate. In these other systems of government, the people's consent does not end at the moment of voting. Quite the contrary. That consent is presumed to be permanently active. So much so that those who give it may be considered as functionaries of the state, and elections as a means of voluntary enrollment of state functionaries of a certain type. A means which in a certain sense may be related to the idea of self-government. Since elections are held on the basis not of vague, generic programs, but of programs of immediate, concrete work, anyone who gives his consent commits himself to do something more than the simple, juridical citizen towards their realization, to be a vanguard of active and responsible work. The voluntary element in the whole undertaking could not be stimulated in any other way as far as the broader masses are concerned, and when these are not made up of amorphous citizens, but of skilled productive elements, then one can understand the importance that the demonstration of the vote may have. The proposition that society does not pose itself problems for whose solution the material preconditions do not already exist immediately raises the problem of the formation of a collective will. It is a question of more or less long processes of development, and rarely of sudden, synthetic explosions. Synthetic explosions do occur, but if they are looked at closely, it can be seen that they are more destructive than reconstructive. They remove mechanical and external obstacles in the way of an indigenous and spontaneous development. Thus, the Sicilian Vespers can be taken as typical. It would be possible to study concretely the formation of a collective historical movement, analyzing it in all its molecular phases, a thing which is rarely done. Instead, currents of opinion are normally taken as already constituted around a group or a dominant personality. This is the problem which in modern times is expressed in terms of the party. How a party is first set up, how its organizational strength and social influence are developed. It requires an extremely minute, molecular process of exhaustive analysis, the documentation for which is made up of an endless quantity of books, pamphlets, review and newspaper articles, conversations and oral debates repeated countless times, and which in their gigantic aggregation represent this long labor which gives birth to a collective will with a certain degree of homogeneity, with the degree necessary and sufficient to achieve an action which is coordinated and simultaneous in the time and the geographical space in which the historical event takes place. Utopias and abstract rationalism have the same importance in the initial phase as old conceptions of the world. What matters is the criticism to which such an ideological complex is subjected by the first representatives of the new historical phase. What was previously secondary and subordinate is now taken to be primary, becomes the nucleus of a new ideological and theoretical complex. After the formation of the party system, an historical phase linked to the standardization of broad masses, communications, newspapers, big cities, the molecular processes take place more swiftly than in the past. Quote, it requires an extremely minute, molecular process of exhaustive analysis in every detail, the documentation for which is made up of an endless quantity of books, pamphlets, review and newspaper articles, conversations and oral debates repeated countless times, and which in their gigantic aggregation represent this long labor, which gives birth to a collective will, with a certain degree of homogeneity, with the degree necessary and sufficient to achieve an action which is coordinated and simultaneous in the time and the geographical space in which the historical event takes place. Continuity and tradition. An aspect of dilettantism and discipline from the organizing center of a grouping is continuity, which tends to create a tradition, active organic development, not passive. This contains the entire juridical problem, assimilating the grouping to its most advanced fraction, education of the masses. Through law, the state renders the ruling group homogeneous and tends to create a social conformism useful to its line of development. Law in the wider sense includes directing civil society in zones the technicians call legally neutral, morality and custom. The ethical problem is the correspondence, spontaneously and freely accepted, between each individual's conduct and the end society sets as necessary. Coercive and positive law, spontaneous in public opinion. Juridical continuity of the organized center must be Roman/Anglo-Saxon. realistic, close to concrete life, not Byzantine/Napoleonic, a code conceived as perpetual. A good archive, educative circulars more than organic decisions. The danger of bureaucratization must be watched. The danger of discontinuity and improvisation is still greater. Quote, "This is precisely the function of law in the state and in society. Through law, the state renders the ruling group homogeneous and tends to create a social conformism which is useful to the ruling group's line of development." Spontaneity and conscious leadership. The term spontaneity can be variously defined. Pure spontaneity does not exist in history. It would come to the same thing as pure mechanicity. In the most spontaneous movement, the elements of conscious leadership cannot be checked, have left no reliable document. Spontaneity is therefore characteristic of the history of the subaltern classes, of their most marginal elements, who have not achieved consciousness of the class for itself, and never think their history might have documentary importance. Multiple elements of conscious leadership exist, but none transcends the stratum's popular science, its common sense. This is what de Man empirically counterposes to Marxism, as if describing folklore were to transcend modern science. His incidental merit is the need to study popular psychology in order to transform it. That need was implicit in Illich. Distinguished scholars who treat spontaneity as the immanent method of history from adventurers who treat it as a political method. The desire to replace a given leadership. French syndicalist apoliticism before the war mixed theoretical error with rivalry. It continued the passivity after 1871. The purely economic struggle was not to the ruling class's distaste. The Turin movement was accused simultaneously of being spontaneist and voluntarist or Bergsonian. This contradictory accusation, if one analyses it, only testifies to the fact that the leadership given to the movement was both creative and correct. This leadership was not abstract. It neither consisted in mechanically repeating scientific or theoretical formulae, nor did it confuse politics, real action, with theoretical disquisition. It applied itself to real men, formed in specific historical relations, with specific feelings, outlooks, fragmentary conceptions of the world, which are the result of spontaneous combinations of a given situation of material production with the fortuitous agglomeration within it of disparate social elements. This element of spontaneity was not neglected and even less despised. It was educated, directed, purged of extraneous contaminations. The aim was to bring it into line with modern theory, but in a living and historically effective manner. The leaders themselves spoke of the spontaneity of the movement, and rightly so. This assertion was a stimulus, a tonic, an element of unification and depth. Above all, it denied that the movement was arbitrary, a cooked-up venture, and stressed its historical necessity. It gave the masses a theoretical consciousness of being creators of historical and institutional values, of being founders of a state. This unity between spontaneity and conscious leadership or discipline is precisely the real political action of the subaltern classes, insofar as this is mass politics and not merely an adventure by groups claiming to represent the masses. Can modern theory be in opposition to the spontaneous feelings of the masses? Spontaneous in the sense that they are not the result of any systematic educational activity on the part of an already conscious leading group, but have been formed through everyday experience illuminated by common sense. It cannot be in opposition to them. Between the two, there is a quantitative difference of degree, not one of quality. A reciprocal reduction, a passage from one to the other and vice versa, must be possible. Neglecting, or worse still despising, so-called spontaneous movements, i.e. failing to give them a conscious leadership or to raise them to a higher plane by inserting them into politics, may often have extremely serious consequences. It is almost always the case that a spontaneous movement of the subaltern classes is accompanied by a reactionary movement of the right wing of the dominant class, and is simultaneous with it, a crisis of authority. If the spontaneous movement is not organized by a revolutionary leadership, the reactionary forces will take advantage of it. Unity of spontaneity and leadership. Mass politics of the subaltern, not an adventure by groups claiming to represent them. 1919 to -20 as living application, not Bergsonian voluntarism. Common sense and modern theory. Quantitative difference of degree, not of quality. Despising spontaneous movements prepares the terrain for reaction. Quote, this unity between spontaneity and conscious leadership, or discipline, is precisely the real political action of the subaltern classes, insofar as this is mass politics and not merely an adventure by groups claiming to represent the masses. Against Byzantinism. The principle must always rule that ideas are not born of other ideas, philosophies of other philosophies. They are a continually renewed expression of real historical development. The unity of history, what the idealists call unity of the spirit, is not a presupposition, but a continuously developing process. Identity in concrete reality determines identity of thought, and not vice versa. It can further be deduced that every truth, even if it is universal, and even if it can be expressed by an abstract formula of a mathematical kind, for the sake of the theoreticians, owes its effectiveness to its being expressed in the language appropriate to specific concrete situations. If it cannot be expressed in such specific terms, it is a Byzantine and scholastic abstraction, good only for phrasemongers to toy with. Quote, every truth, even if it is universal, and even if it can be expressed by an abstract formula of a mathematical kind, for the sake of the theoreticians, owes its effectiveness to its being expressed in the language appropriate to specific concrete situations. If it cannot be expressed in such specific terms, it is a Byzantine and scholastic abstraction, good only for phrasemongers to toy with. The collective worker. In a critical account of the post-war events, and of the constitutional, organic, attempts to escape from the prevailing state of disorder and dispersal of forces, show how the movement to valorize the factory independently of, or rather in contrast with, craft organization corresponded perfectly to the analysis of how the factory system developed given in the first volume of the Critique of Political Economy. An increasingly perfect division of labor objectively reduces the position of the factory worker to increasingly analytical movements of detail, so that the complexity of the collective work passes the individual worker. In the latter's consciousness, his own contribution is devalued to the point where it seems easily replaceable at any moment. At the same time, work that is concerted and well organized gives a better social productivity, so that the entire workforce of a factory should see itself as a collective worker. These are the premises of the factory movement, which aim to render subjective that which is given objectively. For the individual worker, the junction between the requirements of technical development and the interests of the ruling class is objective. But this junction is only a historical phase of industrial development and must be conceived of as transitory. The nexus can be dissolved. Technical requirements can be conceived in concrete terms, not merely separately from the interests of the ruling class, but in relation to the interests of the class which is as yet still subaltern. A compelling proof that such a split and new synthesis is historically mature is constituted by the very fact that such a process is understood by the subaltern class, which precisely for that reason is no longer subaltern, or at least is demonstrably on the way to emerging from its subordinate position. The collective worker understands that this is what he is, not merely in each individual factory, but in the broader spheres of the national and international division of labor. It is precisely in the organisms which represent the factory as a producer of real objects and not of profit that he gives an external, political demonstration of the consciousness he has acquired. Quote, these were the premises of the factory movement, which aim to render subjective that which is given objectively. The collective worker understands that this is what he is, not merely in each individual factory, but in the broader spheres of the national and international division of labor. Voluntarism and social masses. In a whole series of problems, reconstruction of past history and historico-political analysis of the present, no account is taken of the following factor: that the actions and organizations of volunteers must be distinguished from actions and organizations of homogeneous social blocks and judged by different criteria. Volunteers should be taken as meaning not the elite when this is an organic expression of the social mass, but rather those who have detached themselves from the mass by arbitrary individual initiative and who often stand in opposition to that mass or neutral with respect to it. This factor is especially important in the case of Italy. On account of the traditional apoliticism and passivity of the great popular masses, the relative ease with which volunteers are recruited is a natural reaction to these phenomena. On account of the social composition of Italy, one of whose features is the unhealthy quantity of rural or rural type, middle and petit bourgeois, who produce a large number of dissatisfied intellectuals, hence ready volunteers for any enterprise, even the most bizarre, which is vaguely subversive to the right or to the left, on account of the mass of rural wage laborers and of lumpen proletariat, called in Italy by the picturesque name of morti di fame. When one analyses the Italian political parties, one can see that they have always been parties of volunteers, and in a certain sense of déclasses, they have never or almost never represented homogeneous social blocks. One exception was the Cavourian historic right, and that was what constituted its organic and permanent superiority. Volunteer action, despite its undeniable historical merit, has been a surrogate for popular intervention, and in this sense is a solution of compromise with the passivity of the masses of the nation. Volunteer action and passivity go together more than is thought. The solution involving volunteer action is a solution of authority from the top down, formally legitimized by the consent, it is claimed, of the best elements. But to construct a lasting history, the best elements are not enough. The vaster and more numerous national popular energies are needed. An organic adhesion of the national popular masses to the state is replaced by a selection of volunteers of the nation abstractly conceived. Quote, volunteer action and passivity go together more than is thought. The solution involving volunteer action is a solution of authority from the top down, formally legitimized by the consent, it is claimed, of the best elements. But to construct a lasting history, the best elements are not enough. The vaster and more numerous national popular energies are needed. State and civil society. The notes grouped here include some of the most crucial to an understanding of the political thought, the nature of fascism, the revolutionary strategy appropriate in the West, and the theory of the state. They can be approached via three related concepts: Caesarism, war of position, and civil society. Caesarism does not merely refer to fascism. It can have a wider application, the British national government in 1931, and is related to, not identical with, Marx's Bonapartism. It represents a compromise between two fundamental social forces. The problem is to see whether in the dialectic revolution/restoration, it is revolution or restoration which predominates. And it would be an error of method to believe that the entire new historical phenomenon is due to the equilibrium of the fundamental forces. One must also see the interplay of relations between the principal groups of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by, or subjected to, their hegemonic influence. In the specific case of the fascist regime, analyze the passive revolution which fascism perhaps represents and the specificity of the social forces which produced it, rejecting the crude equation fascism equals capitalism. War of position is used in two partially conflicting senses. Sometimes it is the form of political struggle alone possible in periods of relatively stable equilibrium between the fundamental classes, when frontal attack is impossible. Does there exist an absolute identity between war of position and passive revolution until the war of position again becomes a war of maneuver? Elsewhere, war of position is related to the West, where there is a proper relation between state and civil society, unlike the East, Russia, where war of maneuver was appropriate. The two conceptions are only reconciled, with qualifications, where civil society resists, must be conquered, before the frontal assault on the state. A social group can and must already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. That thesis is open to reformist interpretations. There is little justification for imputing any such illusion here. Concern with civil society and hegemony is not a neglect of political society, of force, of domination. The constant preoccupation is to avoid any undialectical separation of the ethical-political aspect of politics or theory of hegemony and consent from the aspect of force and economics. No single, wholly satisfactory conception of civil society or the state was found. Civil society resists before the frontal assault. Yet the state in the West is also an outer ditch behind which stand fortresses and earthworks. The state is defined as political society plus civil society, as a balance between them, and as one and the same as civil society in concrete reality. Hegelian usage. Civil society as political and cultural hegemony of a social group over the entire society, ethical content of the state, contrasted to political society as moments of the superstructure. Elsewhere, civil society includes economic relations, as in Marx. Between the economic structure and the state with its legislation and coercion stands civil society, and the latter must be radically transformed. The state is the instrument for conforming civil society to the economic structure, but it is necessary for the representatives of the change that has taken place in the economic structure to be in control of the state. Quote, "In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled, a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks." Observations on political parties in periods of organic crisis. At a certain point in their historical lives, social classes become detached from their traditional parties. The traditional parties in that particular organizational form, with the particular men who constitute, represent, and lead them, are no longer recognized by their class as its expression. When such crises occur, the immediate situation becomes delicate and dangerous, because the field is open for violent solutions, for the activities of unknown forces, represented by charismatic men of destiny. These situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate from the parties throughout the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, civil and military, of high finance, of the church, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. The content is the crisis of the ruling class's hegemony, which occurs either because the ruling class has failed in some major political undertaking for which it has requested or forcibly extracted the consent of the broad masses, war, for example, or because huge masses, especially of peasants and petit bourgeois intellectuals, have passed suddenly from a state of political passivity to a certain activity, and put forward demands which taken together add up to a revolution. A crisis of authority is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony or general crisis of the state. The crisis creates situations dangerous in the short run, since the various strata are not all capable of orienting themselves equally swiftly. The traditional ruling class, which has numerous trained cadres, changes men and programs, and, with greater speed than the subordinate classes, reabsorbs the control that was slipping from its grasp. Perhaps it makes sacrifices and demagogic promises, but it retains power, reinforces it, and uses it to crush its adversary and disperse his leading cadres. The passage of the troops of many different parties under the banner of a single party, which better represents and resumes the needs of the entire class, is an organic and normal phenomenon. The fusion of an entire social class under a single leadership. When the crisis does not find this organic solution, but that of the charismatic leader, it means that a static equilibrium exists. The decisive factor is the immaturity of the progressive forces, that no group has the strength for victory, and that even the conservative group needs a master. See the 18th Brumaire. Connected. The party's capacity to react against force of habit, against becoming mummified and anachronistic. Distinguished social group, mass membership, bureaucracy, and general staff. The bureaucracy is the most dangerously hidebound and conservative force. If it constitutes a compact body independent of the mass of members, the party becomes anachronistic and at moments of acute crisis is voided of its social content and left as though suspended in midair. German parties under the expansion of Hitlerism, French parties are all mummified historical-political documents of past phases. People usually neglect the bureaucratic element, civil and military, and the social strata from which the bureaucracy is traditionally recruited. A political movement can be of a military character, even if the army as such does not participate openly. It may suit better not to reveal the army, not to have it cross the bounds of what is constitutional, so that homogeneity between officers and other ranks is maintained on a terrain of apparent neutrality. Yet it is nonetheless the general staff and the officer corps which determines the new situation. So-called neutrality only means support for the reactionary side. The question has to be posed in such terms to prevent unrest being reproduced within the army. First problem: does there exist a widespread social stratum in whose economic life and political self-assertion the bureaucratic career, civil or military, is a very important element? In modern Europe, this stratum can be identified in the medium and small rural bourgeoisie. Its members are accustomed to direct command over nuclei of men, politically not economically. Their art of command implies no aptitude for ordering men and things into an organic whole as an industrial production. They have an income as legal owners of a part of the national soil. Their function consists in opposing politically the attempts of the peasant farmer to ameliorate his existence. The chronic poverty and prolonged labor of the peasant are a primordial necessity for it. Hence, immense energy in resisting autonomous organization of peasant labor. Its limits: territorial dispersal and non-homogeneity, volubility, multiplicity of ideological systems. The process of centralization accelerates when this will coincides with the immediate interests of the ruling class. Its military strength then at once reveals itself, so that sometimes, when organized, it lays down the law to the ruling class as far as the form of solution is concerned. Power in the towns automatically becomes power in the countryside, but conflicts in the countryside assume an acute and personal form. This military character is now consciously cultivated. Associations of reservists and ex-combatants linked to the general staffs, mobilizable without mobilizing the conscript army. A movement of the Cossack type, ranged not along the frontiers of nationality, but along the frontiers of the social class. Spain and Greece, two typical examples. In Spain, no numerous rural bourgeoisie between latifundist aristocrat and peasant. Minor importance of the junior officer corps. Military governments of great generals. Passivity of the peasant masses. Disintegration of the army vertical. Rivalries between cliques at the top. Military government is a parenthesis between two constitutional governments. The military are the permanent reserves of order. Greece similar, with islands and a seagoing population making conspiracy easier. Neither experience created a permanent, formally organic, political and social ideology, as occurs in countries which are potentially Bonapartist. The general historical conditions are the same. An equilibrium of the conflicting urban classes which obstructs parliamentarism. In Spain, the total passivity of the countryside enables the generals of the landowning aristocracy to utilize the army to re-stabilize the supremacy of the ruling classes. In other countries, the countryside is not passive, but the peasant movement is not coordinated politically with the urban movement. Crisis of authority. Hegemony of the ruling class fails. War, or sudden activity of previously passive masses. Parties detached from their classes. Field open for charismatic solutions. Rural bourgeois bureaucracy. Medium and small rural owners as the recruiting ground of civil and military cadres. Cossack formations along class frontiers. Quote, these situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate out from the terrain of the parties. Throughout the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, civil and military, of high finance, of the church, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. And the content is the crisis of the ruling class's hegemony. A crisis of authority is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony, or general crisis of the state. Caesarism. Caesar, Napoleon I, Napoleon III, Cromwell, compile a catalog of historical events which have culminated in a great heroic personality. Caesarism can be said to express a situation in which the forces in conflict balance each other in a catastrophic manner. A continuation of the conflict can only terminate in their reciprocal destruction. When progressive force A struggles with reactionary force B, not only may a defeat B or B defeat A, but it may happen that neither defeats the other. They bleed each other mutually, and then a third force C intervenes from outside, subjugating what is left of both. In Italy, after the death of Lorenzo il Magnifico, this is precisely what occurred. Caesarism always expresses the particular solution in which a great personality is entrusted with the task of arbitration over a historico-political situation characterized by an equilibrium of forces heading towards catastrophe. But it does not in all cases have the same historical significance. There can be both progressive and reactionary forms. The exact significance of each can be reconstructed only through concrete history, not by any sociological rule of thumb. Caesarism is progressive when its intervention helps the progressive force to triumph, albeit with its victory tempered by certain compromises and limitations. It is reactionary when its intervention helps the reactionary force to triumph. Caesar and Napoleon I, progressive. Napoleon III and Bismarck, reactionary. The problem is to see whether in the dialectic revolution/restoration it is revolution or restoration which predominates. Restorations in toto do not exist. Besides, Caesarism is a polemical ideological formula, not a canon of historical interpretation. A Caesar's solution can exist even without a Caesar, without any great heroic personality. The parliamentary system has also provided a mechanism for such compromise solutions. The labor governments of MacDonald were to a certain degree solutions of this kind. The degree of Caesarism increased when the government was formed, which had MacDonald as its head and a conservative majority. In Italy from October 1922 until the defection of the Popolari, then by stages until January 3, 1925, then until November 8, 1926, various gradations of Caesarism succeeded each other, culminating in a more pure and permanent form. Every coalition government is a first stage of Caesarism, which may or may not develop to more significant stages, though common opinion holds coalition governments to be the most solid bulwark against it. In the modern world, with its great economic trade union and party political coalitions, the mechanism is very different from what it was up to Napoleon III. Then the regular military forces were a decisive element, through coups d'état. Now functionaries of parties and economic unions can be corrupted or terrorized without military action in the grand style. After 48, after the expansion of parliamentarism and of associative systems of union and party, and after the growth of vast state and private bureaucracies, entire political parties and other organizations must be considered as organs of political order of an investigational and preventive character. The schema of A and B is a generic hypothesis. In the case of Caesar and Napoleon I, A and B, though distinct and in conflict, were not absolutely incapable of arriving, after a molecular process, at reciprocal fusion and assimilation. The catastrophic phase may also be brought about by a momentary political deficiency of the traditional dominant force, not by any necessarily insuperable organic deficiency. Napoleon III, the dominant force from 1815 to 1848, had split factiously into four camps, making possible the precocious advance of force B, while the existing social form had not yet exhausted its possibilities. Progressive/reactionary Caesarism, arbitration when A and B bleed each other, Caesar and Napoleon I versus Napoleon III and Bismarck, coalitions as first stage, modern Caesarism without the 18 Brumaire. Quote, Caesarism can be said to express a situation in which the forces in conflict balance each other in a catastrophic manner. That is to say, they balance each other in such a way that a continuation of the conflict can only terminate in their reciprocal destruction. There can be both progressive and reactionary forms of Caesarism. The exact significance of each form can, in the last analysis, be reconstructed only through concrete history, and not by means of any sociological rule of thumb. The Fable of the Beaver. The beaver, pursued by trappers who want his testicles from which medicinal drugs can be extracted, to save his life tears off his own testicles. Why was there no defense? Not because of deficiencies inherent in a people as permanent characteristics. Historical facts, whose explanation is to be found in past history and in the social conditions of the present. Apparent contradiction, a fatalistic and mechanistic conception of history. Florence, 1917, accusation of Bergsonianism, and yet positions characterized by a formalistic, crude, and superficial voluntarism. Treves' expiation speech is fundamental for understanding the political confusion and polemical dilettantism of the leaders. Skirmishes concealing fear of concrete responsibilities, and that fear concealing the absence of any unity with the class they represented. Paternalistic party of petits bourgeois with an inflated idea of their own importance. The notion that a civilized country cannot allow certain violences, masked for the fact of separation from the class. Failure to grasp what would happen if reaction triumphed, because the real struggle was not lived, only the struggle as a doctrinal principle. Against voluntarism, one ought to appreciate spontaneity. In fact, the spontaneous was treated as inferior, not worth analyzing. The spontaneous events of 1919 to -20 damaged interests, aroused terrible hatreds, brought out of their passivity social strata, which had been stagnating, created precisely because they were disavowed the generic panic, the great fear which could not fail to unify the forces of repression. The so-called Pact of Alliance between Confederation and Party, comparable to a concordat between state and church, is an exceptional document of this gulf between represented and representatives. The party, an embryonic state structure, can allow no division of its political powers. It cannot permit a part of its members to claim rights equal to its own, to pose as allies of the whole. To admit such a situation would imply the subordination of the state and of the party to a group which poses itself as anti-state and anti-party. In the case of the pact, power did not lie with the party. Curious relations between party and parliamentary group likewise took the form of an alliance with equal rights. The party had no concrete existence as an independent organism. Every member of the party, whatever his position, is still a member of the party and subordinate to its leadership. There cannot be subordination between union and party. If the union has spontaneously chosen as its leader a member of the party, it freely accepts the party's directives. This problem was not posed correctly in 1919, although June 1914 was an instructive precedent. The fractions had no policy, and hence neither did the party. Quote, the so-called Pact of Alliance between Confederation and Party, which can be compared to a concordat between state and church, constitutes an exceptional document of this gulf between represented and representatives. The party, which is an embryonic state structure, can allow no division of its political powers. Agitation and propaganda. The weakness of the Italian political parties, excepting to some extent the Nationalist Party, from the Risorgimento onwards, has consisted in an imbalance between agitation and propaganda, lack of principle, opportunism, absence of organic continuity, imbalance between tactics and strategy. The principal reason is to be sought in the deliquescence of the economic classes, in the gelatinous economic and social structure of the country. But this explanation is somewhat fatalistic. Parties are only the nomenclature for classes, yet they are not simply a mechanical and passive expression of those classes. They react energetically upon them in order to develop, solidify, and universalize them. This did not occur in Italy. The state/government has a certain responsibility. It prevented the strengthening of the state, i.e., demonstrated that the state/government was not a national factor. The government operated as a party. It set itself over and above the parties not to harmonize their interests within the permanent framework of the nation, but to disintegrate them, to detach them from the broad masses and obtain a force of non-party men linked to the government by paternalistic ties of a Bonapartist type. This is the way in which the so-called dictatorships of Depretis, Crispi, and Giolitti, and parliamentary transformism should be analyzed. Classes produce parties, and parties form the personnel of state and government, the leaders of civil and political society. There cannot be any formation of leaders without the theoretical, doctrinal activity of parties. Hence scarcity of state personnel, squalor of parliamentary life, ease with which parties can be disintegrated by corruption and absorption of a few indispensable individuals. Instead of political history, bloodless erudition. Instead of religion, superstition. Instead of books and great reviews, daily papers. Instead of serious politics, ephemeral quarrels. The universities produced apolitical national cadres. The bureaucracy became estranged from the country, and via its administrative positions became a true political party. The worst of all, the bureaucratic hierarchy replaced the intellectual and political hierarchy. The bureaucracy became precisely the state/Bonapartist party. Quote, the government in fact operated as a party. It set itself over and above the parties, not so as to harmonize their interests and activities within the permanent framework of the life and interests of the nation and state, but so as to disintegrate them, to detach them from the broad masses and obtain a force of non-party men linked to the government by paternalistic ties of a Bonapartist type. The philosophy of the epoch. The discussion on force and consent has shown that political science is relatively advanced in Italy, treated with a certain frankness even by individuals holding responsible positions in the state. The discussion is the debate about the philosophy of the epoch, the central theme in the lives of the various states in the post-war period. How to reconstruct the hegemonic apparatus of the ruling group, an apparatus which disintegrated as a result of the war in every state throughout the world. Why did this apparatus disintegrate? Not because a strong antagonistic collective political will developed. If that were the case, the question would have been resolved in favor of such an antagonist. In reality, it disintegrated under the impact of purely mechanical causes. Great masses, previously passive, entered into movement, but chaotic and disorganized, without leadership, without any precise collective political will. The middle classes, who during the war held positions of command, when peace came were deprived of these and left unemployed precisely after having learned how to command. The antagonistic forces proved incapable of organizing this situation of disorder to their own advantage. The problem was to reconstruct a hegemonic apparatus for these formerly passive and apolitical elements. It was impossible without the use of force, which could not be legal force. Since the complex of social relations was different in each state, the political methods of using force and the ways in which legal and illegal forces were combined had to be equally diverse. The greater the mass of the apolitical, the greater the part played by illegal forces. The greater the politically organized and educated forces, the more it is necessary to cover the legal state. Quote, how to reconstruct the hegemonic apparatus of the ruling group, an apparatus which disintegrated as a result of the war in every state throughout the world? The problem was to reconstruct a hegemonic apparatus for these formerly passive and apolitical elements. It was impossible to achieve this without the use of force, which could not be legal force, etc. Political struggle and military war. In military war, when the strategic aim, destruction of the enemy's army and occupation of his territory, is achieved, peace comes. It is enough that the strategic aim should be achieved potentially, that there should be no doubt that an army is no longer able to fight. Political struggle is enormously more complex. It can be compared to colonial wars or old wars of conquest, in which the victorious army occupies permanently all or a part of the conquered territory. The defeated army is disarmed and dispersed, but the struggle continues on the terrain of politics and of military preparation. India's political struggle against the English knows three forms of war: war of movement, war of position, and underground warfare. Gandhi's passive resistance is a war of position, which at certain moments becomes a war of movement, and at others underground warfare. Boycotts are a form of war of position. Strikes of war of movement. The secret preparation of weapons and combat troops belongs to underground warfare. Commando tactics, artitismo, can only be utilized with great circumspection. If the English believed a great insurrectional movement was being prepared, it would suit them to provoke a premature outbreak in order to identify and decapitate it. Similarly, it would suit France if the German nationalists, were involved in an adventurous coup d'état. Modern commandos presuppose a large reserve force, immobilized but potentially effective. The phenomenon of commandos should not be considered as a sign of the general combativity of the mass of the troops, but as a sign of their passivity and relative demoralization. Comparisons between military art and politics should always be taken cum grano salis. The last occurrence of the kind in the history of politics was the events of 1917. They marked a decisive turning point in the art and science of politics. Hence, it is a question of studying in depth which elements of civil society correspond to the defensive systems in a war position. Trotsky at the Fourth World Congress made a comparison between the Eastern and Western fronts. The former had fallen at once, but unprecedented struggles had then ensued. In the case of the latter, the struggles would take place beforehand. The question was whether civil society resists before or after the attempt to seize power. The question was outlined only in a brilliant literary form, without directives of a practical character. It should be seen whether Bronstein's famous theory about the permanent character of the movement is not the political reflection of the theory of war of maneuver, a reflection of the general economic, cultural, social conditions in a country in which the structures of national life are embryonic and loose and incapable of becoming trench or fortress. Bronstein, apparently Western, was in fact a cosmopolitan, superficially national and superficially Western. Illich, on the other hand, was profoundly national and profoundly European. Illich understood that a change was necessary from the war of maneuver applied victoriously in the East in 1917 to a war of position which was the only form possible in the West, where armies could rapidly accumulate endless quantities of munitions, and where the social structures were of themselves still capable of becoming heavily armed fortifications. This is what the formula of the United Front seems to mean. Illich did not have time to expand his formula. The fundamental task was a national one, a reconnaissance of the terrain and identification of the elements of trench and fortress represented by the elements of civil society. In the East, the state was everything. Civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled, a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, more or less numerous from one state to the next. This precisely necessitated an accurate reconnaissance of each individual country. Bronstein's theory can be compared to that of certain French syndicalists on the general strike, and to Rose's theory. It partly depends, too, on the theory of spontaneity. Quote, in the East, the state was everything. Civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled, the sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, more or less numerous from one state to the next. It goes without saying, but this precisely necessitated an accurate reconnaissance of each individual country. The transition from war of maneuver to war of position. This seems to be the most important question of political theory that the post-war period has posed, and the most difficult to solve correctly. It is related to the problems raised by Bronstein, who in one way or another can be considered the political theorist of frontal attack in a period in which it only leads to defeats. The war of position demands enormous sacrifices by infinite masses of people. So an unprecedented concentration of hegemony is necessary, and hence a more interventionist government, which will take the offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration, with controls of every kind, political, administrative, etc., reinforcement of the hegemonic positions of the dominant group. All this indicates that we have entered a culminating phase in the political historical situation, since in politics the war of position, once won, is decisive definitively. The war of maneuver subsists so long as it is a question of winning positions which are not decisive, so that all the resources of the state's hegemony cannot be mobilized. But when these positions have lost their value and only the decisive positions are at stake, then one passes over to siege warfare. Concentrated, difficult, requiring exceptional qualities of patience and inventiveness. In politics, the siege is a reciprocal one, despite all appearances, and the mere fact that the ruler has to muster all his resources demonstrates how seriously he takes his adversary. Marx, a resistance too long prolonged in a besieged camp is demoralizing in itself. Chronic danger which destroys, not the acute danger which tempers. Tactic of great masses, and immediate tactic of small groups. The point of connection between strategy and tactics. Individuals tend to conceive war instinctively as partisan warfare or a Garibaldine warfare. In politics, the error occurs as a result of an inaccurate understanding of what the state, in its integral meaning, dictatorship plus hegemony, really is. In war, a similar error occurs, transferred to the enemy camp. In both cases, the error is related to individual particularism of town or region, leading to an underestimation of the adversary. A work by Joseph Vissarionovich dating from September 1927 deals with key problems of the science and art of politics. How, according to the philosophy of praxis, the international situation should be considered in its national aspect. The internal relations of any nation are the result of a combination which is original and unique. These relations must be understood in their originality if one wishes to dominate and direct them. The line of development is towards internationalism, but the point of departure is national, and it is from this point of departure that one must begin. Yet the perspective is international and cannot be otherwise. The leading class is only such if it accurately interprets this combination, of which it is itself a component. It is on this point that the fundamental disagreement between Leo Davidovich and Vissarionovich as interpreter of the majority movement really hinges. The accusations of nationalism are inept if they refer to the nucleus of the question. The Bolshevik struggle from 1902 to 1917 consisted in purging internationalism of every vague and purely ideological element to give it a realistic political content. It is in the concept of hegemony that those exigencies which are national in character are knotted together. A class that is international in character has, inasmuch as it guides social strata, which are narrowly national, intellectuals, and frequently even less than national, the peasants, to nationalize itself in a certain sense. East/West. In the East, the state was everything civil society gelatinous. In the West, the state is an outer ditch behind fortresses of civil society, united front as war of position. Integral state, dictatorship plus hegemony. Frontal attack as the theory of a period in which it only leads to defeats. Quote, "The war of position demands enormous sacrifices by infinite masses of people. So an unprecedented concentration of hegemony is necessary, and hence a more interventionist government, which will take the offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration. In politics, the war of position, once won, is decisive definitively. Collective man, sociology, hegemony, and law. Educative and formative role of the state. Its aim is always that of creating new and higher types of civilization, of adapting the civilization and the morality of the broadest popular masses to the necessities of the continuous development of the economic apparatus of production, hence of evolving even physically new types of humanity. How will each single individual succeed in incorporating himself into the collective man? And how will educative pressure be applied so as to obtain consent and collaboration, turning necessity and coercion into freedom? The concept of law will have to be extended to include those activities classified as legally neutral, which belong to the domain of civil society. The latter operates without sanctions or compulsory obligations, but nevertheless exerts a collective pressure and obtains objective results in the form of an evolution of customs, ways of thinking and acting, morality. Conformism has always existed. What is involved today is a struggle between two conformisms, a struggle for hegemony, a crisis of civil society. The old intellectual and moral leaders feel the ground slipping. Their sermons have become mere sermons, external to reality. They call for repressive measures by the state. The representatives of the new order in gestation, inspired by rationalistic hatred for the old, propagate utopias. The point of reference for the new world is the world of production, work. The political concept of so-called permanent revolution emerged before 1848 as a scientifically evolved expression of the Jacobin experience from 1789 to Thermidor. The formula belongs to an historical period in which the great mass political parties and the great economic trade unions did not yet exist, and society was still in a state of fluidity. Greater backwardness of the countryside, almost complete monopoly of political power by a few cities, a relatively rudimentary state apparatus, and greater autonomy of civil society from state activity. In the period after 1870, with the colonial expansion of Europe, all these elements change. The 48ist formula of permanent revolution is expanded and transcended in political science by the formula of civil hegemony. War of movement increasingly becomes war of position. The massive structures of the modern democracies, both as state organizations and as complexes of associations in civil society, constitute for the art of politics the trenches and the permanent fortifications of the front in the war of position. They render merely partial the element of movement, which before used to be the whole of war. This question is posed for the modern states, but not for backward countries or for colonies. The rise of sociology is related to the decline of the concept of political science in the second half of the 19th century, with the success of evolutionary and positivist theories. Everything of real importance in sociology is nothing other than political science. Politics became synonymous with parliamentary politics or the politics of personal cliques. Conviction that constitutions and parliaments had initiated an epoch of natural evolution, that society had discovered its definitive because rational foundations, and lo and behold, society can now be studied with the methods of the natural sciences. Impoverishment of the concept of the state. If political science means science of the state, and the state is the entire complex of practical and theoretical activities with which the ruling class not only justifies and maintains its dominance, but manages to win the active consent of those over whom it rules, then all the essential questions of sociology are nothing other than the questions of political science. Man cannot be conceived of except as historically determined man, since the will and initiative of men themselves cannot be left out of account. Sociology, as the study of conditions and laws which regulate their development, leaving will out, must be false. Is not science itself political activity, inasmuch as it transforms men? The separation of powers is a product of a struggle between civil society and political society in a specific historical period, characterized by a certain unstable equilibrium between the classes, a result of the fact that certain categories of intellectuals, civil and military bureaucracy, are still too closely tied to the old dominant classes. Gramsci's perpetual conflict between church and state. The church taken as representing the totality of civil society, whereas in fact it is only an element of diminishing importance. The state as representing every attempt to crystallize permanently a particular stage of development. Essential importance of the separation of powers for political and economic liberalism. The entire liberal ideology can be encapsulated in that principle, and the source of liberalism's weakness then becomes apparent. The bureaucracy, the crystallization of the leading personnel, which at a certain point becomes a caste. Hence the popular demand for making all posts elective, extreme liberalism, and at the same time its dissolution. Unity of the state in the differentiation of powers. Parliament more closely linked to civil society. The judiciary, between government and parliament, represents the continuity of the written law, even against the government. All three powers are also organs of political hegemony, but in different degrees: legislature, judiciary, executive. Lapses in the administration of justice make an especially disastrous impression. The hegemonic apparatus is more sensitive in this sector. If every state tends to create and maintain a certain type of civilization and of citizen, and to eliminate certain customs and disseminate others, then the law will be its instrument, together with the school system. The conception of law will have to be freed from every residue of transcendentalism and from every moralistic fanaticism. One cannot start from the point of view that the state does not punish but only struggles against social dangerousness. The state must be conceived of as an educator, inasmuch as it tends to create a new type or level of civilization. Because one is acting essentially on economic forces, the conclusion must not be drawn that superstructural factors should be left to themselves. The state, in this field too, is an instrument of rationalization, of acceleration, and of tailorization. It operates according to a plan, urges, incites, solicits, and punishes. Once the conditions are created in which a certain way of life is possible, then criminal action or omission must have a punitive sanction with moral implications. The law is the repressive and negative aspect of the entire positive, civilizing activity undertaken by the state. Prize-giving activities must also be incorporated. Praiseworthy activity is rewarded, just as criminal actions are punished, bringing in public opinion as a form of sanction. Do parliaments, even where they apparently have most real power, in fact constitute a part of the state structure? What is their real function? The notion that Parliament may have become inserted into the state is a discovery worthy of the Christopher Columbuses of contemporary reaction. That the representative system may politically be a nuisance for the career bureaucracy is understandable. The point is whether the representative and party system, instead of being a suitable mechanism for choosing elected functionaries to integrate and balance the appointed civil servants and prevent them from becoming ossified, has become a hindrance. Even allowing that parliamentarism has become inefficient and even harmful, it is not necessary to conclude that the bureaucratic system must be rehabilitated. It has to be considered whether parliamentarism and representative system are synonymous, and whether a different solution is not possible. A new type of representative system. Civil hegemony. After 1870, the 48's formula of permanent revolution is transcended. Modern democracies as trenches of a war of position. State as educator. Law as the repressive aspect of civilizing activity. Civil society exerts pressure without legal sanctions. Quote, if political science means science of the state, and the state is the entire complex of practical and theoretical activities with which the ruling class not only justifies and maintains its dominance, but manages to win the active consent of those over whom it rules, then it is obvious that all the essential questions of sociology are nothing other than the questions of political science. The state. In the new juridical tendencies represented by the Nuovi Studi of Valpicelli and Spirito, the confusion between the concept of class state and the concept of regulated society should be noted. As long as the class state exists, the regulated society cannot exist other than metaphorically. The utopians, inasmuch as they expressed a critique of the society that existed in their day, very well understood that the class state could not be the regulated society. Economic equality was introduced as a necessary basis. Their utopian character was due to the belief that economic equality could be introduced by arbitrary laws, by an act of will. But the idea that complete political equality cannot exist without economic equality remains correct. The confusion of class state and regulated society is peculiar to the middle classes and petty intellectuals, who would be glad of any regularization that would prevent sharp struggles, a typically reactionary and regressive conception. The most reasonable thing that can be said about the ethical state, the cultural state, is this. Every state is ethical inasmuch as one of its most important functions is to raise the great mass of the population to a particular cultural and moral level, a level which corresponds to the needs of the productive forces for development, and hence to the interests of the ruling classes. The school as a positive educative function and the courts as a repressive and negative educative function are the most important state activities in this sense. But a multitude of so-called private initiatives tend to the same end, the apparatus of the political and cultural hegemony of the ruling classes. Hegel's conception belongs to a period in which the spreading development of the bourgeoisie could seem limitless, so that its ethicity or universality could be asserted. All mankind will be bourgeois. But only the social group that poses the end of the state and its own end as the target to be achieved can create an ethical state, one which tends to put an end to the internal divisions of the ruled and to create a technically and morally unitary social organism. Hegel's doctrine of parties and associations as the private woof of the state, government with the consent of the governed, but with this consent organized and not generic and vague as it is expressed in the instant of elections. The state does have and requests consent, but it also educates this consent by means of the political and syndical associations. These, however, are private organisms left to the private initiative of the ruling class. The revolution which the bourgeois class has brought into the conception of law, and hence into the function of the state, consists especially in the will to conform, hence ethicity of a law and of the state. The previous ruling classes were essentially conservative. They did not tend to construct an organic passage from the other classes into their own. Their conception was that of a closed caste. The bourgeois class poses itself as an organism in continuous movement, capable of absorbing the entire society, assimilating it to its own cultural and economic level. The entire function of the state has been transformed. The state has become an educator. How this process comes to a halt, and the conception of the state as pure force is returned to, the bourgeois class is saturated. It not only does not expand, it starts to disintegrate. It not only does not assimilate new elements, it loses part of itself. A class claiming to be capable of assimilating the whole of society, and which is at the same time really able to express such a process, would perfect this conception of the state and of law, so as to conceive the end of the state and of law, rendered useless since they will have exhausted their function and will have been absorbed by civil society. The everyday concept of state is unilateral. For Halevi, state is the representative apparatus. He discovers that the most important events of French history from 1870 have not been due to initiatives by political organisms of a parliamentary kind, but to those of private organisms or those unknown to the Constitution. This distinction between political society and civil society, which has become a legal one, is purely methodological. Civil society, too, is state. Indeed, is the state itself. The expression, the state as valeur de nuit, corresponds to the state as policeman, functions limited to the safeguarding of public order and of respect for the laws. The fact is glossed over that in this form of regime, which anyway has never existed except on paper, hegemony over its historical development belongs to private forces, to civil society. Its opposite should be ethical state or interventionist state. The former of philosophical origin, Hegel, the latter of economic origin, protection, Bismarck, Disraeli. Liberals are for the state as valeur de nuit, and would like the historical initiative to be left to civil society, with the state as guardian of fair play. Is the conception of the gendarme night watchman state not in fact the only conception of the state to transcend the purely economic corporate stages? We are still on the terrain of the identification of state and government, an identification which is precisely a representation of the economic corporate form, in other words, of the confusion between civil society and political society. For it should be remarked that the general notion of state includes elements which need to be referred back to the notion of civil society, in the sense that one might say that state equals political society plus civil society. In other words, hegemony protected by the armor of coercion. In a doctrine of the state, which conceives the latter as tendentially capable of withering away and of being subsumed into regulated society, the argument is a fundamental one. It is possible to imagine the coercive element of the state withering away by degrees, as ever more conspicuous elements of regulated society or ethical state or civil society. make their appearance. Attitude of each particular social group towards its own state. The analysis would not be accurate if no account were taken of the two forms in which the state presents itself, as civil society and as political society. The term statolatry is applied to a particular attitude towards the government by functionaries or political society, which in everyday language is commonly understood as the entire state. The assertion that the state can be identified with individuals, the individuals of a social group, as an element of active culture, must serve to determine the will to construct within the husk of political society a complex and well-articulated civil society, in which the individual can govern himself without his self-government, thereby entering into conflict with political society, but rather becoming its normal continuation, its organic complement. For some social groups, which before their ascent to autonomous state life have not had a long independent period of cultural and moral development on their own, a period of statolatry is necessary and indeed opportune. However, this kind of statolatry must not be abandoned to itself, must not become theoretical fanaticism or be conceived of as perpetual. It must be criticized precisely in order to develop and produce new forms of state life, in which the initiative of individuals and groups will have a state character, even if it is not due to the government of functionaries. State equals political society plus civil society. Hegemony protected by the armor of coercion. The night watchman state never existed except on paper. Ethical state, raising the mass to a cultural and moral level corresponding to the productive forces. School and courts. Private initiatives as hegemonic apparatus. Quote, "It should be remarked that the general notion of state includes elements which need to be referred back to the notion of civil society, in the sense that one might say that state equals political society plus civil society. In other words, hegemony protected by the armor of coercion. Legislator, parties, subversives, crisis of authority. Who is a legislator? Anyone who by his activity modifies the environment in the broadest sense. The head of a government legislates, but so do the judges, the civil servants, the intellectuals. Religion, state, party, three elements of a single problem. The party in its modern form is the mechanism which, in civil society, carries out a function analogous to that which the state carries out in political society. State and parties. Every party is the nomenclature of a class. The party of the working class must be the state in germ. In view of the fact that the identity state/class is not easy to understand, there is something strange about the way in which a government is able to reflect back upon the class it represents, as a merit and a source of prestige, the fact that it has finally done what should have been done for 50 years, and which should therefore be a demerit and a source of shame. One lets a man starve until he is 50. When he is 50, one finally notices him. Italian subversivism. Political, territorial, and national unity enjoy a scanty tradition. A cultural tradition from 1300 to 1700 served to group the most active strata around the bourgeoisie. Many so-called subversives and internationalists are cultural chauvinists without being aware of any contradiction. The concept of revolutionary and of internationalist, in the modern sense, is correlative with the precise concept of state and of class. Little understanding of the state means little class consciousness, and understanding of the state exists not only when one defends it, but also when one attacks it in order to overthrow it. Gypsy bands or political nomadism are not dangerous phenomena, and similarly Italian subversivism and internationalism were not dangerous. Popular subversivism correlates with subversivism at the top. There never having existed a rule of law, but only a politics characterized by absolute power and by cliques around individuals or groups. That aspect of the modern crisis, which is bemoaned as a wave of materialism, is related to what is called the crisis of authority. If the ruling class has lost its consensus, i.e., is no longer leading, but only dominant, exercising coercive force alone, this means precisely that the great masses have become detached from their traditional ideologies and no longer believe what they used to believe previously. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. Can a rift between popular masses and ruling ideologies as serious as that which emerged after the war be cured by the simple exercise of force, preventing the new ideologies from imposing themselves? Given the character of the ideologies, a restoration of the old can be ruled out, yet not in an absolute sense. Highly favorable conditions are being created for an unprecedented expansion of historical materialism. The death of the old ideologies takes the form of skepticism with regard to all theories and general formulae, of application to the pure economic fact. This reduction to economics and to politics means precisely a reduction of the highest superstructures to the level of those which adhere more closely to the structure itself. In other words, the possibility and necessity of creating a new culture. Quote, if the ruling class has lost its consensus, i.e., is no longer leading but only dominant, exercising coercive force alone, this means precisely that the great masses have become detached from their traditional ideologies and no longer believe what they used to believe previously, etc. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. Americanism and Fordism. This essay is unique among the prison writings. The problems it sets out to analyze were contemporary: the corporate, fascist economy, the Depression, the first Soviet five-year plan. The basic question: were the changes taking place within the world of production of such importance as to constitute the beginnings of a new historical epoch, or were they merely a conjunction of events of no lasting significance? No definitive answer is offered, but Americanism is treated as a symptom of an historical development within the relations of production from which there could be no turning back. Features of the superstructures, such as prohibition or the regulation of sexuality, are linked with changes in the socioeconomic base. America had never known a feudal phase and was therefore free of parasitic residues of older modes of production. Full-scale introduction of Americanism into Italy would represent a high point of capitalist development, the abolition of last residues of feudalism. Opposition came mostly from backward economic groups, such as the rural bourgeoisie of petty landowners and their attendant parasites, and from a reactionary intelligentsia stuffed with myths about its cultural heritage. The working class was not opposed to Americanism as such, nor even to its attendant effects in social life, but rather to the specific form it would take in conditions of intensified economic exploitation and authoritarian cultural repression. An unspoken premise. The revolutionary working class movement was in a phase of retrenchment and defeat throughout the capitalist world. In the absence of an antagonistic revolutionary force, any changes taking place within the mode of production could at most constitute a passive revolution. Changes would take place, leading to the suppression of certain contradictions. New contradictions would appear in their place. In general, a development, already prefigured in fascist Italy, toward a more achieved form of state monopoly capitalism, without undialectical pessimism as to how those contradictions would themselves be contested. A series of problems requires to be examined under the general and somewhat conventional heading Americanism and Fordism. Solutions must necessarily be put forward within the contradictory conditions of modern society, which create complications, absurd positions, and moral and economic crises, often tending towards catastrophe. In generic terms, Americanism and Fordism derive from an inherent necessity to achieve the organization of a planned economy, the passage from the old economic individualism to the planned economy. Resistance is offered not only by the subaltern forces, which have to be manipulated and rationalized, but also by certain sectors of the dominant forces. Prohibition, a necessary condition for developing a new type of worker suitable to Fordized industry, failed as a result of the opposition of marginal and still backward forces, not of industrialists or workers. Catalog of problems. Replacement of the present plutocratic stratum by a new mechanism of accumulation and distribution of finance capital based directly on industrial production. The question of sex. Whether Americanism can constitute an historical epoch a gradual evolution of the same type as the passive revolution of the last century, or merely the molecular accumulation of elements destined to produce an explosion on the French pattern. Rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. Whether this evolution must have its starting point within the industrial and productive world, or can come from the outside through a formal juridical arm, so-called high wages. Fordism as the ultimate stage in the process of progressive attempts by industry to overcome the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Psychoanalysis and its enormous diffusion since the war as the expression of increased moral coercion. Rotary clubs and Freemasonry. America does not have great historical and cultural traditions, but neither does it have this leaden burden to support. This is one of the main reasons, more important than so-called natural wealth, for its formidable accumulation of capital, despite the superior living standard of the popular classes compared with Europe. The non-existence of viscous parasitic sedimentations left behind by past phases of history has allowed industry and commerce to develop on a sound basis. Ford's experiments in direct management of transport and distribution affected production costs and permitted higher wages and lower selling prices. It was relatively easy to rationalize production and labor by a skillful combination of force, destruction of working-class trade unionism on a territorial basis, and persuasion, high wages, various social benefits, extremely subtle ideological and political propaganda, and thus succeed in making the whole life of the nation revolve around production. Hegemony here is born in the factory and requires for its exercise only a minute quantity of professional, political, and ideological intermediaries. The phenomenon of the masses is the form taken by this rationalized society in which the structure dominates the superstructures more immediately and in which the latter are also rationalized, simplified, and reduced in number. Rotary is a Freemasonry without the petit bourgeois. In America, rationalization has determined the need to elaborate a new type of man suited to the new type of work and productive process. This elaboration is still only in its initial phase, still at the stage of psychophysical adaptation aimed for through high wages. Up to the 1929 crash, there has not been, except perhaps sporadically, any flowering of the superstructure. In other words, the fundamental question of hegemony has not yet been posed. The struggle described by Philip is still in defense of craft rights against industrial liberty, similar to 18th century Europe. American workers' unions are the corporate expression of the rights of qualified crafts. The industrialist attempts to curb them have a certain progressive aspect. The absence of the European historical phase marked by the French Revolution has left the American popular masses in a backward state. Add the absence of national homogeneity, the mixture of race cultures, the Negro question. In Italy, beginnings of a Fordist fanfare, then conversion to ruralism, disparagement of the cities, exaltation of the artisanate. The conservative side, old European culture with all its train of parasites, has not gone without opposition. Nuovi Studi, Critica Fascista, the Pisa Center for Corporate Studies. Quote, hegemony here is born in the factory and requires for its exercise only a minute quantity of professional, political, and ideological intermediaries. The phenomenon of the masses which so struck Romier is nothing but the form taken by this rationalized society in which the structure dominates the superstructures more immediately and in which the latter are also rationalized, simplified, and reduced in number. Rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. Every system has its own law of fixed proportions in its demographic composition, its own optimum equilibrium and forms of disequilibrium, which, if not redressed by appropriate legislation, can be catastrophic in that they dry up the sources of economic life. Italy is not unique. To a greater or lesser extent, the same situation exists in all countries of old Europe, and in an even worse form in India and China, which explains their historical stagnation and politico-military impotence. What is immediately in question is not the form of economico-social organization, but the rationality of the proportional relationships between the various sectors of the population in the existing social system. a semi-parasitic segment which multiplies to an abnormal and unhealthy degree subordinate economic activities like commerce and intermediary functions in general. The European problem is the weight of unproductive classes left by history. Landed income, state bureaucracy, clergy, the liberal professions in excess of social need. Supercity, supercountry, and financial autarky. The literary polemic between Stracida and Strapese was nothing but the froth on top of the polemic between parasitic conservatism and the innovating tendencies of Italian society. Papini, the city does not create, but consumes. All cities are sterile. Absolute idiocies. He has in mind the relative model of the city non-city, the Koblenz of the consumers of landed income. How would Italy of today have come into existence without the formation and development of cities and without their unifying influence? Supercountrymanism in the past would have meant municipalism, popular disarray, and foreign rule. Would Catholicism itself have developed if the Pope, instead of residing in Rome, had taken up residence in Scaricalacino? Miriano discovers an antithesis between voluntarism, pragmatism, and activism, supercity, and enlightenment, rationalism, and historicism, supercountry. In other words, the immortal principles have taken refuge in supercountry. Massimo Fuvell conceives of corporatism as the premise for the introduction into Italy of the most advanced American systems of production and labor. Significant. The corporation as an autonomous industrial productive bloc destined to resolve in a modern and increasingly capitalist direction the problem of further development of the Italian economic apparatus, opposed to the semi-feudal and parasitic forms of accumulation. Whether Fuvell writes out of his head or has specific social forces behind him, intellectuals, however pure, are always expressive of certain tendencies. Today, 1929, he upholds corporatism as a premise for an Italian form of Americanization. Quote, "The literary polemic between supercountry and supercity was nothing but the froth on top of the polemic between parasitic conservatism and the innovating tendencies of Italian society. The sexual question and industrial animality. Obsession with the sexual question and dangers of that obsession. All the promoters of blueprints for society put the sexual question in the forefront and resolve it frankly. Sexual instincts are those that have undergone the greatest degree of repression from society in the course of its development. Regulation of sexual instincts seems particularly unnatural, hence the frequency of appeals to nature. Psychoanalytical literature is also a kind of criticism of that regulation, often recalling the Enlightenment in its creation of a new myth of the savage on a sexual basis. There's a split between city and country, but with no idyllic bias in favor of the country, where the most frequent and the most monstrous sexual crimes take place. Sexuality as reproductive function and as sport. The aesthetic ideal of woman oscillates between brood mare and dolly. The economic function of reproduction is not only a general fact which concerns the whole of society, a certain proportion between age groups for production and for supporting the passive section, but a molecular fact within the smallest economic units, such as the family. Medical advance, which has raised average life expectancy, is making the sexual question increasingly important as a fundamental and autonomous aspect of the economic. In France, the older generations stand in an increasingly abnormal relationship with the younger. The working masses are swollen by immigrant elements. A certain division of labor, native population in qualified trades and functions of direction, immigrants in unskilled work. The same in America. Life in industry demands a general apprenticeship, a process of psychophysical adaptation to specific conditions of work, nutrition, housing, customs. This is not natural or innate. The low birth rate in the cities imposes continual massive expenditure on the training of new arrivals and continually changes the socio-political composition of the city, thus continually changing the terrain on which the problem of hegemony is to be posed. The formation of a new feminine personality is the most important question of an ethical and civil order connected with the sexual question. until women can attain not only a genuine independence in relation to men, but also a new way of conceiving themselves and their role in sexual relations. The sexual question will remain full of unhealthy characteristics. Every crisis brought about by unilateral coercion in the sexual field unleashes a romantic reaction. All these factors make any form of regulation of sex and any attempt to create a new sexual ethic suited to the new methods of production extremely complicated. However, it is still necessary to attempt this regulation. Industrialists, Ford in particular, have been concerned with the sexual affairs of their employees and with their family arrangements. One should not be misled, any more than in the case of prohibition, by the puritanical appearance. The truth is that the new type of man demanded by the rationalization of production and work cannot be developed until the sexual instinct has been suitably regulated and until it too has been rationalized. Ludovisi's demand for a resurgence of masculinism against feminism is a symptom of the same crisis, not a program. The history of industrialism has always been a continuing struggle against the element of animality in man, an uninterrupted, often painful and bloody process of subjugating natural, animal, and primitive instincts to new, more complex and rigid norms of order, exactitude, and precision which make possible the increasingly complex forms of collective life. This struggle is imposed from outside. The new habits have not yet become second nature. Up to now, all changes in modes of existence have taken place through brute coercion, the dominion of one social group over all the productive forces. The selection or education of men adapted to new forms of production has taken place by acts of brutality which have cast the weak and the non-conforming into the lumpen classes or eliminated them entirely. Crises of libertinism have been many. They involve not so much the working masses as the middle classes and a part of the ruling class. When coercion is exercised over the whole of society, Puritan ideologies develop which give an external form of persuasion and consent to the intrinsic use of force. Once the result has been achieved, the pressure is fragmented. Cromwell, Louis XV, and the crisis of libertinism ensues. Opposition to prohibition was not wanted by the workers. Bootlegging and gangsterism were widespread amongst the upper classes. The post-war moral crisis arose from wartime repression of sexual instincts among great masses of young people, then collided with Taylorism, which demands a rigorous discipline of the sexual instincts at the level of the nervous system and a strengthening of the family in the wide sense. In a state where the working masses are no longer subject to coercive pressure from a superior class, the new methods have to be acquired by reciprocal persuasion. Verbal ideology, recognizing the new necessities, can then conflict with real animal practice, a situation of totalitarian social hypocrisy. The struggle against the libertarian conception means creating the elites necessary for the historical task. Quote, "The history of industrialism has always been a continuing struggle, which today takes an even more marked and vigorous form, against the element of animality in man. It has been an uninterrupted, often painful and bloody process of subjugating natural, i.e. animal and primitive, instincts to new, more complex and rigid norms and habits of order, exactitude, and precision which can make possible the increasingly complex forms of collective life, which are the necessary consequence of industrial development." Quote, "The truth is that the new type of man demanded by the rationalization of production and work cannot be developed until the sexual instinct has been suitably regulated and until it too has been rationalized. Rationalization of production, Taylorism, and high wages." The tendency represented by Lev Davidovich was closely connected to this series of problems. Its essential content consisted in an over-resolute, and therefore not rationalized, will to give supremacy in national life to industry and industrial methods, to accelerate, through coercion imposed from the outside, the growth of discipline and order in production, and to adapt customs to the necessities of work. Given the general way in which all the problems connected with this tendency were conceived, it was destined necessarily to end up in a form of Bonapartism, hence the inexorable necessity of crushing it. The preoccupations were correct, but the practical solutions were profoundly mistaken. The principle of coercion, direct or indirect, in the ordering of production and work, is correct, but the form which it assumed was mistaken. The military model had become a pernicious prejudice, and the militarization of labor was a failure. Interest of Lev Davidovich in Americanism, in the BYT mode of living, and in literature. The new methods of work are inseparable from a specific mode of living and of thinking and feeling life. In America, rationalization of work and prohibition are undoubtedly connected. The inquiries conducted by the industrialists into the workers' private lives and the inspection services created by some firms to control the morality of their workers are necessities of the new methods of work. People who laugh at these initiatives and see in them only a hypocritical manifestation of Puritanism thereby deny themselves any possibility of understanding the American phenomenon, which is also the biggest collective effort to date to create, with unprecedented speed and with a consciousness of purpose unmatched in history, a new type of worker and of man. Taylorism supposedly produces a gap between manual labor and the human content of work. Useful observations from the professions connected with the reproduction of texts: scribes, compositors, linotype operators, stenographers, and typists. In these trades, the process of adaptation to mechanization is more difficult because it requires of the worker that he should forget or not think about the intellectual content of the text he is reproducing. The worker's interest in the intellectual content can be measured from his mistakes. It is a professional failing. Conversely, his qualification is commensurate with his lack of intellectual interest, i.e., the extent to which he has become mechanized. The medieval copyist who was interested in the text changed the spelling and interpolated glosses. He was a bad scribe because in reality he was remaking the text. However it is done, it is not the spiritual death of man. Once the process of adaptation has been completed, what really happens is that the brain of the worker, far from being mummified, reaches a state of complete freedom. The only thing that is completely mechanicized is the physical gesture, the memory of the trade, reduced to simple gestures repeated at an intense rhythm, nestles in the muscular and nervous centers and leaves the brain free and unencumbered for other occupations. One walks automatically and, at the same time, thinks about whatever one chooses. American industrialists have understood all too well this dialectic inherent in the new industrial methods. They have understood that trained guerrilla is just a phrase. The worker remains a man, and even during his work thinks more, or at least has greater opportunities for thinking. So-called high wages are a transitory form of remuneration. Adaptation to the new methods cannot take place simply through social compulsion. This is a prejudice widespread in Europe, and even more so in Japan, which cannot fail before long to have serious consequences for the physical and psychic health of the workers. Coercion has therefore to be ingeniously combined with persuasion and consent. Higher remuneration, such as to permit a particular living standard which can maintain and restore the strength worn down by the new form of toil. But no sooner have the new methods been generalized, the new type of worker created universally, and the apparatus of material production further perfected, then the excessive turnover has automatically to be restricted by widespread unemployment, and high wages disappear. American high-wage industry is still exploiting a monopoly granted to it by the fact that it has the initiative with the new methods. Monopoly wages correspond to monopoly profits. The monopoly will necessarily be first limited and then destroyed by the further diffusion of the new methods both within the United States and abroad. The Japanese phenomenon of low-price goods and high wages will disappear along with enormous profits. High wages are of necessity connected with a labor aristocracy and are not granted to all American workers. Why is Ford's skilled labor force extremely unstable? Why should a worker prefer lower wages than those paid by Ford? Does this not mean that the so-called high wages are less capable of reconstituting the labor power expended than the lower wages paid by other firms? Ford's industry requires a discrimination, a qualification, which other industries do not yet call for. A new type of qualification, a form of consumption of labor power and hours which are the same numerically but more wearing and exhausting, and which, in the given conditions of society, the wages are not sufficient to recompense. Is the Ford type of organization rational? Should it be generalized? Or is it a malignant phenomenon to be fought through trade union action and legislation? It seems possible to reply that the Ford method is rational, that it should be generalized. But a long process is needed, during which a change must take place in social conditions and in the way of life and habits of individuals. This cannot take place through coercion alone, but only through tempering compulsion, self-discipline, with persuasion. Persuasion should also take the form of high wages, offering the possibility of standard of living adequate to the new expenditure of muscular and nervous energy. Similar phenomena occur in docks, seasonal agriculture, and dead-season industries. Organic skilled teams enjoy monopoly wages and are not dispersed, a limitation on the law of competition determined by the Reserve Army. Giovanetti on Taylor. The hero of technical civilization is not a man unchained, but a man of silence who can carry his iron chains up to the heavens. No attempt has been made to apply to Americanism Gentile's formula about philosophy, which is not expressed in verbal formulations, but is affirmed in action. Yet if the formula has any value, it is precisely in Americanism that it finds its justification. Instead, Americanism is claimed to be mechanicist, crude, brutal, contrasted with tradition. The contradiction explains the difference between real action, which modifies in an essential way both man and external reality, real culture, and which is Americanism, and on the other hand, the gladiatorial futility, which is self-declared action but modifies only the word, not things. The former is creating a future intrinsic to its objective activity and prefers to keep quiet about it. In the world of production, quantity and quality mean nothing more than inexpensive and expensive, satisfaction or failure to satisfy the basic needs of the popular classes. Everything that is susceptible of reproduction belongs to the realm of quantity and can be mass-produced. Shares, debentures, and government bonds. Saving in countries where savers are cut off from production has too high a social cost, obtained with a level of existence for industrial and especially agricultural workers, which is far too low. If parasitic savings, thanks to state guarantees, were rendered exempt even from the general hazards of the market, parasitic landed property would be strengthened and industrial debentures with legally determined dividends would impose an even more crushing burden on labor. Corporate exaltation of the state as something absolute, with aversion to traditional capitalism, leaves the structure plutocratic. The state itself becomes the biggest plutocratic organism, the holding of the masses of savings of the small capitalists. France's finance capital rule is not contradictory with a democracy of petits bourgeois and peasant rentiers, because a broad base of small and medium farming still exists. Hegemony in the factory, force plus persuasion, high wages as monopoly and as reconstitution of worn labor power, not a permanent social contract. Trained guerrilla, mechanization of the gesture frees the brain. Taylorism is not spiritual death. Quote, once the process of adaptation has been completed, what really happens is that the brain of the worker, far from being mummified, reaches a state of complete freedom. The only thing that is completely mechanicized is the physical gesture, the memory of the trade, reduced to simple gestures repeated at an intense rhythm, nestles in the muscular and nervous centers and leaves the brain free and unencumbered for other occupations. American and European civilization. Pirandello, Americanism is swamping us. A new beacon of civilization has been lit over there. The problem is not whether in America there exists a new civilization invading Europe. If the problem were posed that way, the answer would be simple. No, it does not exist. All that they do in America is to remasticate the old European culture. The problem is rather this: whether America, through the implacable weight of its economic production, and therefore indirectly, will compel or is already compelling Europe to overturn its excessively antiquated economic and social basis. This would have happened anyway, though only slowly. In the immediate perspective, it is presented as a repercussion of American superpower. In other words, whether we are undergoing a transformation of the material basis of European civilization, which in the long run will bring about the overthrow of the existing forms of civilization and the forced birth of a new, the elements of a new culture and new way of life being spread around under the American label are still just tentative feelers. They are not due to a new order deriving from a new basis, because that has not yet been formed, but are due to the superficial apish initiative of elements which are beginning to feel themselves socially displaced. What is today called Americanism is to a large extent an advanced criticism of old strata, which will in fact be crushed by any eventual new order and which are already in the grips of a wave of social panic, dissolution, and despair. It is not from the social groups condemned by the new order that reconstruction is to be expected, but from those on whom is imposed the burden of creating with their own suffering the material basis of the new order. It is they who must find for themselves an original and not Americanized system of living to turn into freedom what today is necessity. Both the intellectual and moral reactions against the new methods and the superficial praises of Americanism are due to the remains of old disintegrating strata, not to groups whose destiny is linked to the further development of the new method. Responsible politicians who base their fortunes on the organization of middle strata remain theoretically neutral and resolve practical problems by empiricism and opportunism. Americanism, understood not only as cafe life but as rotary ideology, is not a new type of civilization. Nothing has been changed in the character of and the relationships between fundamental groups. What we're dealing with is an organic extension and an intensification of European civilization, which has simply acquired a new coating in the American climate. The difference between it and Europeanism is not one of nature, but of degree. In Berlin, the middle classes had already been ruined by the war and inflation. The French middle classes underwent neither inflation nor the 1929 crisis with the same intensity. In Paris, Americanism can appear like makeup, a superficial foreign fashion. Quote, "It is they who must find for themselves an original and not Americanized system of living to turn into freedom what today is necessity." The philosophy of praxis. The study of philosophy. This section of the Philosophical Notebooks is in two parts. Some preliminary points of reference starts by suggesting the terms of a Marxist-historicist approach to philosophical activity, seeing it as organized critical reflection on existing forms of thought and their relation to the actual world which produced them. The premise is that philosophy is not just the abstract cogitation of a few professional intellectuals, but a concrete social activity in which, implicitly, all men are engaged. Marxist philosophy itself must be seen as a collective activity, involving not only the dissemination of ideas from above, but also the extension of critical intellectual activity, in close links with the political practice of the movement, among ever-broadening sections of the population. In this way, ideas are not only corrected and made adequate to the situation, but become, in Marx's phrase, a material force. The second part, Problems of Philosophy and History, consists of notes dealing with the application of philosophy as a critico-practical activity to problems thrown up by the philosophy of the time. The problematic is mainly idealistic, and at first sight, it may seem that the notes take this problematic and modify or invert its terms in a Marxist direction, as if the philosophy failed to escape from the idealist matrix of the culture of the time. The procedure is more radical. An intellectual revolution is not performed by simply confronting one philosophy with another. It is not just the ideas that require to be confronted, but the social forces behind them, and more directly, the ideology these forces have generated and which has become part of common sense. The uncritical and largely unconscious way of perceiving and understanding the world that has become common in any given epoch. Good sense, the practical, but not necessarily rational or scientific attitude that in English is usually called common sense. The critique of common sense and that of the philosophy of the philosophers are complementary aspects of a single ideological struggle. Its ultimate resolution lies on another terrain, that of revolutionizing praxis, which alone can determine the forms of thought appropriate to the new age. Some preliminary points of reference. It is essential to destroy the widespread prejudice that philosophy is a strange and difficult thing just because it is the specific intellectual activity of a particular category of specialists. It must first be shown that all men are philosophers by defining the limits and characteristics of the spontaneous philosophy which is proper to everybody. This philosophy is contained in language itself, which is a totality of determined notions and concepts, and not just of words grammatically devoid of content, common sense and good sense, popular religion, and therefore also the entire system of beliefs, superstitions, opinions, ways of seeing things and of acting, which surface collectively under the name of folklore. Having first shown that everyone is a philosopher, though in his own way and unconsciously, since even in the slightest manifestation of any intellectual activity whatever in language, there is contained a specific conception of the world. One then moves on to the second level, which is that of awareness and criticism. Is it better to think without having a critical awareness, in a disjointed and episodic way? To take part in a conception of the world mechanically imposed by the external environment, by one of the many social groups in which everyone is automatically involved from the moment of his entry into the conscious world, village or province, parish and local priest, aging patriarch, little old woman who has inherited the lore of the witches, minor intellectual soured by his own stupidity. Or, on the other hand, is it better to work out consciously and critically one's own conception of the world, and thus, in connection with the labors of one's own brain, choose one sphere of activity, take an active part in the creation of the history of the world, be one's own guide, refusing to accept passively and supinely from outside the molding of one's personality? In acquiring one's conception of the world, one always belongs to a particular grouping, which is that of all the social elements which share the same mode of thinking and acting. We are all conformists of some conformism or other, always man in the mass or collective man. The question is this: of what historical type is the conformism, the mass humanity to which one belongs? When one's conception of the world is not critical and coherent, but disjointed and episodic, one belongs simultaneously to a multiplicity of mass human groups. The personality is strangely composite. It contains Stone Age elements and principles of a more advanced science, prejudices from all past phases of history at the local level, and intuitions of a future philosophy which will be that of a human race united the world over. To criticize one's own conception of the world means, therefore, to make it a coherent unity and to raise it to the level reached by the most advanced thought in the world. It therefore also means criticism of all previous philosophy, insofar as this has left stratified deposits in popular philosophy. The starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is knowing thyself as a product of the historical process to date, which has deposited in you an infinity of traces, without leaving an inventory. The first thing to do is to make such an inventory. Philosophy cannot be separated from the history of philosophy, nor can culture from the history of culture. One cannot be a philosopher, by which is meant have a critical and coherent conception of the world, without having a consciousness of its historicity, of the phase of development which it represents, and of the fact that it contradicts other conceptions. One's conception of the world is a response to certain specific problems posed by reality. How is it possible to consider the present, and quite specific present, with a mode of thought elaborated for a past which is often remote and superseded? When someone does this, he is a walking anachronism, a fossil. Social groups, which in some ways express the most developed modernity, lag behind in other respects, given their social position, and are therefore incapable of complete historical autonomy. If every language contains the elements of a conception of the world, from anyone's language one can assess the greater or lesser complexity of his conception. Someone who only speaks dialect or understands a standard language incompletely necessarily has an intuition of the world which is more or less limited and provincial, fossilized and anachronistic in relation to the major currents of thought which dominate world history. His interests will be limited more or less corporate or economistic, not universal. A great culture can be translated into the language of another great culture. A dialect cannot do this. Creating a new culture does not only mean one's own individual original discoveries. It also, and most particularly, means the diffusion in a critical form of truths already discovered, their socialization as it were, and even making them the basis of vital action, an element of coordination and intellectual and moral order. For a mass of people to be led to think coherently and in the same coherent fashion about the real present world is a philosophical event far more important and original than the discovery by some philosophical genius of a truth which remains the property of small groups of intellectuals. Philosophy is intellectual order, which neither religion nor common sense can be. Religion and common sense do not coincide either, but religion is an element of fragmented common sense. Common sense is a collective noun, like religion. There is not just one common sense, for that too is a product of history. Philosophy is criticism and the superseding of religion and common sense. In this sense, it coincides with good as opposed to common sense. Every social stratum has its own common sense and its own good sense. Every philosophical current leaves behind a sedimentation of common sense. This is the document of its historical effectiveness. Common sense is not rigid and immobile, but is continually transforming itself. Common sense is the folklore of philosophy, always halfway between folklore properly speaking and the philosophy, science, and economics of the specialists. Spontaneous philosophy, contained in language, common sense/good sense, and folklore. Everyone already philosophizes. Inventory. Critical elaboration begins by cataloging the traces history has deposited in the person, without leaving an inventory. Quote, "It is essential to destroy the widespread prejudice that philosophy is a strange and difficult thing just because it is the specific intellectual activity of a particular category of specialists or of professional and systematic philosophers. It must first be shown that all men are philosophers by defining the limits and characteristics of this spontaneous philosophy, which is proper to everybody. Science, religion, common sense, and the party as laboratory. Religion and common sense cannot constitute an intellectual order because they cannot be reduced to unity and coherence even within an individual consciousness, let alone collective consciousness, or rather they cannot be so reduced freely. Note the problem of religion taken not in the confessional sense, but in the secular sense of a unity of faith between a conception of the world and a corresponding norm of conduct. But why call this unity of faith religion and not ideology, or even frankly politics? Philosophy in general does not in fact exist. Various philosophies or conceptions of the world exist, and one always makes a choice between them. Is this choice merely an intellectual event, or is it something more complex? And is it not frequently the case that there is a contradiction between one's intellectual choice and one's mode of conduct? Which therefore would be the real conception of the world, that logically affirmed as an intellectual choice, or that which emerges from the real activity of each man, implicit in his mode of action? And since all action is political, can one not say that the real philosophy of each man is contained in its entirety in his political action? This contrast between thought and action is not simply a product of self-deception. Self-deception can be an adequate explanation for a few individuals, but it is not adequate when the contrast occurs in the life of great masses. It signifies that the social group in question may indeed have its own conception of the world, even if only embryonic, a conception which manifests itself in action, but occasionally and in flashes when the group is acting as an organic totality. But this same group has, for reasons of submission and intellectual subordination, adopted a conception which is not its own, but is borrowed from another group. And it affirms this conception verbally and believes itself to be following it, because this is the conception which it follows in normal times. That is when its conduct is not independent and autonomous, but submissive and subordinate. Hence the reason why philosophy cannot be divorced from politics. The choice and the criticism of a conception of the world is also a political matter. The popular image of philosophy can be reconstructed from expressions in common usage. Being philosophical about it contains an implicit invitation to resignation. But the most important point is the invitation to people to reflect and to realize fully that whatever happens is basically rational and must be confronted as such. This is the healthy nucleus that exists in common sense, the part of it which can be called good sense, and which deserves to be made more unitary and coherent. The fundamental problem facing any conception of the world which has become a cultural movement, a religion, a faith, any that has produced a form of practical activity or will in which the philosophy is contained as an implicit theoretical premise. One might say ideology here, but on condition that the word is used in its highest sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity, and in all manifestations of individual and collective life, is that of preserving the ideological unity of the entire social bloc, which that ideology serves to cement and to unify. The strength of religions, and of the Catholic Church in particular, has lain, and still lies, in the fact that they feel very strongly the need for the doctrinal unity of the whole mass of the faithful and strive to ensure that the higher intellectual stratum does not get separated from a lower. The Roman Church has always been the most vigorous in the struggle to prevent the official formation of two religions, one for the intellectuals and the other for the simple souls. The Jesuits have been the major architects of this equilibrium. One of the greatest weaknesses of immanentist philosophies in general consists precisely in the fact that they have not been able to create an ideological unity between the bottom and the top, between the simple and the intellectuals. Their weakness is demonstrated in the educational field. They have not even attempted to construct a conception which could take the place of religion in the education of children. Idealism has also shown itself opposed to cultural movements which go out to the people, as happened with the so-called popular universities. Those movements demonstrated on the part of the simple a genuine enthusiasm to attain a higher cultural level. What was lacking was any organic quality, either of philosophical thought or of organizational stability. One could only have had cultural stability and an organic quality of thought if there had existed the same unity between the intellectuals and the simple as there should be between theory and practice. If the intellectuals had been organically the intellectuals of those masses, and if they had worked out and made coherent the principles and the problems raised by the masses in their practical activity, thus constituting a cultural and social bloc, is a philosophical movement properly so-called when it is devoted to creating a specialized culture among restricted intellectual groups, or rather when, and only when, in the process of elaborating a form of thought superior to common sense and coherent on a scientific plane. It never forgets to remain in contact with the simple, and indeed finds in this contact the source of the problems it sets out to study and to resolve. Only by this contact does a philosophy become historical, purify itself of intellectualistic elements of an individual character, and become life. A philosophy of praxis cannot but present itself at the outset in a polemical and critical guise, as superseding the existing mode of thinking and existing concrete thought. First of all, therefore, it must be a criticism of common sense, basing itself initially, however, on common sense in order to demonstrate that everyone is a philosopher and that it is not a question of introducing from scratch a scientific form of thought into everyone's individual life, but of renovating and making critical an already existing activity. Hegemony represents a great philosophical advance, as well as a politico-practical one, for it necessarily supposes an intellectual unity and an ethic in conformity with a conception of reality that has gone beyond common sense, and has become, if only within narrow limits, a critical conception. In the most recent developments of the philosophy of praxis, the exploration of the unity of theory and practice is still only at an early stage. There still remain residues of mechanicism, since people speak about theory as a complement or an accessory of practice, or as the handmaid of practice. Critical self-consciousness means, historically and politically, the creation of an elite of intellectuals. A human mass does not distinguish itself, does not become independent in its own right without, in the widest sense, organizing itself. And there is no organization without intellectuals, that is, without organizers and leaders. Without the theoretical aspect of the theory-practice nexus being distinguished concretely by the existence of a group of people specialized in conceptual and philosophical elaboration of ideas. The process of development is tied to a dialectic between the intellectuals and the masses. There continually recur moments in which a gap develops between the mass and the intellectuals, a loss of contact, and thus the impression that theory is an accessory. Insistence on the practical element of the theory-practice nexus, after having not only distinguished but separated and split the two elements, means that one is going through a relatively primitive historical phase, one which is still economic corporate. One should stress the importance and significance which, in a modern world, political parties have in the elaboration and diffusion of conceptions of the world, because essentially what they do is to work out the ethics and the politics corresponding to these conceptions and act, as it were, as their historical laboratory. The parties recruit individuals out of the working mass, and the selection is made on practical and theoretical criteria at the same time. The parties are the elaborators of new integral and totalitarian intelligentsias and the crucibles where the unification of theory and practice, understood as a real historical process, takes place. Innovation cannot come from the mass, at least at the beginning, except through the mediation of an elite for whom the conception implicit in human activity has already become, to a certain degree, a coherent and systematic ever-present awareness and a precise and decisive will. When you don't have the initiative in the struggle, and the struggle itself comes eventually to be identified with a series of defeats, mechanical determinism becomes a tremendous force of moral resistance, of cohesion, and of patient and obstinate perseverance. I have been defeated for the moment, but the tide of history is working for me in the long term. Real will takes on the garments of an act of faith in a certain rationality of history and in a primitive and empirical form of impassioned finalism, which appears in the role of a substitute for the predestination or providence of confessional religions. But when the subaltern becomes directive and responsible for the economic activity of the masses, mechanicism at a certain point becomes an imminent danger, and a revision must take place in modes of thinking. Mass adhesion or non-adhesion to an ideology is the real critical test of the rationality and historicity of modes of thinking. With regard to the historical role played by the fatalistic conception of the philosophy of praxis, one might perhaps prepare its funeral oration, emphasizing its usefulness for a certain period of history, but precisely for this reason underlining the need to bury it with all due honors. Its role could really be compared with that of the theory of predestination and grace for the beginnings of the modern world. It has been a replacement in the popular consciousness for the cry of "'Tis God's will." Two conceptions, verbal philosophy borrowed in normal times versus embryonic philosophy that flashes when the group acts as an organic totality. Party laboratory, parties' elaborate ethics and politics corresponding to a conception of the world, unification of theory and practice as historical process. Quote, "A philosophy of praxis cannot but present itself at the outset in a polemical and critical guise, as superseding the existing mode of thinking and existing concrete thought, the existing cultural world. First of all, therefore, it must be a criticism of common sense, basing itself initially, however, on common sense in order to demonstrate that everyone is a philosopher and that it is not a question of introducing from scratch a scientific form of thought into everyone's individual life, but of renovating and making critical an already existing activity. Problems of philosophy and history. In the formulation of historico-critical problems, it is wrong to conceive of scientific discussion as a process at law, in which there is an accused and a public prosecutor whose professional duty it is to demonstrate that the accused is guilty. In scientific discussion, since it is assumed that the purpose of discussion is the pursuit of truth and the progress of science, The person who shows himself most advanced is the one who takes up the point of view that his adversary may well be expressing a need which should be incorporated, if only as a subordinate aspect, in his own construction. To understand and to evaluate realistically one's adversary's position and his reasons, and sometimes one's adversary is the whole of past thought, means precisely to be liberated from the prison of ideologies in the bad sense of the word, that of blind ideological fanaticism. Accepting Gramsci's definition of religion as a conception of the world which has become a norm of life, it follows that the majority of mankind are philosophers insofar as they engage in practical activity, and in their practical activity there is implicitly contained a conception of the world. The history of philosophy, as it is generally understood, that is, as the history of philosophers' philosophies, is the history of attempts made and ideological initiatives undertaken by a specific class of people to change, correct, or perfect the conceptions of the world that exist in any particular age, and thus to change the norms of conduct that go with them. Studying the history and the logic of the various philosophers' philosophies is not enough. Attention should be drawn to the conceptions of the world held by the great masses, to those of the most restricted ruling or intellectual groups, and finally to the links between these various cultural complexes and the philosophy of the philosophers. The philosophy of an age is not the philosophy of this or that philosopher. It is a process of combination of all these elements, which culminates in an overall trend, in which the culmination becomes a norm of collective action and becomes concrete and complete, integral history. The philosophy of an historical epoch is therefore nothing other than the history of that epoch itself. History and philosophy are in this sense indivisible. They form a block. What is philosophy? Is it a purely receptive, or at the very most, ordering activity? Or is it an absolutely creative activity? Receptive implies the certainty of an external world which is absolutely immutable. There is a danger of falling into solipsism, and in fact, every form of idealism necessarily does fall into solipsism. To escape simultaneously from solipsism and from mechanicist conceptions implicit in the concept of thought as a receptive and ordering activity, it is necessary to put the question in an historicist fashion, and at the same time to put the will, which in a last analysis equals practical or political activity, at the base of philosophy. But it must be a rational, not an arbitrary, will which is realized in so far as it corresponds to objective historical necessities. Should this will be represented at the beginning by a single individual, its rationality will be documented by the fact that it comes to be accepted by the many and accepted permanently, that is, by becoming a culture, a form of good sense. Until classical German philosophy was conceived as a receptive, or at the most an ordering activity. Classical German philosophy introduced the concept of creativity of thought, but in an idealistic and speculative sense. It seems that the philosophy of praxis alone has been able to take philosophy a step forward, basing itself on classical German philosophy, but avoiding any tendency towards solipsism, and historicizing thought in that it assumes it in the form of a conception of the world and of good sense diffused among the many and diffused in such a way as to convert itself into an active norm of conduct. Creative, therefore, should be understood in the relative sense, as thought which modifies the way of feeling of the many and consequently reality itself. Creative also in the sense that it teaches that reality does not exist on its own, in and for itself, but only in an historical relationship with the men who modify it. The historical value of a philosophy can be calculated from the practical efficacy it has acquired for itself, understanding practical in the widest sense. If it is true that every philosophy is the expression of a society, it should react back on that society and produce certain effects. The extent to which precisely it reacts back is the measure of its historical importance, of its not being individual elucubration, but historical fact. Between the professional or technical philosophers and the rest of mankind, the difference is not one of quality, but only of quantity, greater or lesser degrees of homogeneity, coherence, logicality. Language is essentially a collective term which does not presuppose any single thing existing in time and space. Language also means culture and philosophy, if only at the level of common sense. And therefore the fact of language is in reality a multiplicity of facts more or less organically coherent and coordinated. At the limit, it could be said that every speaking being has a personal language of his own. Culture, at its various levels, unifies in a series of strata a greater or lesser number of individuals who understand each other's mode of expression in different degrees. An historical act can only be performed by collective man, and this presupposes the attainment of a cultural social unity through which a multiplicity of dispersed wills, with heterogeneous aims, are welded together with a single aim on the basis of an equal and common conception of the world. This problem can and must be related to the modern way of considering educational doctrine and practice, according to which the relationship between teacher and pupil is active and reciprocal, so that every teacher is always a pupil and every pupil a teacher. This form of relationship exists throughout society as a whole. It exists between intellectual and non-intellectual sections of the population, between the rulers and the ruled, elites and their followers, leaders and led. Every relationship of hegemony is necessarily an educational relationship and occurs not only within a nation, between the various forces of which the nation is composed, but in the international and worldwide field. The historical personality of an individual philosopher is also given by the active relationship which exists between him and the cultural environment he is proposing to modify. The environment reacts back on the philosopher and imposes on him a continual process of self-criticism. Is his teacher. This is why one of the most important demands that the modern intelligentsias have made in the political field has been that of so-called freedom of thought and of the expression of thought. When the thinker is content with his own thought, when he is subjectively, that is abstractly, free, he nowadays becomes a joke. Quote, every relationship of hegemony is necessarily an educational relationship and occurs not only within a nation, between the various forces of which the nation is composed, but in the international and worldwide field, between complexes of national and continental civilizations. What is man? This is the primary and principal question that philosophy asks. In putting the question, what is man? What we mean is, what can man become? That is, can man dominate his own destiny? Can he make himself? Can he create his own life? Man is a process, and, more exactly, the process of his actions. The question is not abstract or objective. It is born of our reflection about ourselves and about others, and we want to know, in relation to what we have thought and seen, what we are and what we can become, whether we really are, and if so, to what extent, makers of our own selves, of our life, and of our destiny. And we want to know this today, in the given conditions of today, the conditions of our daily life, not of any life or any man. The most important of the specific ways of considering life and man is religion, and a specific religion, which is Catholicism. An integral Catholic, one who applied the Catholic norms in every act of his life, would seem a monster, which, when you come to think about it, is the severest and most peremptory criticism of Catholicism itself. From the philosophical point of view, what is unsatisfactory in Catholicism is the fact that, in spite of everything, it insists on putting the cause of evil in the individual man himself, or in other words, that it conceives of man as a defined and limited individual. It can be said of all hitherto existing philosophies that they reproduce this position of Catholicism. It is on this point that it is necessary to reform the concept of man. One must conceive of man as a series of active relationships, a process, in which individuality, though perhaps the most important, is not, however, the only element to be taken into account. The humanity, which is reflected in each individuality, is composed of various elements. The individual, other men, the natural world. The individual does not enter into relations with other men by juxtaposition, but organically, inasmuch as he belongs to organic entities which range from the simplest to the most complex. Man does not enter into relations with the natural world just by being himself part of the natural world, but actively, by means of work and technique. These relations are not mechanical. They are active and conscious. Each one of us changes himself, modifies himself to the extent that he changes and modifies the complex relations of which he is the hub. In this sense, the real philosopher is and cannot be other than the politician, the active man who modifies the environment, understanding by environment the ensemble of relations which each of us enters to take part in. If one's own individuality is the ensemble of these relations, to create one's personality means to acquire consciousness of them, and to modify one's own personality means to modify the ensemble of these relations. Even in necessary relations, insofar as they are known to be necessary, take on a different aspect and importance. In this sense, knowledge is power. It is not enough to know the ensemble of relations as they exist at any given time as a given system. They must be known genetically in the movement of their formation. For each individual is the synthesis not only of existing relations, but of the history of these relations. He is a précis of all the past. The identification of theory and practice is a critical act, through which practice is demonstrated rational and necessary, or theory realistic and rational. Given a certain theoretical position, one can organize the practical element, which is essential for the theory to be realized. Alternatively, on a specific practice, one can construct a theory which, by coinciding with the decisive elements of the practice itself, can accelerate the historical process that is going on. Men acquire consciousness of structural conflicts on the level of ideologies. This is an affirmation of epistemological and not simply psychological and moral value. From this, it follows that the theoretical practical principle of hegemony has also epistemological significance. And it is here that Illich's greatest theoretical contribution to the philosophy of praxis should be sought. The realization of a hegemonic apparatus, insofar as it creates a new ideological terrain, determines a reform of consciousness and of methods of knowledge. It is a fact of knowledge, a philosophical fact. Structures and superstructures form an historical block. That is to say, the complex, contradictory, and discordant ensemble of the superstructures is the reflection of the ensemble of the social relations of production. Only a totalitarian, unified, all-absorbing system of ideologies gives a rational reflection of the contradiction of the structure and represents the existence of the objective conditions for the revolutionizing of praxis. This reasoning is based on the necessary reciprocity between structure and superstructure, a reciprocity which is nothing other than the real dialectical process. Man as process, not a defined individual, but the ensemble of relations, with others and, through work and technique, with nature. Hegemony as epistemology. Lenin's advance of political doctrine is an advance of philosophy. A new hegemonic apparatus reforms methods of knowledge. Quote, "We maintain, therefore, that man is a process, and, more exactly, the process of his actions. If you think about it, the question itself, what is man, is not an abstract or objective question. It is born of our reflection about ourselves and about others, and we want to know, in relation to what we have thought and seen, what we are and what we can become, whether we really are, and if so, to what extent, makers of our own selves, of our life, and of our destiny." Catharsis, noumenon, and ideology. The term catharsis can be employed to indicate the passage from the purely economic, or egoistic passional, to the ethico-political moment, that is the superior elaboration of the structure into superstructure in the minds of men. This also means the passage from objective to subjective and from necessity to freedom. Structure ceases to be an external force which crushes man, assimilates him to itself, and makes him passive, and is transformed into a means of freedom, an instrument to create a new ethico-political form and a source of new initiatives. To establish the cathartic moment becomes therefore the starting point for all the philosophy of praxis, and the cathartic process coincides with the chain of syntheses which have resulted from the evolution of the dialectic. One must keep permanently in mind the 2 points between which this process oscillates. that no society poses for itself problems the necessary and sufficient conditions for whose solution do not already exist or are coming into being, and that no society comes to an end before it has expressed all its potential content. If reality is as we know it, and if our knowledge changes continually, that is, no philosophy is definitive but all are historically determined, it is hard to imagine that reality changes objectively with changes in ourselves. In the Holy Family, it is said that the whole reality is in phenomena, and that beyond phenomena there is nothing, and this is certainly correct. But it is not easy to demonstrate. Accepting the affirmation that our knowledge of things is nothing other than ourselves, our needs and interests, that is, that our knowledge is superstructure or non-definitive philosophy, it is difficult not to think in terms of something real beyond this knowledge, not in the metaphysical sense of a noumenon, an unknown God or an unknowable, but in the concrete sense of a relative ignorance of reality, of something still unknown, which will however be known one day when the physical and intellectual instruments of mankind are more perfect, when the technical and social conditions of mankind have been changed in a progressive direction. We are then making an historical prediction which consists simply in an act of thought that projects into the future a process of development similar to that which has taken place from the past until today. Ideology was an aspect of sensationalism, 18th century French materialism. Its original meaning was that of science of ideas, analysis of ideas, investigation of the origin of ideas. How the concept passed from meaning science of ideas to meaning a specific system of ideas needs to be examined historically. The philosophy of praxis represents a distinct advance, and historically is precisely in opposition to ideology. The meaning which the term ideology has assumed in Marxist philosophy implicitly contains a negative value judgment. Ideology itself must be analyzed historically in the terms of the philosophy of praxis as a superstructure. There is a potential element of error in assessing the value of ideologies, due to the fact that the name ideology is given both to the necessary superstructure of a particular structure and to the arbitrary elucubrations of particular individuals. The bad sense of the word has become widespread. The process leading up to this error can be reconstructed. Ideology is identified as distinct from structure, and it is asserted that it is not ideology that changes the structures, but vice versa. It is asserted that a given political solution is ideological, that it is not sufficient to change the structure, although it thinks that it can do so. One then passes to the assertion that every ideology is pure appearance, useless, stupid. One must therefore distinguish between historically organic ideologies, those which are necessary to a given structure, and ideologies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, or willed. To the extent that ideologies are historically necessary, they have a validity which is psychological. They organize human masses and create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. To the extent that they are arbitrary, they only create individual movements and polemics. It is worth recalling Marx's frequent affirmation of the solidity of popular beliefs as a necessary element of a specific situation, and the proposition that a popular conviction often has the same energy as a material force. The analysis of these propositions tends to reinforce the conception of historical block, in which precisely material forces are the content and ideologies are the form, though this distinction between form and content has purely didactic value, since the material forces would be inconceivable historically without form, and the ideologies would be individual fancies without the material forces. Catharsis, passage from economic corporate to ethico-political, structure becomes a means of freedom. Organic ideology, necessary superstructure that organizes masses, not to be collapsed into arbitrary elucubration. Quote, one must therefore distinguish between historically organic ideologies, those, that is, which are necessary to a given structure, and ideologies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, or willed. To the extent that ideologies are historically necessary, they have a validity which is psychological. They organize human masses and create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. Problems of Marxism. In this section, some basic text from a prison notebooks dealing with problems of Marxism itself. The first part, some problems in the study of the philosophy of praxis, has the same fragmentary character as the problems of philosophy and history, and like that text, is the result of some reordering of Gramsci's manuscript by the original Italian editors. Two basic themes underlie the notes. One is the need for a reconstruction of the origins of Marxism, beginning with the works of Marx and Engels themselves. The second concerns the liberation of the Marxist tradition from various accretions of a positivist and or neo-canon order, characteristic of much of orthodox Marxism since the death of Engels. Marx's debt to English political economy and to the idealist tradition in German philosophy, culminating in Hegel. Marxism as a synthesis of these two trends with the political heritage of the French Revolution. The originality of Marxism, in this perspective, lies in its definitive rejection of any form of transcendentalism, rather than in its materialism. This leads to a reformulation of the critique of idealism. Although there is a need to combat directly the theories of Gramsci, the main enemy of the philosophy of praxis is not idealism as such, but transcendence and metaphysics. Focusing attention on the neo-canon deviations of the Austro-Marxism of Adler and Hilferding and on the materialist orthodoxy of Plekhanov and Bukharin. The second part consists of critical notes on an attempt at popular sociology, a sustained critique of the vulgar materialist aspect of Marxist orthodoxy. Nikolai Bukharin's The Theory of Historical Materialism, a manual of popular sociology, was first published in Moscow in 1921. Lenin had observed that Bukharin was a brilliant theoretician but ignorant of the dialectic. Bukharin, despite his subsequent disgrace, represented an influential current within orthodox Marxism, inheritor of a materialist tradition which flourished as much in social democratic circles as within the communist movement. Exposure, from an alternative Marxist standpoint, of the crudity and banality of a style of thinking of which the manual is a prime representative has more than academic interest. More important still, in the course of demolition of the vulgar materialist position, the critical notes come closer than anywhere else to a systematic exposé of the principles underlying this approach to Marxist theory. Marxism here is essentially critical. It cannot be content with any doctrine which attempted to reduce Marxism to the status of a positive science, in Bukharin's case, a sociology, separating the thing known from the process whereby knowledge is acquired. Through analysis of the errors of the manual, sociologism, vulgar materialism, philistinism, ignorance of the dialectic, dialectical historicism is most clearly expressed. Statement of the problem and questions of method. Production of new Weltanschauungen to fertilize and nourish the culture of an historical epoch, and philosophically directed production according to the original Weltanschauungen. Marx is the creator of a Weltanschauung. But what is Illich's position? Is it purely subordinate and subaltern? The explanation is to be found in Marxism itself as both science and action. The passage from utopia to science and from science to action, the foundation of a directive class, i.e. of a state, is equivalent to the creation of a Weltanschauung. How is the statement that the German proletariat is the heir of classical German philosophy to be understood? What was wanted was to indicate the historical function of this philosophy when it became the theory of a class, which was in turn to become a state. With Illich, this really came about in a particular territory. The philosophical importance of the concept and the fact of hegemony, for which Illich is responsible. Hegemony realized means the real critique of a philosophy, its real dialectic. Gramsci puts forward Marx as a unit in a series of great men of science. Fundamental error. None of the others has produced an original and integral conception of the world. Marx initiates intellectually an historical epoch which will last in all probability for centuries, that is, until the disappearance of political society and the coming of a regulated society. Only then will his conception of the world be superseded, when the conception of necessity is superseded by the conception of freedom. To make a comparison between Marx and Illich in order to create a hierarchy is stupid and useless. They express two phases, science and action, which are homogeneous and heterogeneous at the same time. Thus, historically, a parallel between Christ and St. Paul would be absurd. Christ, Weltanschauung, and St. Paul, organizer, action, expansion of the Weltanschauung, are both necessary to the same degree and therefore of the same historical stature. Christianity could be called historically Christianity Paulinism, and this would indeed be a more exact title. If one wishes to study the birth of a conception of the world which has never been systematically expounded by its founder, and one furthermore whose essential coherence is to be sought not in each individual writing or series of writings, but in the whole development of the multiform intellectual work in which the elements of the conception are implicit, some preliminary detailed philological work has to be done. This has to be carried out with the most scrupulous accuracy, scientific honesty, and intellectual loyalty, and without any preconceptions, a priorism, or part one pre. It is necessary, first of all, to reconstruct the process of intellectual development of the thinker in question in order to identify those elements which were to become stable and permanent. In other words, those which were taken up as the thinker's own thought, distinct from and superior to the material which he had studied earlier and which served as a stimulus to him. Any new theory studied with heroic fury for a certain period, especially if one is young, attracts the student of its own accord and takes possession of his whole personality, only to be limited by the study of the next theory, until such a time as a critical equilibrium is created. These observations are all the more valid the more the thinker is endowed with a violent impetus, has a polemical character, and is lacking in esprit de système, or when one is dealing with a personality in whom theoretical and practical activity are indissolubly intertwined. Antonio Labriola, the only one who has attempted to give the philosophy of praxis a scientific foundation independent of a particular current of the philosophy of the intellectuals, and to found a conception of the world that is integral and original. Labriola should be put back into circulation, and his way of posing the philosophical problem made to predominate. The vulgarization of Marxism has taken two forms, a mechanistic materialism on the one hand, and on the other a double revision, Gramsci, Gentile, Sorel, Bergson, pragmatism, which has reintroduced into the philosophy of praxis speculative elements from traditional philosophy. Quote, to make a comparison between Marx and Illich in order to create a hierarchy is stupid and useless. They express two phases, science and action, which are homogeneous and heterogeneous at the same time. Thus, historically, a parallel between Christ and St. Paul would be absurd. Christ Weltanschauung and St. Paul organizer, action, expansion of the Weltanschauung are both necessary to the same degree and therefore of the same historical stature. The philosophy of praxis in modern culture. The philosophy of praxis had two tasks to perform: to combat modern ideologies in their most refined form, in order to be able to constitute its own group of independent intellectuals, and to educate the popular masses, whose culture was medieval. This second task, which was fundamental, given the character of the new philosophy, has absorbed all its energies, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively. For didactic reasons, the new philosophy was combined into a form of culture which was a little higher than the popular average, which was very low, but was absolutely inadequate to combat the ideologies of the educated classes. Yet the new philosophy was born precisely to supersede the highest cultural manifestation of the age, classical German philosophy, and to create a group of intellectuals specific to the new social group whose conception of the world it was. The Lutheran Reformation and Calvinism created a vast national popular movement, with its economic equivalent in capitalism. The Renaissance remained aristocratic, without a national popular character. The philosophy of praxis presupposes all this cultural past. Renaissance and Reformation, German philosophy and the French Revolution, Calvinism and English classical economics, secular liberalism, and this historicism, which is at the root of the whole modern conception of life. The philosophy of praxis is the crowning point of this entire movement of intellectual and moral reformation, made dialectical in the contrast between popular culture and high culture. It corresponds to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. It is a philosophy which is also politics, and a politics which is also philosophy. It is still going through its populist phase. Creating a group of independent intellectuals is not an easy thing. It is the conception of a subaltern social group, deprived of historical initiative, in continuous but disorganic expansion, unable to go beyond a certain qualitative level, which still remains below the level of the possession of the state and of the real exercise of hegemony over the whole of society, which alone permits a certain organic equilibrium. Speculative immanence and historicist or realist immanence. The philosophy of praxis is an absolute historicism, the absolute secularization and earthliness of thought, an absolute humanism of history. Speculative immanence of Gramsci and Gentile must be translated into historicist immanence. Unity in the constituent elements of Marxism. The three sources, German philosophy, English political economy, French politics, are not mechanically juxtaposed but unified in a new synthesis. Philosophy, politics, economics. Each is implicit in the others. The occasional philosopher can succeed only with difficulty in keeping them together. Historicity of the philosophy of praxis. Every philosopher is, and cannot but be, convinced that he expresses the unity of the human spirit. Hegel represents a chapter on his own. The philosophy of praxis is not the last word of history, but the theory of a historical epoch which will be superseded when political society is superseded. Economy and ideology. It is not that ideologies are a mere appearance. They organize masses. Regularity and necessity. Not naturalistic laws, but laws of tendency, valid so long as the given structure persists. Political action tends to modify the very conditions in which the regularities operate. Reformation plus revolution. The philosophy of praxis as crowning of that nexus still in its popular national, not yet hegemonic phase. Absolute historicism, absolute secularization of thought, speculative immanence translated into historicist immanence. Quote, the philosophy of praxis presupposes all this cultural past. Renaissance and Reformation, German philosophy and the French Revolution, Calvinism and English classical economics, secular liberalism, and this historicism, which is at the root of the whole modern conception of life. The philosophy of praxis is the crowning point of this entire movement of intellectual and moral reformation, made dialectical in the contrast between popular culture and high culture. It corresponds to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. It is a philosophy which is also politics, and a politics which is also philosophy. Economy and ideology, regularity, knowing and feeling. The claim, presented as an essential postulate of historical materialism, that every fluctuation of politics and ideology can be presented and expounded as an immediate expression of the structure, must be contested in theory as primitive infantilism, and combated in practice with the authentic testimony of Marx, the author of concrete political and historical works. Particularly important from his point of view are the 18th Brumaire and the writings on the Eastern Question, but also revolution and counter-revolution in Germany, the Civil War in France, and lesser works. Among the precautions introduced by Marx into his concrete researches, the difficulty of identifying at any given time, statically, like an instantaneous photographic image, the structure. Politics, in fact, is at any given time the reflection of the tendencies of development in the structure, but it is not necessarily the case that these tendencies must be realized. A structural phase can be concretely studied and analyzed only after it has gone through its whole process of development, and not during the process itself, except hypothetically. A particular political act may have been an error of calculation on the part of the leaders of the dominant classes, an error which historical development then corrects and goes beyond. Mechanical historical materialism does not allow for the possibility of error, but assumes that every political act is determined, immediately, by the structure, and therefore as a real and permanent, in the sense of achieved, modification of the structure. How did the founder of the philosophy of praxis arrive at the concept of regularity and necessity in historical development? It cannot be thought of as a derivation from natural science, but rather as an elaboration of concepts born on the terrain of political economy, particularly in the form and with the methodology that economic science acquire from David Ricardo. Concept and fact of determined market, i.e. the scientific discovery that specific, decisive, and permanent forces have risen historically and that the operation of these forces presents itself with a certain automatism which allows a measure of predictability and certainty for the future of those individual initiatives which accept these forces after having discerned and scientifically established their nature. Determined market is therefore equivalent to determined relation of social forces in a determined structure of the productive apparatus. This relationship being guaranteed, that is, rendered permanent, by a determined political, moral, and juridical superstructure. After having established the character of these decisive and permanent forces and their spontaneous automatism, i.e., their relative independence from individual choices and from arbitrary government interventions, the scientist has, by way of hypothesis, rendered the automatism absolute. He has isolated the merely economic facts from the combinations of varying importance in which they present themselves in reality. He has established relations of cause and effect, and he has thus produced an abstract scheme of a determined economic society. Classical economics has given rise to a critique of political economy, but it does not seem that a new science or a new conception of the scientific problem has yet been possible. The critique of political economy starts from the concept of the historical character of the determined market and of its automatism, whereas pure economists conceive of these elements as eternal and natural. The critique analyses in a realistic way the relations of forces determining the market. It analyses in depth their contradictions, evaluates the possibilities of modification connected with the appearance and strengthening of new elements, and puts forward the transitory and replaceable nature of the science being criticized. It studies it as life, but also as death, and finds at its heart the elements that will dissolve it and supersede it without fail. The popular element feels, but does not always know or understand. The intellectual element knows, but does not always understand, and in particular does not always feel. The two extremes are therefore pedantry and philistinism on the one hand and blind passion and sectarianism on the other. The intellectual's error consists in believing that one can know without understanding, and even more without feeling and being impassioned, not only for knowledge in itself, but also for the object of knowledge. In other words, that the intellectual can be an intellectual and not a pure pedant, if distinct and separate from the people-nation, that is, without feeling the elementary passions of the people, understanding them, and therefore explaining and justifying them in the particular historical situation and connecting them dialectically to the laws of history and to a superior conception of the world, scientifically and coherently elaborated, i.e. knowledge. One cannot make politics history without this passion, without this sentimental connection between intellectuals and people-nation. In the absence of such a nexus, the relations between the intellectual and the people-nation are reduced to relationships of a purely bureaucratic and formal order. The intellectuals become a caste or a priesthood, so-called organic centralism. If the relationship between intellectuals and people-nation, between the leaders and the led, the rulers and the ruled, is provided by an organic cohesion in which feeling passion becomes understanding, and thence knowledge, not mechanically, but in a way that is alive, then and only then is the relationship one of representation. Only then can there take place an exchange of individual elements between the rulers and ruled, leaders and led, and can a shared life be realized which alone is a social force. With the creation of a historical block, the man studies popular feelings. He does not feel with them to guide them and lead them into a catharsis of modern civilization. His position is that of the scholarly student of folklore who is permanently afraid that modernity is going to destroy the object of his study. Determined market Regularity as Ricardo's automatism of forces, historically guaranteed by a superstructure, not a natural law. Knowing feeling. Without the sentimental connection, intellectuals become a caste. Historical block requires feeling becoming understanding becoming knowledge. Quote, one cannot make politics history without this passion, without this sentimental connection between intellectuals and people nation. In the absence of such a nexus, the relations between the intellectual and the people nation are, or are reduced to, relationships of a purely bureaucratic and formal order. The intellectuals become a caste, or a priesthood, so-called organic centralism. Critical notes on an attempt at popular sociology. A work like the Popular Manual, which is essentially destined for a community of readers who are not professional intellectuals, should have taken as its starting point a critical analysis of the philosophy of common sense, which is the philosophy of non-philosophers, or in other words, the conception of the world which is uncritically absorbed by the various social and cultural environments in which the moral individuality of the average man is developed. Common sense is not a single unique conception, identical in time and space. It is the folklore of philosophy, and like folklore, it takes countless different forms. Its most fundamental characteristic is that it is a conception which, even in the brain of one individual, is fragmentary, incoherent, and inconsequential, in conformity with the social and cultural position of those masses whose philosophy it is. At those times in history, when a homogeneous social group is brought into being, there comes into being also, in opposition to common sense, a homogeneous, in other words, coherent and systematic philosophy. The first mistake of the Popular Manual is that it starts, at least implicitly, from the assumption that the elaboration of an original philosophy of the popular masses is to be opposed to the great systems of traditional philosophy and the religion of the leaders of the clergy, i.e., the conception of the world of the intellectuals and of high culture. In reality, these systems are unknown to the multitude and have no direct influence on its way of thinking and acting. This does not mean they are altogether without influence. These systems influence the popular masses as an external political force, an element of cohesive force exercised by the ruling classes, and therefore an element of subordination to an external hegemony. This limits the original thought of the popular masses in a negative direction, without having the positive effect of a vital ferment of interior transformation of what the masses think in an embryonic and chaotic form about the world and life. The principal elements of common sense are provided by religion, and consequently the relationship between common sense and religion is much more intimate than that between common sense and the philosophical systems of the intellectuals. Every religion, even Catholicism, is in reality a multiplicity of distinct and often contradictory religions. There is one Catholicism for the peasants, one for the petit bourgeois and town workers, one for women, and one for intellectuals. In common sense, it is the realistic, materialistic elements which are predominant, the immediate product of crude sensation. This is by no means in contradiction with the religious element. But here these elements are superstitious and acritical. This, then, is a danger of the Popular Manual, which often reinforces, instead of scientifically criticizing, these acritical elements which have caused common sense to remain Ptolemaic, anthropomorphic, and anthropocentric. When an individual from the masses succeeds in criticizing and going beyond common sense, he by this very fact accepts a new philosophy. Hence the necessity, in an exposition of the philosophy of praxis, of a polemic with traditional philosophies. Indeed, because by its nature it tends towards being a mass philosophy, the philosophy of praxis can only be conceived in a polemical form and in the form of a perpetual struggle. Nonetheless, the starting point must always be that common sense, which is the spontaneous philosophy of the multitude, and which has to be made ideologically coherent. The attitude of French philosophical culture towards common sense can offer a model of hegemonic ideological construction. Gramsci's attitude towards common sense seems unclear. The proposition that all men are philosophers has an excessive influence on his judgment. Common sense is a chaotic aggregate of disparate conceptions, and one can find there anything that one likes. Any sociology presupposes a philosophy, a conception of the world, of which it is but a subordinate part. Nor should the particular internal logic of the varying forms of sociology, which is what gives them a mechanical coherence, be confused with general theory, that is to say, philosophy. The questions which the author of the manual considers as theoretical are all of an immediate political and ideological order. They are reflections on disconnected and casual individual historical and political facts. One theoretical question arises when he refers to a tendency which denies that it is possible to construct a sociology of the philosophy of praxis, and which maintains that this philosophy can be expressed only through concrete historical works. This objection is extremely important. Certainly, the philosophy of praxis is realized through the concrete study of past history and through present activity to construct new history. But a theory of history and politics can be made, for even if the facts are always unique and changeable in the flux of movement of history, the concepts can be theorized. Otherwise, one would not even be able to tell what movement is or the dialectic, and one would fall back into a new form of nominalism. The reduction of the philosophy of praxis to a form of sociology has represented the crystallization of the degenerate tendency, already criticized by Engels, which consists in reducing a conception of the world to a mechanical formula which gives the impression of holding the whole of history in the palm of its hand. This has provided the strongest incentive to the pocket geniuses with their facile journalistic improvisations. The experience on which the philosophy of praxis is based cannot be schematized. It is history in all its infinite variety and multiplicity, whose study can give rise to philology as a method of scholarship for ascertaining particular facts, and to philosophy understood as a general methodology of history. If philology is the methodological expression of the importance of ascertaining particular facts in their unique and unrepeatable individuality, one cannot, however, exclude the practical utility of isolating certain more general laws of tendency corresponding in the political field to the laws of statistics or to the law of large numbers. But statistical laws can be employed in the science and art of politics only so long as the great masses of the population remain essentially passive. In politics, the assumption of the law of statistics as an essential law operating of necessity is not only a scientific error, but becomes a practical error in action. Political action tends precisely to rouse the masses from passivity, in other words, to destroy the law of large numbers. So how can that law be considered a law of sociology? Even the demand for a planned, i.e., guided, economy is destined to break down the statistical law understood in a mechanical sense. Human awareness replaces naturalistic spontaneity. With the extension of mass parties and their organic coalescence with the intimate, economic productive life of the masses themselves, the process whereby popular feeling is standardized ceases to be mechanical and casual and becomes conscious and critical. Start from common sense. A popular Marxist manual must criticize the folklore of philosophy, not duel first with unknown high systems. Against sociology, praxis is not a mechanical formula holding history in the palm of the hand. Statistics fail when masses cease to be passive. Quote, "The reduction of the philosophy of praxis to a form of sociology has represented the crystallization of the degenerate tendency, already criticized by Engels in the letters to two students published in the Sozial Akademiker, and which consists in reducing a conception of the world to a mechanical formula which gives the impression of holding the whole of history in the palm of its hand. The dialectic, metaphysics, and the external world. The manual contains no treatment of any kind of the dialectic. The dialectic is presupposed in a very superficial manner, but is not expounded, and this is absurd in a manual which ought to contain the essential elements of the doctrine under discussion. The absence of any treatment of the dialectic could have two origins. The first would be the fact that philosophy of praxis is envisaged as split into two elements. On the one hand, a theory of history and politics conceived as sociology, i.e. one that can be constructed according to the methods of natural science, experimental in the crudest positivist sense. And on the other hand, a philosophy proper, this being philosophical alias metaphysical or mechanical, vulgar. Materialism. Even after the great debate against mechanicism, the author does not appear to have changed very much his way of posing the philosophical problem. It would appear from the contribution presented at the London Congress on the History of Sciences that he continues to maintain that the philosophy of praxis has always been split into two, a doctrine of history and politics, and a philosophy, although he now calls the latter dialectical materialism. But if the question is framed in this way, one can no longer understand the importance and significance of the dialectic, which is relegated from its position as a doctrine of knowledge and the very marrow of historiography and the science of politics, to the level of a subspecies of formal logic and elementary scholastics. The true fundamental function and significance of the dialectic can only be grasped if the philosophy of praxis is conceived as an integral and original philosophy which opens up a new phase of history and a new phase in the development of world thought. It does this to the extent that it goes beyond both traditional idealism and traditional materialism, philosophies which are expressions of past societies, while retaining their vital elements. If the philosophy of praxis is not considered except in subordination to another philosophy, then it is not possible to grasp the new dialectic, through which the transcending of old philosophies is effected and expressed. The second origin would appear to be psychological. It is felt that the dialectic is something arduous and difficult, insofar as thinking dialectically goes against vulgar common sense, which is dogmatic and eager for peremptory certainties and has as its expression formal logic. To understand this better, one can think of what would happen if in primary and secondary schools natural and physical sciences were taught on the basis of Einsteinian relativity, and the traditional notion of a law of nature was accompanied by that of a statistical law or of the law of large numbers. The children would not understand anything at all, and the clash between school teaching and family and popular life would be such that the school would become an object of ridicule. This motivation acts as a psychological brake on the author of the manual. He really does capitulate before common sense and vulgar thought. The uneducated and crude environment has dominated the educator, and vulgar common sense has imposed itself on science rather than the other way round. If the environment is the educator, it too must in turn be educated, but the manual does not understand this revolutionary dialectic. The source of all the errors of the manual consists precisely in this pretension to divide the philosophy of praxis into two parts, a sociology and a systematic philosophy. Separated from a theory of history and politics, philosophy cannot be other than metaphysics, whereas the great conquest in the history of modern thought, represented by the philosophy of praxis, is precisely the concrete historicization of philosophy and its identification with history. Can one extract from the popular manual a critique of metaphysics and of speculative philosophy? The author fails to grasp the very concept of metaphysics, just as he fails to grasp the concepts of historical movement, of becoming, and, therefore, of the dialectic itself. To think of a philosophical affirmation as true in a particular historical period, that is, as the necessary and inseparable expression of a particular historical action, of a particular praxis, but is superseded and rendered vain in a succeeding period, without however falling into skepticism and moral and ideological relativism. In other words, to see philosophy as historicity is quite an arduous and difficult mental operation. The author, however, falls headlong into dogmatism and therefore into a form, though a naive one, of metaphysics. This is clear from the beginning in the desire to construct a systematic sociology of the philosophy of praxis, sociology, in this case, meaning precisely naive metaphysics. He does not succeed in elaborating the concept of philosophy of praxis as historical methodology, and of that, in turn, as philosophy, as the only concrete philosophy. Instead of a historical methodology, he constructs a casebook of particular questions which he envisages and resolves in a dogmatic fashion. In the popular manual, the philosophy of praxis is not an autonomous and original philosophy, but the sociology of metaphysical materialism. As far as the book is concerned, metaphysics means only a specific philosophical formulation, that of speculative idealism, rather than any systematic formulation that is put forward as an extra-historical truth, as an abstract universal outside of time and space. The entire polemic against the subjectivist conception of reality, with the fearsome question of the objective reality of the external world, is badly framed and conducted worse, and is to a great degree futile and superfluous. From the point of view of a popular manual, the whole treatment is more a response to an intellectual pedantic itch than to any logical necessity. The popular public does not think that a problem, such as whether the external world exists objectively, can even be asked. One just has to enunciate the problem in these terms to provoke an irresistible and gargantuan outburst of laughter. The public believes that the external world is objectively real, but it is precisely here that the question arises: what is the origin of this belief, and what critical value does it objectively have? In fact, the belief is of religious origin, even if the man who shares it is indifferent to religion. Since all religions have taught that the world, nature, the universe were created by God before the creation of man, and therefore man found the world already made, cataloged, and defined once and for all, this belief has become an iron fact of common sense and survives with the same solidity even if religious feeling is dead or asleep. It follows, therefore, that to base oneself on this experience of common sense in order to destroy the subjectivist conception by poking fun at it has a rather reactionary significance, an implicit return to religious feeling. Indeed, Catholic writers and orators have recourse to the same means. The problem is this: how can one explain how such a conception, which is certainly not pure futility, even for a philosophy of praxis, should today, when exposed to the public, provoke only laughter and mockery? This seems the most typical cause of the distance that has grown up between science and life, between certain groups of intellectuals, who are, however, in central positions of command in high culture, and the great popular masses. But if common sense finds it funny, the philosopher of praxis should all the same look for an explanation both of the real meaning which the conception has and of the reason why it was born and became diffused among the intellectuals, and also of the reason why it is found laughable by common sense. Without doubt, the subjectivist conception is proper to modern philosophy in its most achieved and advanced form, in that it gave birth to and was superseded by historical materialism, a philosophy which, in its theory of superstructures, poses in realistic and historicist terms what traditional philosophy expressed in a speculative form. It is surprising that there has been no proper affirmation and development of the connection between the idealist assertion of the reality of the world as a creation of a human spirit and the affirmation made by the philosophy of praxis of the historicity and transience of ideologies on the grounds that ideologies are expressions of the structure and are modified by modifications of the structure. The question is closely connected with the value of the so-called exact or physical sciences and the position they have come to acquire within the philosophy of praxis, a position of near fetishism, in which indeed they are regarded as the only true philosophy or knowledge of the world. Quote, "The true fundamental function and significance of the dialectic can only be grasped if the philosophy of praxis is conceived as an integral and original philosophy which opens up a new phase of history and a new phase in the development of world thought. It does this to the extent that it goes beyond both traditional idealism and traditional materialism, philosophies which are expressions of past societies, while retaining their vital elements. Orthodoxy, matter, quantity, teleology, art. From a few of the points developed above, it emerges that the concept of orthodoxy requires to be renewed and brought back to its authentic origins. Orthodoxy is not to be looked for in this or that adherent of the philosophy of praxis, or in this or that tendency connected with currents extraneous to the original doctrine, but in the fundamental concept that the philosophy of praxis is sufficient unto itself, that it contains in itself all the fundamental elements needed to construct a total and integral conception of the world, a total philosophy and theory of natural science, and not only that, but everything that is needed to give life. to an integral practical organization of society, that is, to become a total integral civilization. This concept of orthodoxy, thus renewed, helps to give a better definition of the attribute revolutionary, which is applied with such facility to various conceptions of the world. Christianity was revolutionary in relation to paganism because it was an element of complete split between the supporters of the old and new worlds. A theory is revolutionary precisely to the extent that it is an element of conscious separation and distinction into two camps and is a peak inaccessible to the enemy camp. To maintain that the philosophy of praxis is not a completely autonomous and independent structure of thought in antagonism to all traditional philosophies and religions means in reality that one has not severed one's links with the old world, if indeed one has not actually capitulated. The philosophy of praxis has no need of support from alien sources. It is sufficiently robust and rich in new truths for the old world to come to it to supply itself with a more modern and efficacious arsenal of weapons. This means that the philosophy of praxis is beginning to exercise its own hegemony over traditional culture. But traditional culture, which is still strong and above all is more polished and refined, is trying to react like Greece in defeat, which finished by vanquishing its uncouth Roman conqueror. A large part of the philosophy of Gramsci represents this attempt to reabsorb the philosophy of praxis and incorporate it as the handmaid of traditional culture. But, as the manual demonstrates, even some self-styled orthodox adherents of the philosophy of praxis fall into the trap, and themselves conceive their philosophy as subordinated to a general, vulgar, materialist philosophy, just as others are to idealism. In Otto Bauer's little book on religion, one can find a number of references to the combinations that have been given rise to by this erroneous notion that the philosophy of praxis is not autonomous and independent, but needs the support, as need arises, of some other materialist or idealist philosophy. Bauer maintains, as a political thesis, the agnosticism of parties and the granting of permission to party members to group themselves into idealists, materialists, atheists, Catholics, etc. People tend to look for a general philosophy underlying the philosophy of praxis and implicitly to deny to it any originality of content and method. A confusion is made between, on the one hand, the personal culture of the founder of the philosophy of praxis, the philosophical currents and the great philosophers in which he was very interested in his youth and whose language he often reproduces, and on the other the origins or constituent parts of the philosophy of praxis. The study of the philosophical culture of a man like Marx is not only interesting, but necessary. But one must not forget that it belongs exclusively to the field of the reconstruction of his intellectual biography. The elements of Spinoza, Feuerbach, Hegel, French materialism, etc., are in no way essential parts of the philosophy of praxis, nor can that philosophy be reduced to those elements. What is interesting is precisely the transcending of the old philosophies, the new synthesis or the elements of a new synthesis and the way of conceiving philosophy. The elements of this new mode of conceiving philosophy are contained in aphorisms or in some way dispersed throughout the writings of the founder, and it is necessary precisely to distinguish these elements and develop them coherently. At the level of theory, the philosophy of praxis cannot be confounded with or reduced to any other philosophy. Its originality lies not only in its transcending of previous philosophies, but also, and above all, in that it opens up a completely new road, renewing from head to toe the whole way of conceiving philosophy itself. There is no doubt that Hegelianism is, relatively speaking, the most important of the philosophical motivations of our author, particularly because it attempted to go beyond the traditional conceptions of idealism and materialism in a new synthesis. When Emmanuel says that the term immanence in the philosophy of praxis is used in a metaphorical sense, it is saying nothing. The new immanence is historicist, not a borrowed metaphor from speculative philosophy. Matter as such is not the object of the philosophy of praxis. The object is matter organized by production, historically. Quantity and quality. If society is something more and different than the sum of its components, This must mean that the law or principle which explains the development of society cannot be a physical law, since in physics one does not get out of the quantitative sphere except metaphorically. In the philosophy of praxis, quality is also connected to quantity, and this connection is perhaps its most fertile contribution. Idealism hypostasizes this mysterious something else known as quality. It makes it into an entity of its own, spirit, just as religion had done with the idea of divinity. The same is true in the case of vulgar materialism, which divinizes a hypostasis of matter. The treatment of teleology brings out even more blatantly the manual's weakness for presenting the philosophical doctrines of the past as all equally trivial and banal, so that the reader gets the impression that all past culture was a phantasmagoric sequence of bacchanae and delirium. The method is reprehensible. The serious reader believes that he is being fooled and extends his suspicions to the whole of the system. It is easy to think one has got beyond a position by denigrating it, but this is a pure verbal illusion. The manual presents teleology in its most infantile manifestations, while ignoring the solution offered by Kant. It could perhaps be demonstrated that in the manual there survives a lot of unconscious teleology. In the chapter devoted to art, it is affirmed that the most recent works on aesthetics maintain the unity of form and content. This is one of the most glaring examples of the author's critical inability to establish the history of concepts. The identification of content and form is affirmed by idealist aesthetics, Gramsci, but on idealistic premises. Content is not the abstract subject, the novelistic plot. Form does not mean technique. The judgment on Goethe's Prometheus is superficial and extremely generic. How? In the absence of the history of the Ode and of the Prometheus myth, can one distinguish what is strictly personal to Goethe from what is representative of an age and of social group? Judgments of this type, failing precision, can only serve to disparage a theory and to encourage a superficial way of looking at questions. It is again worth recalling Engel's phrase in the letter to a student. People think they have understood a theory and can apply it without more ado from the moment they have mastered its main principles, and those even not always correctly. Orthodoxy, sufficiency of the philosophy of praxis unto itself, not a materialist metaphysics plus a sociology. Matter organized. Object is historically produced matter, not a divinist hypostasis. Quote, orthodoxy is not to be looked for in this or that adherent of the philosophy of praxis, or in this or that tendency connected with currents extraneous to the original doctrine, but in the fundamental concept that the philosophy of praxis is sufficient unto itself, that it contains in itself all the fundamental elements needed to construct a total and integral conception of a world, a total philosophy and theory of natural science. And not only that, but everything that is needed to give life to an integral practical organization of society, that is, to become a total integral civilization. Conclusion. The Hoare and Noel Smith selection is a workshop, not a system. Written in a fascist prison between 1929 and 1935, the notebooks refuse both the treatise form and the Second International's mechanical formula that pretends to hold the whole of history in the palm of the hand. What they put in its place is a historicist philosophy of praxis. Conceptions of the world are judged by the social blocks they organize, by whether they become norms of conduct, by whether they can be made critical without losing contact with the simple. Hegemony is the name of that passage. From factory and party laboratory, from war of maneuver in the East to war of position in the West, from economic corporate interest to ethico-political catharsis. The Italian materials are not local color. Intellectuals are organizers of consent. The Risorgimento is a passive revolution in which Piedmont and the moderates absorb the Action Party without a Jacobin peasant alliance. Transformism and Caesarism are the molecular forms of that absorption. The modern prince is the party as collective myth, the centaur of force and consent. State equals political society plus civil society. The night watchman never existed except on paper. Americanism and Fordism show hegemony born in the factory, a new type of worker and man produced by high wages, sexual regulation, and the struggle against animality. Monopoly wages that will vanish when the methods diffuse, a European overturning of antiquated bases that is not yet a new civilization. The philosophical notebooks complete the circle. Everyone is already a philosopher in language, common sense, and folklore. The task is an inventory of traces and the renovation of an existing activity, not the import of a science from scratch. Parties are historical laboratories of integral intelligentsias. Man is a process, the ensemble of relations with others and, through work and technique, with nature. Organic ideologies organize masses and form a historical block with material forces. Arbitrary elucubrations do not. Against Bukharin's popular manual, the philosophy of praxis is sufficient unto itself. Not a sociology plus vulgar materialism, not a dialectic relegated to formal logic. Regularity comes from Ricardo's determined market, not from natural law. Political action destroys the law of large numbers by rousing masses from passivity. Knowing without feeling makes a caste. Feeling passion becoming understanding becoming knowledge makes representation and the historical block. The limits are those of the form and of the conjuncture. The notes are fragmentary, often reordered by later editors, written under censorship with substitutions. Illich, Philosophy of Praxis, Regulated Society. They do not deliver a finished theory of the party state, nor a program for Fordism in Italy, nor a last word that would survive the disappearance of political society. They do deliver a method. Criticize common sense from within it. Measure philosophies by practical efficacy. Refuse both Crotian reabsorption and Plekhanovite metaphysics. Keep theory and practice in a dialectic that is the marrow of historiography and politics, not a subchapter of scholastics. Key persons discussed. Antonio Gramsci, author of the Quaderni, Sardinian, or Di Nuovo, PCI. The notebooks are his attempt to think hegemony, passive revolution, and the philosophy of praxis after defeat. Quentin Hoare and Geoffrey Noel Smith, editors and translators of the 1971 Lawrence and Wishart selection. Their preface and general introduction are a separate philological and biographical layer. Benedetto Croce, principal idealist interlocutor. Religion as conception become norm of life. Attempt to reabsorb Marxism as handmaid of traditional culture. Niccolò Machiavelli, source of the modern prince. The party as collective myth and the centaur of force and consent. V.I. Lenin, Illich concept and fact of hegemony. Science and action as two phases with Marx, not a hierarchy. Ignorant of the dialectic remark on Bukharin. Nikolai Bukharin, author of the Popular Manual of Sociology, target of the critical notes, vulgar materialism, missing dialectic, fetish of natural science. Antonio Labriola, only Italian who attempted to found a philosophy of praxis independently of the intellectual's currents, to be put back into circulation. Henry Ford/F.W. Taylor, factory hegemony, high wages, trained guerrilla, regulation of the worker's private life. David Ricardo, determined market and automatism from which historical regularity is elaborated against naturalistic laws. Key works. The Prince, Machiavelli, 1532 Myth of the Founder. Dual perspective of the centaur, transposed onto the modern political party. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Marx, 1852 Concrete historical method against the infantilism that reads every political fluctuation as an immediate expression of structure. Preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. Marx, 1859 Men become conscious of structural conflicts on the ideological level. No society poses problems it cannot solve. No society ends before expressing its content. Theses on Feuerbach. Marx, 1845 Ensemble of Social Relations. Educator must be educated. Revolutionizing Praxis. Historical Materialism. A System of Sociology. Bukharin, 1921, The Popular Manual. Starting from high systems instead of common sense. Splitting praxis into sociology plus metaphysics. The Decline of the West. Spengler, Gramsci/Croce's Histories. Interlocutors for Passive Revolution, Philosophy of the Epoch, and the Two Histories Problem, treated in the Italian History and State Notes. Capital, Marx's critique of political economy as historicity of the determined market, not a new eternal science of man as such. Index of key concepts. Hegemony, organization of consent, so that a class's conception of the world becomes the terrain on which others move. Born in a factory under Fordism, realized as the real critique of a philosophy under Lenin. Always an educational relation between leaders and led, nations and civilizations. Not a synonym for domination. It includes the ethico-political moment in which structure becomes a means of freedom. War of position/war of maneuver. In the East, the state was everything and civil society primordial, so a war of movement could strike the outer ditch. In the West, civil society is a sturdy system of fortresses. Siege, trench, and molecular occupation replace the frontal assault. Internationalism, that is not also national policy, remains abstract. Passive revolution, transformation without a Jacobin popular rupture. Piedmont's function, transformism, molecular absorption of antagonists. Europe after 1848, and the possible fate of Americanism in the absence of an antagonistic revolutionary force. Related to Caesarism, progressive or reactionary, as a form of arbitration in organic crisis. Civil society and political society. State equals political society plus civil society. Hegemony armored with coercion. The night watchman state never existed except on paper. Statolatry is a primitive phase of state worship when civil society is weak. Common sense/good sense. Common sense is the folklore of philosophy, fragmentary and historically sedimented, not one thing. Good sense is the healthy nucleus, practical, empirical, capable of being made coherent. A philosophy of praxis criticizes common sense by starting from it, renovating an already existing activity. Philosophy of praxis, Gramsci's name, partly for the censor, for Marxism as absolute historicism. Rejection of transcendence rather than a materialist metaphysics, sufficient unto itself, dialectic as marrow of historiography and politics, not a sociology. Orthodoxy is this sufficiency, not loyalty to Plekhanov or Bukharin. Organic intellectuals/party laboratory. Every class creates intellectuals who organize its function. The party elaborates ethics and politics corresponding to a conception of the world and unifies theory and practice. Masses do not distinguish themselves without organizers. Feeling without knowing and knowing without feeling split the historical block. Catharsis, passage from the economic, corporate, egoistic, passional, to the ethico-political, from necessity to freedom. Structure ceases to crush and becomes an instrument of initiative. Starting point of the philosophy of praxis. Organic ideology, necessary superstructure of a structure, organizes masses and has the energy of a material force. Distinct from arbitrary elucubration. Historical block, material forces as content, ideologies as form. A didactic distinction only. Fordism/Americanism, planned economy necessity inside capitalism. Hegemony in the factory. New type of worker via force and persuasion. High wages as transitory monopoly. Regulation of sex and animality. Not yet a new civilization, but an intensification of European civilization that can overturn Europe's antiquated bases. Determined market. Ricardo's automatism of permanent forces guaranteed by a superstructure. Source of historical regularity and necessity. Critique of political economy historicizes this automatism. Statistical laws hold only while masses remain passive. Reading comprehension questions. What three containers of spontaneous philosophy must be shown before the prejudice that philosophy belongs only to specialists can be destroyed? How does hegemony born in the factory differ from hegemony exercised through a large professional stratum of political intermediaries? Why is the war of position, not the war of maneuver, the appropriate image for politics in the West according to the state and civil society notes? In what sense are Marx and Lenin, Illich, like Christ and Paul, rather than ranks in a hierarchy of genius? What is wrong with treating every political fluctuation as an immediate expression of the structure? And which of Marx's historical writings are cited against that infantilism? If high wages at Ford are a monopoly corresponding to monopoly profits, what happens when Fordist methods are generalized in the United States and abroad? Why does starting a popular Marxist manual with a critique of Kant and Hegel, rather than of common sense, fail as pedagogy and as hegemony? When a manual pokes fun at the question whether the external world exists, what religious common sense belief is it actually reinforcing? What changes in the validity of statistical laws of large numbers, once mass parties and planned economy, replace the passivity of the population? Is passive revolution a description of an inescapable fate for the West, or a diagnosis of what happens when a subaltern group cannot exercise hegemony? And what evidence in the notebooks would count against treating it as fate?